Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 30 horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps more people see the content. It also just lets me know I'm doing a good job. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post long-form content just like this all of the time. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Do you avoid errands because you might bump into someone you know? Does the phone ringing make you break out in a panicky sweat? The School for Shut-ins can help. Transform from shy, socially inept loner to life of the party. We can't make you an extrovert, but we can teach you how to fake it so well everyone will think you are. Grow from cocooned caterpillar to social butterfly in 6 weeks. Click to register. Wrapped up in my pajamas at my computer, I consider the link. No one can make me an extrovert, not even a fake one. You may wonder about me writing this post. Sure, I'm great online, but in person I can barely stammer 2 words. I turn red and sweaty and I panic fart. Which would be funny if I were a charming extrovert and could make a joke from it. But I can't, so I just die inside. Last phone conversation I had with my boss, I ended with, "Love you, bye." Because the only phone calls I ever make are with Mom. Needless to say, I quit my job. Just ghosted. Couldn't face the fallout of that. Okay, maybe I need this class. I sign up. Week 1. Week 1 opens with some pretty generic videos explaining types of anxiety. Those who are comfortable are asked to write an introductory post. Those who are not can fill out as much or as little as we want of a questionnaire. But at minimum we need to pick a username. Mine is Frogger. There are 16 of us in total, and I'm surprised to find that a lot of my classmates have social anxiety even online. Only about half write an introductory post. Our other assignment is to journal about our biggest fears. I write. I'm worried that I am worthless and will never find love. I'm basically a female incel, and my greatest fear is that I will never like myself. There, I said it. I'm 22 years old. I obsess over everything I do or say. Every mistake I make burned forever in my brain. If this class can teach me to go out in the world, maybe people will like me. And if that happens, maybe I can learn to like myself even just a little bit. Week 2. We have our first Zoom meeting at the end of week 2. We're working toward week 4, which is the big week when we have our in-person meetup, which will require us to go to an actual cafe. We don't have to talk to anyone. We'll place our orders in advance, and our drinks will be waiting for us at tables with our usernames. We'll pull out our laptops and conduct class online, but we will have to be in the same space, breathing the same air, being together. It makes me nervous. I'm sure it makes everyone nervous. So to get us ready, week 3 is our first synchronous online Zoom. And to get us ready for that, week 2 is our first synchronous online chat. We only spend the last 10 minutes of class in the chat. Our instructor, Brandon, coaxes replies. Brandon: "Hey everyone, how are you doing?" Okay. How about we all just say hi? Trudy: "Hi." Brandon: "Just type hi in the chat box, please, so I know it's working for you." Trudy: "Hi." Frogger: "Hi." Everyone is nervous, and 2 people have already dropped the class. We're down to 14 students now. Our instructor nonetheless applauds everyone, even those who only lurked. He tells us we are doing great. Week 3. Week 3 is our last online session. We join Zoom. On screen, our instructor smiles at us from the actual coffee shop where we will meet next week. Patrons sip drinks and bustle around him. The instructor cannot see us. Our cameras are off. But he invites us all virtually to pull up chairs with our coffees. Brandon is a pleasant, professional man, in his mid-40s with red hair and a beard, chubby and good-looking. Brandon says comforting things like, "I won't expect you to talk. Don't worry. I actually love sitting in silence. Sometimes if I'm nervous, I pretend that instead of a person, I'm a cat. No one can talk to me because cats can't talk. That's how I used to convince myself to go out places. Not as Brandon, but as Cat Brandon." Wow, dorky. Makes me feel better about my own dorkitude. There's no pressure to say or do anything in the chat. After an hour, Brandon finally says that next week will be just like this, but we'll be in person. And remember, next week we're all cat people. We don't have to talk. We actually can't talk. It's not allowed, so don't be scared. But if you are, that's okay. You can be scared, cat, at your keyboard, just like today, and that's fine. Okay, Brandon, I think I can do the meetup. I'm ready for next week. Some people clearly aren't, though. We're down to only 12 students. Week 4. The coffee shop is exactly like it looked on Zoom. I find my seat with my name tag, which also has a cat version of me. We had to make these as homework and send them in. I can also see everyone else's cat versions. One person has a zombie cat, and another a cutesy animal cat. And of course, there are house cats and meme cats. I sit down and take my hot cocoa and open my laptop and join the chat. Our instructor Brandon sits at a table nearby. He definitely saw me come in, but he doesn't look up, doesn't turn around, doesn't even make eye contact. He also has his cat picture up, a fluffy ginger tabby. Cat Brandon. He can't talk either, per the rules. Okay, just a bunch of weirdos with coffee and cat pictures sitting around doing nothing. Check. Can do this. I wish I weren't sweating so hard right now. My stomach's in knots. About half of the other students are here already, and I'm surprised at the diversity. A 30-something woman in sweats, a man who might be in his 50s, a teen girl who is the only person younger than me, with pale skin and haunted, sad eyes, dressed in goth style, complete with smoky eye makeup. One guy, whose name is George, arrives late and says a nervous, "Hi, hey," to everyone as he sits at his place. We are all aghast. George, we're cats. You can't break the rules. No talking. Thankfully, George reads the room and stays quiet. Brandon's fingers wrap on his keys into the chat. Brandon. All here? Good. Let's begin. Week 4, post-class. So the cat thing was actually pretty fun. In the chat, Brandon asked us each why we picked our specific cats. We could pass or engage. Then Brandon broke us off into pairs, to meet each other or to be quiet cats, if we didn't feel like talking. I even made one friend. Goth Girl. That's her username, but I'll call her Gigi. Is the first person I was paired with. She's closer to my age, so I think I was sort of drawn to her to begin with. And she's kind of cute, and okay, let's be real. I am never going to approach a cute girl IRL, but like, from my keyboard? I asked her about her cat pic, which is this super creepy, scary monster thing that honestly does not look like a cat at all. And she was nervous to share, so she told me to go first. Frogger. Okay. Well, mine is a cat in a frog hat because I have kind of a weird frog face. Gigi snuck a peek at me from across the table, then quickly looked down again and typed. Gigi, I don't think you look like a frog. Well, maybe a little. Frogger. It's okay. I totally do and know it. Hey, you know why frogs are so happy being frogs? Gigi. Question mark. Frogger. They eat whatever bugs them. I got that from a joke book. So what's with your cat from your worst nightmares that clearly is not a cat? Did you draw it yourself? Gigi. Yes. Frogger. You got skills. I'm impressed. My only talents are looking like a frog and sharing frog puns. And shoot, I just realized what I should have made my username. Gigi. Question mark. Frogger. Hermit the Frog. Brandon. Okay, everyone. Time to switch partners. Finish up your conversations. Frogger. Oh, dang. Well, it was nice chatting with you, Gigi. Can I call you Gigi? I really enjoyed seeing your art, too. Gigi. Me too. Take care, Frogface. Okay, so it's not an actual conversation, but we were technically IRL, which means I interacted IRL with a girl who's not my mom or me looking back from a mirror. A cute girl. Go me. Once I got out the door, though, the anxiety hit me in a wave. The worst anxiety I've felt in forever, really. It literally felt like eyes watching me, following me. My nerves didn't stop until I got home, and even then, after I wrapped up tight in my blankets like a caterpillar into its cocoon, it took a long time for that unsettling feeling to fade. Week 5. Today is our conversation class, and I'm so terrified at the thought of speaking to Gigi aloud instead of through the keyboard that just the thought drenches me in sweat. Upper lip sweat, armpit sweat, underboob sweat. I can never meet her. Unless it's in the rain so she can't tell how sweaty I am. But why would we meet in the rain? I'm doomed. Maybe I'll make a joke about my exceptional sweat glands and how frogs are moist. No, don't use the word moist. Do I want to chase her away forever? Why am I so bad at life? I pull everything out of my closet looking for the right outfit, something that will magically make me cute. I settle on a green hoodie with frog eyes on top of the hood, and the front of the hood zips closed over my face like a frog mouth, which will allow me to hide when I inevitably embarrass myself in front of the whole world. Perfect. It's as I'm on my way to class the anxiety kicks in so hard that once again, I feel eyes on me staring, but whenever I whirl around, there's no one. It's just nerves. At the coffee shop, I find a new double-sided name tag. One side reads, Frogger. The other shows my cat picture. Brandon tells us cat side up means quiet. Name side up means talking. He encourages us to start with our names and only turn into cats if we need a break. About half the class start as cats anyway. We are down to only 8 students. Moist. I keep thinking in my sweltering hoodie, wishing I could shunt the word out of my brain forever, but unfortunately, it's how I am and how I feel. Kill me. I almost sigh in relief when I'm not paired with Gigi, even though I'm desperate to look into her beautiful sad eyes and joke. Look, we're the princess and the frog, except the frog never turns hot. Instead, I'm paired up with some guy whose name tag reads Dark Lord. He's tall and hunched and has this, dark stare. Seems to be going for Kylo Ren vibes, but a lot nerdier and way less jacked. His cat picture is a low-res black cat with laser eyes. We've been given conversation cards to facilitate our interactions, but he only glares down at his cards, not making eye contact. Finally he mumbles, I'd watch out for her. Huh? I say. Haven't you noticed? Intensely stares at cards. She doesn't breathe. And even though I'm melting in my hoodie, suddenly I'm chilled. I try to sneak a glance over at Gigi. When I look back at Dark Lord, he's eyeing me with such a burning intensity I feel my skin crawl, but he quickly drops his gaze and reddens. He really can't look anyone in the eye, apparently. After a few more partner swaps, Gigi is my last conversation for the day. She still has her name tag on the cat side, and looks utterly shattered by the conversation exercise. Apparently, she just can't bring herself to make so much as a peep. Her face is red and her eyes damp, and even though it's her turn to start by reading a question from a card, it's obvious that isn't going to work for her. I have an idea, and I reach over and tap the top question on her list. What is your name? Then I point to myself, tugging my frog hoodie and circling my face with a finger. Frog face. She peers at me from beneath lowered lashes. I show her the first question card on my list. Where are you from? She shakes her head. I try another one, sifting through the conversation questions, and hold one up for her. What's something you really like? She looks at me and then points to me. You like me? I blurt. Her eyes widen and I suddenly realize what she means. Oh geez. You're asking me to answer the question about what I like, not telling me that you like, I zip up my hoodie so that she's just looking at a green fabric frog face now. My cheeks are on fire. It is really unbearably hot in this room. I think I might die right here. But then I hear a sound that breaks through the fire and makes my heart lift. A very soft tinkle of laughter. Gigi is laughing. I mean, I'm still going to go and die of shame when I get home, but at least I'll die knowing I made her giggle. And then I feel a soft tug on my hoodie. The zipper opens and a wave of cool air rushes in as her small fingers open up the front. Brandon is calling us back to order and saying class is going to wrap up and we'll meet next week. As I'm packing up my bag, I glance back to Gigi and she's watching me. She points at her question card, the one I pulled out about something you really like, and then points back to me, and then she turns and quickly darts out. My heart. It's bursting. Week 5, post-class. I'm just about to set off for home when a bell jingles behind me, and the coffee shop door opens and the barista yells, "Hey!" I'm already in my introvert bubble. Let's be real, I'm always in my bubble, and having it popped by this apron barista, whose face is making loud words at me, shatters me into a panic. Oh no, I think. My palms sweat and my throat closes up. Unfortunately, I already made eye contact, so I'm trapped. Suddenly I notice the tablet he's waving, and the stickers on it. It belongs to Gigi. Finally, the sounds tumbling out of his lips register. One of your classmates forgot her tablet. Not knowing what else to do, I hold out my hand. My internal monologue flares up. What if he thinks you're trying to steal it? What if he takes the opportunity to strike up a conversation? You'll have to pretend to faint, and when he goes in to get water for you, wake up and run away. But the employee smiles and says, "Thanks," and hands me the tablet and heads back inside, and I breathe a sigh of deepest relief. Well, I survived that. The sky overhead is a deep and beautiful purple, the stars just coming out to twinkle, and as I recover myself, looking up the street for Gigi, it feels like they're shining just for me. I spot her tiny form retreating in the distance and I follow her. For once, I don't have that feeling of eyes on me, watching me. It must be because my nerves are finally settling. Am I becoming a better, braver Frogger? I fantasize about handing her tablet back to her, our hands touching. No, she will snatch her fingers away in disgust, and God, even my fantasies are a fail. I fantasize about smiling and tucking my sweaty hands back into my pockets after I hand her tablet to her, and offering to walk her home. But with each passing step, it feels less romantic. More like I'm just a stalker, if she'd only turn around for a second so I could wave. I should just go home, keep our interactions safely online, and I'm about to do just that when my phone pings. Dark Lord. Look. Dark Lord. Picture. I click the links and open 2 images that I stare at for several moments in confusion. The first is a class of 1993 yearbook photograph. The hairstyles and clothes outdated. The second is a senior photo from that same yearbook, with the name Genevieve Grayson. Genevieve looks exactly like Gigi. Frogger. Whoa, is that her mom? Dark Lord. Are you an idiot? It's her. His insistence on some girl from a 30-year-old yearbook being Gigi seems ridiculous. It has to be a relative. I mean, it looks exactly like her, but for that to be Gigi herself would be impossible. And yet, a shiver creeps along my spine, because it's not just a resemblance. The girl in the yearbook photo looks, well, identical. Something isn't right here. Something isn't watched. I feel like I'm being watched. I glance around and then I tuck the tablet into my bag. I've lost all trace of Gigi. I'll have to message her about the tablet later, but now as I turn and hurry home, I'm certain I hear footsteps behind me, certain that eyes are on me, following me, that something is drawing nearer and nearer. Meanwhile, my phone is pinging again and again. I risk a glance and see Dark Lord messaging me. Dark Lord, have you noticed how the class keeps shrinking? Dark Lord, I got the class list from the teacher. Well, stole it. Dark Lord, anyway, people aren't dropping. Dark Lord, they're disappearing. I found missing persons reports. I tried to tell Teach, but he thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist. So I looked myself. That girl you got the hots for, Frogger? On the class list, her name is Genevieve Grayson. Same as that yearbook. And guess what I found out about Genevieve? Frogger, are you still there? Are you home? Are you safe? Frogger, emailing you. I'm running now. The phone in my pocket. The shadows seem to be closing in around me. That feeling of being watched has intensified so much I swear I can see eyes glinting out at me from the dark. The chill has penetrated to my bones, and as I run, the thud of my footsteps. Either there's an echo or thud-thup, thud-thup. For a second set of footsteps, just under mine, hidden almost to be inaudible by the pounding reverberations. Someone running after me, almost at exactly my pace, but ever so slightly with each step, catching up. Finally, my apartment building looms. Relief floods me, and I dash toward the bright glare of the exterior building lights. For a moment, I feel the presence of that icy chill like a wind raking my back. And then I'm inside, rushing up the stairs, bursting into my apartment and slamming the door shut, locking it. After several moments, I finally take out my phone and shaking hands. Frogger, I'm home. I think someone followed me. Frogger, what are you going to tell me about Genevieve? There's no response, so I go to my desk and Google Genevieve Grayson. And as I sit there staring at my screen, my blood runs cold, because when I do find her yearbook photo, it's true. Genevieve Grayson looks exactly like Gigi, but according to Google, Genevieve has been dead for nearly 30 years. Week 6. I'm really freaked out, like so freaked out. The morning after I had that scare running home, I tried to contact Dark Lord, but he wasn't answering. The email he sent me the night before had attachments of missing person reports. These matched the list he sent of our classmates' names and contact info that I guess he stole from the teacher. He was right about our classmates disappearing. But the worst news came later. After I was checking the local news, I started looking because I was searching for more missing person reports, and there was a headline that caught my attention. Maimed body of slain man found outside apartment. The body of Xavier Rodriguez, 27, was found disemboweled outside of his apartment late Monday night. Gazing at the image of the man in the newspaper photo, I felt my heart drop to my toes, because it was Dark Lord. looking out at me with his trademark intense stare, and in his arms was a cat, the black cat with the laser eyes from his picture. Apparently it was his actual pet cat, and somehow it's this little detail that makes it all seem so much more horrifically real. Should I call the police? Tell them that Xavier was trying to warn me about something the night he died? I'd never be able to sit through an interrogation. I consider telling Brandon, but Xavier tried and got dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. By the time class rolls around, I've done nothing. Pathetic, I know. When I arrive at the coffee shop, almost an hour early, the bell jingles above my head and the barista smiles in greeting. I duck my head and then I see Brandon, his pleasant face brightening. Frogger, you're early. I haven't ordered drinks yet. Would you like to order your own? Or are you a quiet cat today? Can I talk to you? Sure. He comes over and sits at a corner table with me, leans in and asks in his gently affirming way, "What's up?" Already I am sweating like mad in my frog hoodie. I lean in and Brandon furrows his brow in that concerned way of his and I blurt out, "Xavier thinks we're all in danger, and now he's dead and we have to call the police and ambush Genevieve because she doesn't breathe." Oh, he already looks like he doesn't believe me. My face is red, hot, and flushed. I open up my messenger app and show him the messages I exchanged with Xavier, as well as the yearbook pics of Genevieve and the news article about Xavier's death. I don't know what to say, he admits when he finally does speak, shaking his head. This is all so... After a pause, he asks, "Why did you wait until now to tell me? Aren't you usually much more comfortable communicating by messages?" I don't want her to know, and I was worried she might have some way to... I don't know. I mean, Xavier hacked your site and got access to your class roster. What? I just didn't want her to find out beforehand and come after you or me. I drop my eyes. Feels like a betrayal, talking about Gigi this way. I have to remind myself that she's not Gigi. She's Genevieve. And she's much, much older than the 19-year-old she appears to be. "Did you go to the police?" asks Brandon. I shake my head. I'm pretty sure they'll go through his emails and messages to find his killer. I can't really add anything. What I don't say is that I could barely blurt out the truth to Brandon, let alone officers in an interrogation room. I'd probably just look guilty and they'd wonder if I had something to do with it and then arrest me for murder, and I'd be too terrified to open my mouth to defend myself. And while my mind is tunneling ever deeper down this rabbit hole, Brandon is talking again. I'll message everyone that class is postponed until further notice. Meantime, you go straight home and message me that you got home safe. Actually, he rubs his chin, I'd better walk with you. Come on. We head out into the early evening, and even though I am bundled up with a scarf over my frog hoodie, the wind is biting and makes my eyes weep. Brandon interrogates me about my disappearing classmates. Who else I've told, and I'm mumbling my answers when my flesh prickles. What is it? Brandon stops. Eyes, I whisper. Someone's watching us. He looks all around. You must be imagining it. There's no one out here. When I insist that someone is watching us, he considers for a moment, and then tugs my wrist and pulls me into a trot, saying we'll take a shortcut. We move quickly, ducking into an alley. I still hear the echo of footsteps, feel the weight of eyes, but then the feeling vanishes as we turn a corner. Brandon takes us further away from the street, deeper into the back alley between buildings, and finally stops by the dumpster at the rear of what seems to be a warehouse. Still feel eyes? He asks. I shake my head. That's good, Brandon says in his mellow, reassuring voice. I wouldn't want there to be any witnesses to your imminent demise. Huh? His words register too late. And then I'm on the ground, struggling for air because he has me pinned. He smiles and his teeth are long, sharp, and there are too many of them to fit in his mouth. He lifts a hand to wipe away the saliva that dribbles down his chin, and his eyes have a feral glow. Xavier got too close, he remarks. I had to get rid of him. Didn't realize he showed all his findings to you. The thing about shut-ins, though, that makes you such wonderful pickings, is that you never go to anyone for help. Every time, every class, if there's anyone suspicious, and usually there isn't, but if there is, you always come to me. A shame, Frogger. You made real progress. I'd be proud of you if you didn't smell so delicious. His teeth have gotten too long for his mouth, and warm, wet droplets fall onto my face. And then it's back. Eyes. Watching me. Soft footsteps. I look past my slavering professor, and behind him stands a girl, pale in her gothic makeup. Brandon's head turns. She looks down at me, then at Brandon. He wipes his face and his teeth retract enough for him to growl. Nice of you to join class, Genevieve. My worst student, here with my best. You know your classmate here thinks you're immortal? A shame she doesn't have my sense of smell, or she'd know better. He inhales deeply and smiles, a smile that cracks his face wider than should be possible, revealing that those teeth run in rows deep into his skull. Then he tells her to please wait and not run and make him chase her. I hate exercising before dinner. When he turns back to me, his jaw is open wide enough it seems he might swallow my head whole. Stop. It's a whisper, but the first word Gigi has ever spoken. To my shock, Brandon does stop. He blinks and turns. What's that? He looks at her, and his eyes have gotten wide, nostrils flaring as he sniffs the air, as if he smells something on her breath. She inhales deeply, clenching her fists, and yells, Stop! The world explodes. I don't know how to describe it. It's like the word leaves her body, and in the air becomes a great dark mass of blackness, shadow given form, and at the same time her real body, her human body, collapses like a deflated balloon, and the thing that emerges from her voice expands like spilled ink across my vision, stretching up and above us, and for just an instant, as it looms, all solid black except for vaguely pointed ears and the flashes of white that might be teeth, I recognize it, the cat she used for her name tag picture. Cat Gigi. But of course it's not Cat, and never was. And apparently now that it's been freed by her voice, Brandon can definitely smell it, because in the instant before it envelops us, he springs, leaping with a shocking agility away from me and up the side of the building. But that liquid shadow spills upward just as fast, and his screams vanish into gargling. There is a crunching and squelching, and blood rains down on me, and then I hear screaming, and this time it is my voice, and I'm running as fast as my legs will carry me. Graduation. Brandon's corpse has not been found. He's been listed as a missing person just like all my classmates. The only exception is Xavier. If I had to guess, Brandon was interrupted at the scene and fled to avoid being caught by someone who wasn't a shut-in. It's been weeks, and I still haven't told anyone all of this. Who would I tell? Ironically, even though Brandon's class didn't make me an extrovert, I've gotten better at things like grocery shopping. I guess after the last lethal lesson, well, I've found there are scarier things in the world than small talk, though it's still in my top 10. Oh, also, Gigi messaged me. Gigi. Hi. Hope you're okay, Frogface. Sorry if I scared you. Me. Sorry for thinking it was you disappearing people. I was completely suckered by Brandon. GG. It's okay. Me. So it was you following me all those times. Watching me. GG. Yes. Me. You knew what Brandon was and were trying to protect me. GG. Honestly, I had no idea about our teacher. The truth is, I followed you because I like you. You seem sweet. I'm sorry I shouldn't have been following, I just took the class because I have no friends. Me. Oh, well, kinda glad you did. If you hadn't, I'd probably be dead. GG. You're not mad, Frogface? Me. No, I actually, I followed you too the other night. Wasn't trying to stalk you, but you left your tablet. Me. So you're not gonna try to eat me? Have frog legs for dinner? GG. No. Me. What about that super scary monster? Cat GG. GG. If I don't use my voice, it sleeps. Me. So we can be friends? GG. Yes. Me. Okay, well, I have to give your tablet back, so how about we meet next week? Like we do in class. I'll order your drink for you so you don't have to talk. We can call it our graduation. GG. Yes, please. Me. We'll have a hopping good time. Shut up. She thinks my jokes are cute. So, my new friend might be a monster. And she did just eat our teacher, but you know what? I'm cool with that. In the wake of my mother's death, my father became obsessed with life. It shocked no one when Mom passed, given her proclivities for smoking, drinking, and gorging herself, but the drawn-out nature of her death surprised me. I thought that death by cardiovascular disease meant keeling over and dying suddenly of a heart attack. Instead, she withered away over the course of many difficult years. I was 8 when she passed, and my dad became a whole new person in the aftermath. He grew obsessed with health and longevity. An innocuous fixation at first, but one that quickly spiraled out of control. One morning, weeks after her death, my dad shook me awake at 4 a.m. and drove us to a lake a few miles from our house. He dragged me down to the shore and pushed me into the cold water, and I was certain for a moment that he was lost to bereavement psychosis, about to drown me and then himself. Instead, he jumped into the water beside me and started droning on about the health benefits of cold plunges. I was so distracted by the cold that most of what he said was lost on me, but I remember the last thing he said before we got out. "We're not gonna be like her," he told me. "We're gonna live a long, long time, you and me." He pulled a lot of similar stunts after that. It felt like every week there was some new method he wanted to try out with me. Some of them more scientifically backed than others. A few of them I grew to like. Clean eating, meditation, sauna therapy. Others I wasn't a fan of. Cold water plunges, detox diets, acupuncture. Some were deeply unpleasant. Extended fasting, sleep deprivation therapy, bloodletting. The worst of them I loathe to mention, even all these years later. I wasn't a big fan of my dad's obsession, and wouldn't you know it, neither was CPS. By 14, I was the pinnacle of physical health, but my mental health had taken a sharp decline, and my extended family finally took notice. In the end, my dad didn't have to serve any jail time, but he did lose custody over me, and I was sent to live with my aunt for the remainder of my childhood. He moved out of state to work with an OCD specialist on his problems. Life moved on. I did well for myself in high school and eventually college, maintaining good grades and running cross-country for a D1 team. I met an architecture student named Daniela who became my wife after we graduated. My dad never called, never wrote, never visited. I was convinced that he was dead, and the thought filled me with both relief and despair. As a tribute to him, I revisited some of the old activities we used to do together. I despised them, but when I tried to stop, I was overcome by a terrible sense of guilt. By the time I graduated college, I had an impressive cold tolerance, a BPM of 38, and more week-long water fasts under my belt than I could count. Eventually, my wife and I moved back to my hometown. My aunt had managed to hang on to my childhood home, renting it out until I had the money and maturity to come back and claim it as my own. The day I married Danny was the happiest day of my life. But the day I signed the deed and carried her across the threshold to our home was the proudest. We were 26 when she had our son, and I couldn't have been more ready to be a parent. I was blessed with the chance to become the kind of father I never had, and I promised myself that I wouldn't waste that chance. We named him August. 4 years later, there was a knock at my door. When I opened it, I saw the last person I ever expected to find on my porch. My dad. He had a suitcase in his hands and a smile on his face. "There he is," he said, immediately pulling me into a hug. I was speechless. I recognized him instantly, but the past 16 years had taken a profound toll on him. He was sallow and bald, rake-thin and unsteady on his feet. His eyes had the same piercing quality they'd always had, but despite his lucidity, I could tell that he was very ill. He eventually let me go, and as if to confirm my suspicions, he said, "Come on now, you won't invite a dying man inside?" Once the shock of his appearance and his morbid news wore off enough for me to move again, I let him inside our home. He set down his suitcase in the living room and took a seat on the couch, taking in the room while I nervously sat on the chair across from him. "You sure gutted the place. Hardly recognize it from the inside." He gestured disapprovingly at the home Danny and I worked so hard to make our own. "Wanted to remove all traces of your old man before you moved in, did you?" I didn't humor the contentious question. Instead, I asked him what he was doing there, and with all the nonchalance of someone commenting on the weather, he told me that he had a glioblastoma. He had been fighting the cancer for years, undergoing surgeries, radiation, and chemotherapy to no avail. Eventually, it all became too much, and my dad, who had never given up on anything in his life, finally decided to throw in the towel. "They said I've got a few months at most," he said with a laugh. "Ain't it ironic? All that work just for God to snap his fingers and send me to an early grave anyway." He gave me a sad, wistful look, and for the first time, he looked like the dad I knew before my mom's death. "I know it's been a long time, son, and I know I haven't been there for you, but I'm hoping that, with the little time I have left, I can finally start making up for it." I accepted immediately. He was still my dad, no matter how rocky our relationship had been, and I certainly wasn't going to cast him aside now that he was so ill. Poor Danny was in for a shock when she came home from work, but she hid her surprise much better than I did, and welcomed my dad graciously into our home. The three of us ate dinner together, and then I set my dad up in our guest bedroom as Danny put our 4-year-old to sleep. "Are you sure you're okay with all this?" Danny asked me later as we tucked into bed. "Me? I was about to ask you the same thing." I laughed, but Danny didn't laugh along with me. Instead, she regarded me very seriously, her hand reaching out to trace along the phlebotomy scars on my arms. I promised her that she and August were still my top priority, but it did little to ease her disquiet. Unsure how to comfort her, I eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep. That night, I had the strangest dream. I was in a meat locker, laying on the cement floor while a faceless butcher flayed me with a curved blade. I screamed and fought, but my torturer didn't stop until every inch of my flesh was exposed to the freezing air. Once he was finished, he grabbed one of the hanging carcasses by its leg and brought the knife to its stomach, slicing a long, vertical slit into the meat. Letting the knife clatter to the floor, the butcher dug both of his ungloved hands into the slit, then violently pulled them apart. He inclined his head towards my writhing form, pointing towards the hole in the carcass in a wordless question. "Coming in?" I woke up with a jolt, sweaty and sick to my stomach from the nightmare, which had been so vivid that I had to take a few moments to ensure my skin was still attached to my body. Once I had steadied myself, I got out of bed and made myself presentable. I found Danny cooking breakfast in the kitchen. My dad was there too, sitting at the table and helping August cut up his pancakes and strawberries. The sight of three of them sharing a happy moment together made my heart soar. Forgetting my dream, I joined them, cooking and sharing stories of the past 16 years with my father. It was a perfect morning. I enjoyed having my dad in my life again, but his rapidly declining health was difficult to contend with. I did my best to care for him while still giving him privacy and autonomy. Deep down, although I knew it was unfair, I couldn't help but be frustrated by his weakness. So it was all for nothing. I wanted to scream at him. "You put us both through all that, all those years, just so you could leave me again?" Instead, though, I put on my brightest smile and tried to make his days as easy as possible. I had learned nothing from all those fasts, if not restraint. I was prepared to watch someone's body shut down. I had my mother to thank for that, but I was unprepared to witness the deterioration of my dad's mind. His personality fluctuated often and violently. Sometimes I had my old man back, the witty, caring father who had provided so dotingly for my mother and me. Other times he was depressed and lethargic, reluctant to rise from his bed or even acknowledge my presence when I brought him food and medicine. Sometimes he was the dad from my adolescence. "You're letting yourself go, Sawyer," he said to me one night as I helped him into bed. "All you do is sit at your desk and eat. Your mother was like that too. In the end, murdered by her own sloth." I started running more after that. What was more difficult to deal with than my dad's criticism was his newly developed habit of sleepwalking. One night, I woke up in the dark to a figure standing over my bed. Barely holding in my shout, I quickly turned on my bedside table lamp and saw my father staring down at me. He looked awful, exhausted and fearful and disoriented. His thin skin looked too tight on his body, like a bone might poke through at any moment. Honestly, when I saw him, I wanted nothing more than to pull the covers up over my head and hide, but I forced myself out of bed. My dad had taken care of me for so many years. It was the least I could do to guide him back to his room. He mumbled the whole time, as had become his habit. Most of it was nonsense, but sometimes I caught a word or two about a deal. As the weeks passed, my nightmares continued. Sometimes the faceless man in my dreams was a butcher, sometimes a doctor, sometimes a mechanic. Sometimes I was in an operating room, sometimes my childhood bedroom, sometimes the banks of the lake my dad used to take me to. No matter who he was or where the dream took place, it always unfolded the same way. I'd be slowly skinned, and then the faceless man would invite me somewhere. A carcass, a crevice, a shell, a tear, a hole, coming in, he'd ask. And then I'd wake up aching all over. After one such night, I awoke before Danny and went to wake August up for kindergarten. At 4 years old, August was good-tempered and easy to entertain. A genuinely sweet, smart kid. He was the light of my life. Danny's too. and we were both admittedly guilty of spoiling him. I made my way into his room, softly calling out his name as I turned on his light, and saw something that made my heart stop. There was blood in the corner of his mouth. Panicking, I ran to his bed and gently shook him awake, asking him what had happened. He was groggy and confused, unable to answer my questions. I dabbed the crusted substance off his lips with a damp cloth, but there were no scratches beneath the dried blood. I thought he might have bitten his tongue. Unlikely though it seemed, but even when I procured a flashlight and looked inside his mouth, I couldn't find any signs of injury. Regardless, I told Danny what had happened, and she offered to take him to the pediatrician since she had the morning off. We figured that no harm could come from having a professional check him out. After my wife and son left, I went to check in with my father, only to discover that he was already out of bed. I found him in the dining room, staring out the window at Danny's car as it pulled out of the driveway. "Everything all right?" he asked without taking his gaze off of the window. "I think so," I said, reaching into the fridge for the pitcher. I offered my dad some water, and he gave me a small nod in answer. I poured cold water into a glass and made my way over to the table. I set it down before him, and then he wrapped his hand around the glass. I studied that hand for a full minute, confused at first and then unnerved. "What happened to your hand?" I asked. My dad pulled his eyes away from the window to look down at the angry slit running up the pad of his thumb. "Cut it a few days ago. Happened when Daniela and me were making dinner." No, he hadn't. I would have noticed. I would have bandaged it for him, and the cut looked too fresh besides. "Dad?" I took a step forward. "Were you in August's room this morning?" His sharp eyes met mine. He studied my face for a moment, then his head tilted ever so slightly to the side. A faintly disappointed expression overtook his features. It made the scars on my arm sting. "You know, Sawyer, you really take after your mother." He raised the glass to his lips and drank. When he finished, he set it on the table with a sigh, announcing that he was tired. I helped him to bed, and then I took a very long run. I didn't mention his thumb again, but I did start locking his door at night. The days dragged on, and my dad got worse. Danny grew withdrawn. The faceless man's visits became more frequent. "Coming in?" I nearly jumped out of my own skin. It was a sunny afternoon, and I was in the kitchen with Danny as she flayed a fish for our lunch. "What?" I asked her a bit too loud. "Are you coming to the inn?" She repeated slowly. "The one downtown, remember? Where my firm's hosting that dinner? My sister said she can take August for the night." Danny's knife slipped under the fish's skin. It yielded with ease, peeling away in long sheets to reveal the meat beneath. The room suddenly felt very hot. I opened my mouth, fully intent on responding, but instead I doubled over, both hands coming to rest on my knees, and retched. I stayed home that night, though I had to convince Danny I was well enough to care for both my son and my father on my own. With some reluctance, she left for her company dinner just after dark. I spent my evening playing with August. Never before had I been so grateful to have him around. Although my nerves were a wreck and my body ached, being around my son made me feel lighter. He was such a good kid, so curious and joyful. When he had tired himself out from crawling around and playing with his toys, I put him into his crib for the night, took a deep breath, and then went to check in on my dad. I found him in his bed, propped up in a sitting position and staring at the door like he's been waiting for me. Perhaps he had, for the minute I stepped into the guest room, he began to speak. "Come here," he instructed. There were no lights on in the room, just the ambient light from the moon and stars spilling in through the windows. Figuring he preferred it that way, I walked into the dark room and took a seat on the edge of his bed. Outside, it had begun to storm. "I tried so many things," he began. "So many things, and look where they got me. All those routines, all that restriction. None of them could stop my own cells from destroying each other. Didn't stop me from looking, though. I kept searching after my diagnosis, searching for anything that could give me more time. And you know what, son? I found it." I looked at him as he spoke, finding myself squinting involuntarily. Despite being seated so close, I couldn't see his face very well. What did you find?" "Someone who could help. For a price, of course. But nothing in this world comes for free. Your old man taught you that, didn't he? You gotta tear your body apart if you want it to grow back stronger, healthier." "I don't understand." "You don't have to. No one else can really understand the deal I made anyway. But I don't have much time left, and before I go, I need you to tell me." He leaned forward and all I could see of his face was a glint of teeth. "Do you want to know how to live forever?" Feeling a pang of anger at the question, I shook my head. "No?" my dad asked, the surprise palpable in his voice. "No, Dad, Christ. You are still more concerned about cheating death than you are about appreciating the life you've lived. Even now. You've missed out on so much because of this obsession. I've worked hard for what I have now, for this house and my job and Danny and August. If I lived forever, there'd be no meaning to any of it. So no, I don't want to know. And I don't want to hear any more about deals and death and immortality right now." My dad didn't say anything for a moment, and then he gave me a humorless chuckle. "All right," he said, reclining back against the pillows. "You're still young, Sawyer. Life hasn't beat a healthy fear of death into you yet, like it has to me. You'll come around one day, and when you do, you just let me know that you're ready for an answer, and I'll give you one." I shook my head at his nonsense, but said nothing. He was too far gone to argue with. Maybe he had been since that morning at the lake. Instead of trying to convince him, I placed my hand atop his and listened to the rain. After everything he and I had been through, it was nice to simply exist beside him. I sat there all night in silence, turning his offer over and over in my mind, when at last the storm ceased and the light of dawn broke through the darkness. I looked upon my dad's face and knew that he had died. To this day, I regret the fact that I did not know the exact time of death, nor do I know how long I was holding his hand after he was already gone. Before I called EMS, I went to check in on my family. Danny was asleep in our bed, tired from her night out. I gave her a light kiss on the cheek before making my way to August's room. When I opened the door, I found my son sitting up in his bed, staring at the door frame in much the same way my father had. "You alright, buddy?" August did not respond. Instead, he gave me a small, self-satisfied smile. If he weren't a toddler, I might have described it as a smirk. He reclined from the seated position until he was lying flatly, though he never stopped staring at me, even as I backed into the hall and closed the door again. Things never quite returned to normal after my dad's death. A part of me had thought that I'd feel relief once he was gone. Instead, I was consumed by loss. The house seemed to triple in size once he died. Every room seemed colder. I might have thought that the house was haunted if that terrible emptiness I felt didn't follow me everywhere. No matter where I went, I felt untethered from reality, like a ship lost at sea, too far from any shore to let down its anchor. The months I had spent with my dad had changed me in ways I didn't like, and my relationships suffered because of it. I lost friends in the years that followed, and though neither of us wanted to admit it, Danny and I lost our spark as well. We grew apart more and more over time, but we agreed to stay together for the sake of our son. If you had told my 19-year-old self that I would ever feel anything other than the pure infatuation for Danny, I would have called you a liar. And yet, there I was. Here I am. The most significant change of all was in August. August, who had once been the friendliest boy I knew, but who started picking fights with other kids during recess. August, who used to beg me for hours to read to him before bed, but who began to want nothing to do with me. He's a smart kid, well-spoken and self-sufficient, but as he grows older, so too does he grow crueler. These days, he's less like an elementary schooler and more like a teenager, and a mean-spirited, sarcastic one at that. I'm not sure where my kid went, or why he left me on the same night that my dad did, but God, do I miss him. I miss them both. This morning, I woke August up and invited him on a trip to the lake with me. I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe I thought that it would bring me some clarity, or maybe I was just hoping for a chance to bond with my son. Whatever the case, he accepted my offer, and so we loaded ourselves into the car and drove to the same lake my dad had first taken me to when I was 8 years old. It was a cold but beautiful day. There were no other cars around, and so I parked right on the bank. I stepped out of the car into the bracing morning, walking down the shore with my son close behind me. Once we made it to the water's edge, August picked up a smooth rock from the shore and flung it towards the water. It was an impressive throw, and the rock skipped a full quarter of the lake's length before finally sinking beneath the surface. I wondered where he'd learned how to do that. Your grandpa used to take me out here, I told him. I had planned to follow up the statement with a happy memory of my dad and I at the lake, but none came to mind. Instead, I stood there in awkward silence, towing the sand at my feet as August searched for more stones. How'd Grandpa die? August asked suddenly, watching his pebble as it skipped across the surface of the water. Cancer. He had a tumor in his brain. Skip. Why didn't he just cut it out? I'm sure he tried, and every other cure under the sun. Your grandpa, he was a bit of a health nut, actually. Completely obsessed with living a long life. He once asked me... I trailed off, considering whether it was appropriate to share my father's last words with my 8-year-old son. But when I looked over, August was giving me his full attention, and that occurrence was such a rarity that I was encouraged to finish. He once asked me if I wanted to know how to live forever. What did you say? I said no. Why? Why indeed. My dad had been right. I was young and stupid when he'd asked me that question. I had thought that I had all the time I needed. I thought I would be forever satisfied with what I had. The past 4 years had made me doubt my contentment. But I couldn't tell August that. I couldn't set him down the same path that my dad had gone down. Couldn't leave him forever unsatisfied with the time he had left. Because there'd be no meaning to life if we were all immortal, I finally answered. August looked as unconvinced as I felt. He looked out at the far bank of the lake, his expression solemn. He appeared far beyond his years. What about you, August? Do you want to know how to live forever? He looked back at me slowly, smiling that self-satisfied smile. When he locked eyes with me, he gave me a wink. I already do. He took off from me then, running until he was knee-deep in cold water before diving inside. My father's last words played on repeat in my mind as I watched him breach the surface, yelling and laughing with glee despite the frigidness. My scars burned hot with the knowledge that whatever I had done had not been enough. In that moment I knew. Hey, he shouted at me from the water. Coming in? Hi, I'm Peter. I work as a customer support for a video game that you've almost certainly heard of, if you're here on Reddit. Let's call it Wizard Quest for safety's sake. There are different ways that customers can contact us, but I prefer responding to text chat, since if I'm honest, I'm not very good on the phone. That's not to say that I'm great at text chat either, but let's not tear me all the way down just yet. There's a bunch of things customers might choose to contact us about, whether it's payment issues, they're locked out of their account, or problems in the game itself. Our bosses really don't like us helping with any of that last stuff, so it's pretty much always going to be a polite redirect there. The customer who started all of this off didn't seem to be after any of those things. Her character name was Rustonafly, and her ticket just said, "Hello." In my experience, those tickets are usually either completely pointless, or hiding a complex tech issue that requires about 5 hours to solve. For anonymity purposes, I'll just use my name as CS Pete. CS Pete. Hello, this is CS Pete, contacting you in regard to the ticket you sent. What did you need assistance with? Rustonafly. Hey you, I need a word. Well, this already put my nose out of joint because I don't like having to repeat questions. I hate it when customers need you to coax answers out of them. So I left it a few seconds to see if she'd follow up with anything. When it became clear that she wasn't about to type anything else, I gave up and asked again. Good morning, what did you need a word about? Rustonafly. What's it about? Well, this didn't seem to be going well at all. Perhaps English wasn't her first language. I tried to figure out what I'd said that was unclear, but I was already behind on ticket count. We have a target number to close a day, and I am not good at thinking when stressed. After a few seconds of further silence, I gave it another try. CS Pete. It is about the ticket you sent. It just had the description, "Hello." I wanted to ask if you need help with something. Rustonafly. I think I left a book here yesterday. It might have got mixed up with the others, but mine wouldn't have had a sticker in it. I frowned. Was this a prank? Did she think this was the library she'd contacted? But that made no sense. I could see from the ticket info that she'd sent it from in-game while playing on a character, not by email or on the online form. Which, congratulations to anyone who finds a way to send a ticket to us through that route. Well, either way, she'd sent a message and I could hardly ignore it, no matter how bizarre it was. I tried to think it over. There were certainly books in-game, but they were just items you used to teach your character spells, or readable items that explain lore, or had silly little stories in them. You could trade them to other players, or sell them to in-game vendors. But it wasn't a game where you could just drop the item on the floor for anyone to pick up. As for stickers, well, that was anyone's guess. Perhaps she was just using a translation that was missing the meaning. I decided to ignore the parts I didn't understand and gave it another shot. CS Pete. Is this an in-game item that you have lost? I can search for it if you have the name. Rustonafly. I don't think so. All the ones I checked had one. CS Pete. What is the book called? Rustonafly. Please, it's Losing My Sins. I've checked everywhere else. CS Pete. Okay, 1 second. I'll check the logs. I didn't recognize the name offhand, but that didn't mean much. While I used to play the game constantly, most of my friends had split off to their own lives or different games, and it wasn't so interesting for me anymore. I was out of touch with a lot of the new stuff these days. First things first. I was going to look at her character's inventories to see if she hadn't just stored it on the wrong one, or maybe just deleted or sold it to a vendor. Before I could do anything though, her next message came through. Rustonafly. Tell you what, why don't we check in the back? Follow me. And then I saw she had gone offline. It bothered me that she hadn't waited even a second for me to do the checks I'd promised, and I was a little irked that she'd raced away so fast. Perhaps she'd disconnected. I figured that I should maybe give her the benefit of the doubt, instead of jumping to the worst conclusion. But then I actually thought about her message, and found myself distracted again as I wondered what she was talking about. Maybe she was just agreeing with my plan to look through the logs. Well, either way, I left her to whatever she was doing, and looked through her character inventories. Nothing. I was about to bring up the logs when I realized I should probably check on the item itself. Bringing up the fan database, which was far better than anything the company provided, I got no results for losing my sins. I tried a couple of other searches, and sins brought up a bundle of items and quite a few spells too, but no losing my sins. Since Rastanafly didn't seem to be in a rush to come back, and I was in a rush to get numbers, I closed her ticket after writing a quick, bland response. I just advised her that I couldn't find the book she was talking about, and she'd need to provide some more info on what exactly had happened. That lunch, in the office canteen, my friend Toby spent most of the time telling me something about a debate that sounded more like an argument he'd had with a colleague over the best way to handle an irate customer. I wasn't really listening, but I made what I hoped were the correct noises in response while I focused on the dried out husk that the blackboard had called a chicken schnitzel. "Hey, is something up?" Toby asked towards the end of lunch. "You seem off today." I hadn't really noticed it myself, and yet when he brought it up, I suddenly realized he was right. Listlessly, I poked at the crusty remains of the schnitzel. "Nothing's wrong, but I feel weird. Like I had a bad dream and I can't remember what it was, but everything's reminding me about it." That seemed to make Toby quite cheerful. "Oh, I had one of those. So this one time..." And off he went again. Whatever happened in his dream, I missed it, but I couldn't stop wondering why I felt so unsettled. The next day was Saturday. I figured I'd pop over to the library to pick up a random comic or two, since I was supposed to be saving up for a holiday, and I wasn't sure I was ready to commit to a long-term series. It wasn't very busy. Spread over 2 floors, it had an elderly, almost clinical vibe. There were no cheerful decorations up, no stands with pictures of cartoon characters, and outside of the books themselves, everything was either white or pale green. The librarian station was a circular desk in the middle of the lower floor, and most people could be found somewhere in the vicinity. I headed up to the top floor, which had the comics section and a small shelf with the few fantasy books this librarian permitted. He was a tall man with a short black beard, his broad build more the sort I'd have expected to encounter at the gym. While I didn't get the impression he liked the sort of books I was into, he was friendly enough whenever I needed help. The only windows in the library were way overhead, touching the distant ceiling. They were too high to look out across the town, but you did at least have a good view of the dismal gray clouds that almost always decorated the sky. Today was no different. The wind was whistling around the small library, and occasionally the windows jerked and shook. That was the only ambience that accompanied me as I idly drifted through the comics section. I felt like trying the first 2 volumes of a new series. Even I didn't want to get stuck in. The problem was that I kept finding volumes 1 and 3, with the second ones missing or checked out. While I was muttering some choice words on the 4th occasion this happened, the whistling winds faded away to be replaced by a conversation at the desk downstairs. "Hey you," I heard a woman say. "I need a word." "What's it about?" said the librarian. "I think I left a book here yesterday." She tapped the desk. "It might have got mixed up with the others, but mine wouldn't have a sticker in it." A shiver of recognition went through me. I hadn't picked up on it at first. I'd read these words before, not heard them out loud, but this was more than just familiar. "I don't think so," said the librarian, his voice suddenly tense. "All the ones I checked had one." I left the manga shelf and tried to subtly look down at the conversation taking place at the desk. It's extremely unlikely that I would have gone unnoticed had anyone else actually been down there, but aside from the woman speaker and the librarian, nobody was about. And these two were completely focused on each other. While I recognized the woman's words, I didn't know her. She had dusty blonde hair, looked to be in her late 30s, and wore a green turtleneck jumper that seemed a size too big. In contrast to her, the librarian's smart shirt was just a little too small, which had the effect of making him appear twice as tense. Seeing him standing like that, I had the sense that I probably didn't appear far different, frozen as I was up here. The dread I felt was overpowering. Was it really that big of a deal? "You read the conversation before it happened," I reminded myself. "Of course it's a big deal. That's impossible." Forgetting any attempt at subtlety, I stared fixedly at the lady as I awaited her next words. Part of me dreaded hearing the name, as though it would close a door behind me forever. "Please," she said. "It's losing my sins. I've checked everywhere else." Well, it was like I was standing in the middle of a spotlight, the sound of trumpets blaring all around. I felt as if all eyes in the world were suddenly on me. Even though neither of the two below turned to look, I stumbled away from the rail and collided with the bookcase behind me. Apparently my little stumble went unnoticed, as the librarian responded to her a moment later. "Tell you what, why don't we check in the back? Follow me." I heard the sound of their footsteps, and a door opened and shut shortly after. Whatever had just happened, I felt like it had to be significant. Moving seemed like a disruption, and once again I had that sensation that there were eyes fixed on me. "They can't see me if I don't move, right?" I thought. It made as much sense as hiding under the covers, as though the monster under the bed would be turned away by such a feeble defense. Slowly, almost shaking, I approached the rail and looked down at the desk again. It was almost disappointing to see that nothing had changed. Feeling like I should hang about to see if anything else happened, I grabbed a random volume 1 and hurried downstairs. Nobody else was around. When had they all left, anyway? So I had my pick of chairs. Though I settled down in a chair, I was unsettled. My eyes couldn't focus on the meanings of the words in the comic. I turned page after page, simulating the act of reading, but if you'd asked me to repeat anything of what I'd just read, I wouldn't even be able to summarize it. What is wrong with me? Nothing happened. Why do you even care? But I was certain that conversation was exactly what Rustanafly had sent to me in the text chat yesterday. That wasn't possible, though. I had to be misremembering. Maybe I'd dozed off upstairs without realizing, and in my post-sleep state I'd started imagining things. Suddenly I had the sense that I shouldn't be here. Perhaps it was that the wind picked up and the rattling of the high windows grew violent. Maybe it was just the general vibe of nobody being around. My familiar library felt like a stranger. There was no sign of the librarian, and I don't know how long he'd be. So I dropped the comic on the desk and left. All I wanted was to get home and out of sight, even if nobody was around to see me. That night, I dreamed that I was playing Wizard Quest in bed. My flat is small, and the bed folds down over the couch. The television is on the wall facing the couch by day, and bed by night. I had the lights off in the dream, though there was a faint orange glow around the TV. When I woke up later, I realized the setup made no sense. Wizard Quest is a PC game, and I did not have my computer hooked up to the TV, and I definitely hadn't gone to the trouble of setting the game up with my controller. In the dream, I didn't question it. I was running around in Wizard Quest with no particular direction to what I was doing. When I think about it now, I remember flashes of images. Running around the village in the forest, following a stone road in an unfamiliar gray valley, or just going in circles inside a barely lit castle. Then the wool shuddered with a monumental banging. In the dream I understood it to be the neighbors, angry at the noise the game was making. As I write this now, I recall that the level of force was unnaturally heavy, violent, almost threatening. Dream Peter was terrified. "I'm sorry," I said in a voice that was practically crying. I think at that point I either switched off the game or the dream switched focus because I don't remember anything else that happened afterwards. For the rest of the weekend I tried to forget about silly things that I'd probably misunderstood, as though such a mundane conversation would be magically foretold to some layabout like me. Did I honestly think that I was a psychic? And why would a mysterious force communicate to me through a player ticket? On the following Monday, I went into work ready to check Rastanafly's ticket and see that the chat was nothing like what I remembered. Of course the words wouldn't match what I heard at the library. There was zero chance that she'd reference the book Losing My Sins. And yet there it all was. I pulled up the ticket in the database and reviewed the chat logs, and it was all exactly as I remembered and overheard. I felt sick. It seemed so unimportant, but at the same time it was breaking a fundamental rule of the universe. There was nothing I could tell anybody else either. They'd laugh if I told them a customer had spewed out a record of an incidental library conversation a day in advance. I knew I'd have reacted that way if anyone had ever come to me with that story. Over and over I thought, why me? Why that conversation? When I checked Rastanafly's ticket history, there was just one other contact where she'd asked for an item to be restored. The chat had already been ordinary and dull. A simple question/answer with no cryptic messages or references. Her listed address was somewhere far to the north, so unless she'd been on a random weekend trip to my dismal little town, she probably wasn't the person I'd seen at the library, right? Another thought occurred to me, and I checked my surveys to see if she'd filled one in for me. Apparently she had, and I almost felt better when I saw that she'd given me no stars. My indignation, briefly pushing away the nameless dread building inside me. She'd left a comment, too. Didn't even try to help. I thought that was unfair. It wasn't my fault she'd ignored my questions and gone offline. After work, the library was on my mind again, though I was doing my best to ignore any thoughts of weird predicted conversations. It was nevertheless there in the back of my mind. I should find that comic again, and read it properly this time, I thought to myself as I took the backstreet shortcut to the library. Besides, it was actually sunny for once. The world felt brighter, more optimistic. It was almost enough to dispel that alien sensation I'd felt when I had last been in the library, surrounded by the clattering of window frames overhead. When I reached the library, though, it was shut. There was no explanation given for why, and nobody around to ask. As the bad feeling threatened to return in full, I quickly dispelled it by telling myself I'd go to one of the bookshops in town and buy the first few volumes of that series instead. Some retail therapy would keep the demons at bay, I figured. I didn't read much of those comics, though. As soon as I got home, I found myself on the internet looking up any information about the library closure. But there was nothing conclusive. The best I found was a post asking why it was shut, and the library account replying that, unforeseen circumstances, meant that it would be closed temporarily. Had I missed something significant about that conversation? What if the librarian had murdered that woman when he'd led her into the back area? What if she'd murdered him? But there would have been some sort of news if that had happened, right? Maybe they'd both disappeared back there. Perhaps they'd eloped and left nobody to run the library. It didn't have to be the worst case scenario after all. My mind flooded with possibilities, but again and again I kept coming back to the notion that they'd disappeared or been murdered. I doubted that it was anything to do with being psychic, regardless of being witness to a foretold conversation. It was just that I gravitated towards the pessimistic outcome in most cases. I don't know the library's name to look him up, and he wasn't listed on the vague info available online. There was just a bland email to contact or a phone number. I pondered giving it a call, but what was I going to say? I wasn't a detective. I couldn't just call up a library and ask if the librarian had disappeared or been murdered. What if he was the one to answer anyway? What would I say? Would I ask him about the woman in green who'd been looking for losing my sins? Thinking about it now, I probably could have done something like that. Maybe if I hadn't been quietly freaking out, losing my head over the possibility that I'd received some sort of cosmic warning and completely ignored it. It was easier to just find a distraction for the rest of the evening, but I decided not to go with Wizard Quest. The next day, I barely slept, and my ticket answering suffered accordingly. If people needed the extra mile, I couldn't even grant them another foot. The term benefit of the doubt was an alien concept that never landed on my planet. If people didn't answer my questions first time, I politely wished them a good day and closed the ticket. It was almost like I knew that something bad was coming again. Everything felt vivid and intense, like the unnatural light before a thunderstorm. And then it happened again. The next ticket in my queue just read, "Hello," like before. This time the customer was called Redforth. I rolled off my usual opening message, feeling certain of what was about to happen, even if I didn't know the specifics. CS Pete. "Hello, this is CS Pete, contacting you in regard to the ticket you sent. What did you need assistance with?" Redforth. "Hello, this shouldn't take more than a minute." Hoping that this wasn't going to be like Rastanafly's conversation, I tried to keep things light. CS Pete, that's good to hear. How can I help you? Redforth. "Okay, come on in." My stomach dropped. His reply didn't fully make sense in context like with Rastanafly, but I was just jumping to conclusions, right? CS Pete. "So, what do you need?" Redforth. "Thank you. Have you lived here long?" CS Pete. "A few years. So, did you need me to help with something?" Redforth. "Wait." And then, like Rastanafly, he went offline. There must have been something off about my expression, as Toby, sitting at the desk next to me, suddenly leaned over. "Hey, you okay? You don't look so good." It took me a second to reconnect with the world. I jerked my head around to look at him. "Oh, it's nothing. I just slept badly. I think I'm fine. There's nothing wrong." He gave me a skeptical frown. "You might want to take a break for a few. It wasn't a player giving you crap, was it?" "No, not at all. You don't need to worry about me." So here I am now, trying to figure all of this out. I still haven't found out anything about the library, or the woman in green, or even the book, Losing My Sins. Maybe she got the name slightly wrong, but the only book I found with a similar name didn't seem like something important enough that the universe would break the time-space continuum to contact some random CS rep. But I am strongly wondering if these aren't some sort of warning. Maybe I didn't step into something bad on Saturday. Possibly this new conversation is my chance to make a real difference. I don't know what you guys might think. I've put this together in a bit of a rush, and I'm going to post it all now and maybe come back to it later if I run into anything new. My plan is to listen out for that conversation and see if I can't change things around this time. For now, though, I've got a flat inspection. I'm going to have to scoot. Catch you on the other side. Upon my father and I moving into our new house, I was searching around the attic. As we were going to clear it out and make it my new room, I really enjoyed the idea of having this attic as a bedroom. I would have 2 windows, one in the front, the other in the back. I would be able to look down over the entire front and backyard in just a few steps. I know this isn't something most people would be necessarily excited for, but I was 13 and thought it was really cool. I examined the uncleared room, imagining where I would keep all my furniture, but this was kind of difficult to do with all of the boxes and debris in the way. It was a small rural home in Colorado that had been abandoned for some reason many years prior. While my father was occupied moving our own old furniture from the moving truck, I opted to begin cleaning out the attic. After all, I was a teenager now. I could absolutely clean out the entire thing by myself. I was wrong. I decided I would have to get all the boxes down and emptied out first, before getting my dad to help me move the old shelves and such. I began excitedly rifling through the boxes to see if there was anything worth keeping, like old Pokemon cards or something. To my dismay, none of it was really that interesting. Mostly just seasonal decorations. I had gone through nearly every box in about an hour when something finally caught my eye. A tape. It was extremely dusted and whatever was written on it had been scribbled out. I imagined it must be something spooky and thought I would watch it when we got my room set up. I tucked it into my bag with all of my personal belongings and made my way down to help my dad finish unloading the truck. After a few days living there, I was able to deduct that something felt strange about the house. I liked my room though, so I was being optimistic about it. The age of the house became apparent, with chipped and scratched paint covering the walls, and the structure settled frequently. I believed I could get used to it though. The worn paint, well, a noticeable flaw, seemed to be an easy fix through a simple application of fresh coats. I'd entirely forgotten about the tape at this point, as I was more focused on helping my dad tidy up the downstairs areas. It was a cheap home, given that it was abandoned and had a ton of old furniture in it. I never understood why the previous owners would abandon the home without any of their belongings. After about a week and a half of cleaning, and moving the downstairs was finally looking like a sustainable living area. Now it was time for my room, which my father told me we would work on the next day. I was upset about this, but understood. We'd been working for almost 2 weeks. We didn't have a lot of money, so we just cleared everything out on our own. Those freshly painted walls would more than likely have to wait a while. The next day, we finished preparing my room and began getting my books, DVDs, and games out of boxes. I sat the tape on my bookshelf with everything else, not thinking much about it yet. I was more excited to take a break and finally play my Xbox again, and so came my first night sleeping in my new bedroom. My bed had been placed next to the window near the front of the house. I was enjoying being able to look down at the cars driving by on the highway, identifying which of them had mean faces and which of them had nice faces. On the other side of the road was another house, a much nicer one than ours. It was also probably the only other house for a few miles. I could tell someone lived there. There were 2 cars parked outside of it. I just hadn't ever seen anyone come out to this point. That was strange to me as well, but I brushed it off as nothing. This was around the time COVID was dying down, but quarantine still lasted 2 weeks. So, this was more than likely the cause. I stopped thinking about it for the night, and continued to judge the cars until I fell asleep. The next day I awoke to the smell of bacon and quickly made my way downstairs. I loved bacon. My dad would cook it every Saturday morning. We could always eat it and watch TV together as a family when my mom was still alive. We kept up that tradition even now. He and I would watch whatever cartoons were on in the morning. "Hey kiddo, you sleep alright?" His smile radiated towards me. "Yeah, I really like my new room." I watched his smile with an even bigger one. I loved my dad. He was a really great guy. While I didn't share most of his outdoorsy interests, we were both big nerds. Before we moved, he would take me out to the theater every month or so to watch remasters of old horror films. I thought maybe at this time I should tell him about the tape, but I decided not to. I was very intrigued by it, and I didn't think he would want me to watch a mysterious tape. Reasonably so, in my opinion. But I was very eager. I would just have to wait for him to leave the house for a prolonged amount of time so I could get to the VCR from his closet. I had no idea when that day would come, but I was excited. "What you thinking about, bud?" I was clearly deep in thought. I didn't mean to make it so obvious. "Oh, nothing. I'm sorry. I was just concentrated on the TV." I lied. He nodded, putting another piece of bacon into his mouth. "Have you met the neighbors yet?" He said, slightly muffled by his hand while he chewed his bacon. "No, I haven't even been sure anyone actually lives there. I haven't seen anyone out in a couple weeks." "Well, why don't me and you go introduce ourselves after breakfast? Maybe they'll have a kid your age." "Okay, that sounds great actually." This filled me with hope. I had a few friends growing up, just never any close ones. I was always considered extremely optimistic and warm, however, I was anything but an extrovert. A neighboring child my age would be the perfect candidate for a new friend. This could be a fresh start. An hour passed, we both took showers and got dressed presentably, and made our way across the road with a large plate of leftover bacon. I stood behind my father as he knocked on the door. We heard footsteps from inside getting closer until the door eventually opened. "Hello?" The man pushed the door open to a crack while my father introduced us. "Hello, I'm Martin and this is my son Ezra. We're your new neighbors." He held the plate out, smiling. The man pushed the door open with an equally polite smile. "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Marvin." It was a short, stubby man. He had a big bushy mustache and his head seemed to be balding. There was a sign behind him on their wall that read, Ellsworth. I assumed this was his last name. I stuck up my hand shyly in a wave. He looked over my father's shoulder at me. "Hello, Ezra. I'm Mr. Ellsworth. It's very nice to meet you." This confirmed my theory about his last name. He stuck out his hand, prompting me to shake it. "Nice to meet you too." I shook his hand. It felt very calloused. Then a woman appeared behind the man, similar in appearance. "Oh, and this is my wife Harriet. Come in, come in." He waved his arms inwards, encouraging us to enter. We followed. My father placed the plate of bacon on their kitchen table, and conversation between the three of them ensued. I didn't contribute anything to the conversation, nor did I mean to stare, but I did. Eventually a girl entered the kitchen. She looked to be my age. I got excited but still said nothing until Mr. Ellsworth broke my silence. "This is my daughter Gia. Why don't you go show our guest around the house?" Gia agreed, and I started following her up the stairs. She was very pretty. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, nothing like either of her parents. They both had black hair. I couldn't manage to break the silence. I didn't know exactly what to say. I was nervous. We continued walking until we reached her room. She sat on her bed while I stood awkwardly beside the door, still silent. I was messing it up and I knew it. It felt awful. She broke the silence. "So, what's your name?" She asked this curiously. "I'm Ezra. I moved here from Wisconsin." "What made you move all the way out here? That's really far." It seemed like she was having a hard time speaking to me the same way I was with her. It was just cheap. We aren't the most financially stable family. What kind of things do you do for fun around here? I was attempting to break the awkwardness. She began to list off her hobbies. We actually had a lot in common. We shared a favorite movie, Saw. We began talking and laughing together as if we had been friends our entire life. It felt like hours had gone by when Mr. Ellsworth and my father walked upstairs and informed me it was time to head back home. It had only been 30 minutes. I waved goodbye to her with a smile and she reciprocated. I was very happy. I made a friend. About a week had gone by. Gia and I were hanging out frequently now, both at my house and hers. My dad had gotten a job. It was still summer. Things were great. When I was with Gia, I had entirely forgotten about the tape. I had a crush on her at this point. Although we were young, I knew I liked her a lot. I think my dad picked up on this. He would tease me about it pretty often. Gia ended up going on a family vacation the following week. They'd be gone for a few days. This is when things began to become increasingly strange. One night I had woken up to the sound of the house settling, and it just wouldn't really stop for a few seconds. But this wasn't even the weird part. I was hearing something else. Footsteps. I originally brushed this off and tilted over, trying to go back to sleep, but then something caught my attention. It wasn't just one set of footsteps. I heard this going on for about 15 minutes until it eventually stopped. I thought I had just imagined it and fell back asleep. It was a warm Friday morning. I woke up expecting to hear my dad walking around, but there was nothing. He was probably watching TV. I got up and walked downstairs. There was a note on the table. I quickly realized he wasn't home, so I decided to read the note. It said, "Hey kiddo, sorry I left so abruptly. I didn't want to wake you up. I had to leave early. I got called in for a very short notice business trip. There's plenty of food in the fridge, so keep yourself well fed while I'm gone. Mr. Ellsworth has offered to burn some of those leftover boxes and furniture from when we first moved, so please set them out front for him to collect them when his family gets back home. I love you, Dad." I was kind of sad I didn't get to see him before he left, but it was okay. I could manage. I went out and started moving our boxes from the garage to the front of the yard. About halfway through moving all the boxes, I remembered the tape. This made my work rate increasingly quick, as I knew I could watch the tape without being caught now. I had completely forgot, and my curiosity piqued again. When I got inside, I basically sprinted from my dad's room and grabbed the VCR from his closet, went upstairs and plugged it into my TV. I picked up the dusty tape from the bookshelf and blew off any dust before carefully pushing it into the VCR. The tape began rolling, and I became increasingly disappointed as I realized it was just footage of someone walking through the woods for what seemed to be 5 minutes. The person filming was whispering something, but it sounded like gibberish. Towards the end of the tape, whoever was recording the tape's pace sped up, and a building came into frame as the tape ended, but it was too blurry to make out exactly what it was. It was pretty weird. It just didn't meet my expectations of a spooky tape. I kept watching the tape over the course of the next few days. I was just still curious as to what it was on the tape. I was failing to make any type of connection, so I gave up. Everything was pretty normal other than the tape. A few days passed and I saw a vehicle pull into the Ellsworth's driveway. They were home. I finally had someone to talk to again. Gia was home. But first I had to assist Mr. Ellsworth with transporting the boxes over to his backyard so he could burn them. This took a long time, but eventually we got it done. Before I knew it, it was 9 p.m. I didn't have time to talk to Gia today, even if I wanted to, so I just thanked Mr. Ellsworth, told him good night, and went back home. My dad would be home a few days later too, so I was pretty happy about that. Except he never returned. A day became 2, 2 days became 3, and I was now increasingly worried. I had stopped talking to Gia, I was so anxious. Then something came in the mail for me. I hoped it was a letter. I didn't have a phone with service, so this was the only way I'd be able to communicate with my dad. It wasn't. It was another tape. I didn't even want to watch it. I was still too concerned about my dad. This tape was also scribbled out, and looked to be pretty old. My curiosity finally got the best of me, and I put the tape in. It began to roll. A man walked into the frame this time. He sat down at a table, then I realized this was my house. The man, very distressed, began to speak. If you manage to get a hold of this tape, you need to get out of that house. The people across the street, they kill people. They mutilate them and do horrible things with the parts. I'm about to contact the authorities as soon as I finish this recording. While my mom was over to visit, she mysteriously disappeared. I never knew why. He paused for about 15 seconds and took a deep breath. I was over at their house a couple hours ago. I was looking for them because they had gone downstairs. I was just going to let them know I was about to leave. I found a finger while I was down there. It had my mother's wedding ring. There were several boxes. They know. They have been trying to scare me before they kill me. They're making me record this to play with me before they kill me. He broke out into tears. A much younger Mr. Ellsworth walked into frame behind the man, and the tape ended. I was horrified. I didn't know what to do. Was this why my dad never arrived home? Boxes. Like the boxes my father had asked me to give Mr. Ellsworth in his letter. The footsteps I heard a couple weeks ago that I brushed off as nothing. The first tape. Was the building I saw in the first tape my house too? What about Gia? Does she know? I was thrown into a full panic. I knew I had to get out of here and run to the next house I saw as soon as I possibly could. I turned around to begin leaving, but I froze. I saw him. Right out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was in my wardrobe, staring at me wide-eyed through the crack of the door. It was Mr. Ellsworth. The past year had me riddled with anxiety, and only until recently did I find the dread-filled pit in my stomach become quenched by relief. It's a strangely blissful feeling. The feeling that one's little secret will remain that way until death. I'll be upfront about it. There's no point beating around the bush. I murdered my husband just over a year ago. We'd been hiking when a quarrel led to something more spiteful, more vicious. It was raining heavily, and as we'd neared the small cliff, wherein I had judged that a fall from it would certainly not kill anyone, I had pushed him. Yet, what I had failed to calculate was that he'd fall and hit his head on a rather sharp rock, killing him instantly. I was so frightened. I leapt down immediately, noticing how much blood had pooled beneath his crushed skull, splashing upwards at me with each pulsing raindrop that fell onto him, onto us. Like the blood was trying and failing to splatter back at me in retaliation for what I'd done. To mark me externally, in the same manner that guilt and fear had done internally. I did what any normal person would have done, and called the police and ambulance services, explaining everything that had happened, bar a few crucial details. That my poor dear husband had slipped from the torrential rain and lost his footing, tumbling backwards to his demise. It wasn't hard for the police to believe my tale. With no previous mentions of abuse, verbal or physical, they quickly accepted my story as fact, and the gushing words from my in-laws and his friends cemented it on the official report. It's funny, isn't it? The way that pervasive guilt makes crocodile tears flow with ease. It wasn't an unwelcome sight. To see a bereaved spouse crying a fountain at their love's funeral. That's the point of marriage, till death do us part. But no one ever expects it to happen so soon, so early in the binding contract. We'd only been married for 2 years before I murdered him, and had been high school sweethearts long before that. The sympathetic hugs and pats that wrapped around condolences allowed me to crumble more, to feign pain in a frantically authentic way. The performance of a lifetime, till death do us part, and in death he had parted from me, and the role of victim had been unceremoniously reversed. I was the victim now. The victim of purely unfortunate circumstances. The thing is, though, is that guilt is an incredibly difficult emotion to shake off. It wraps around you like shackled binds, covering your mouth and ears in a thick smoke that clouds your perceptions. And, as guilt takes its hold on you, it provides more leeway for its lover to sink its icy claws into your back as well. Paranoia. Following the funeral, paranoia engulfed me, followed me everywhere I went. Which was mostly just from the bedroom into the kitchen. I was terrified of being caught out in a lie, that any moment a policeman would come knocking at my door, having found the slightest beacon of truth cracked through the fabricated story. I had considered turning myself in many a time, but with each day that passed of me withholding information, the greater the consequences of my actions. Technically, what I'd done was more akin to manslaughter than murder. I hadn't planned on murdering him whatsoever, just spooking him a bit. I hadn't premeditated it either. What I feared more, however, was that the care and sympathy that etched my loved ones' faces throughout the whole ordeal would be replaced with disgust, horror, and anger, substituting pity. I'll admit that I liked it a lot. The feeling of being cared for so much, like I was a mere baby, cradled by words of assurance and love. Little encouragements that made my life so much easier. It was a free pass from any mistakes. Work became less heavy, and permission to engage in alcoholic indulgences, more often than was healthy, was also prevalent. It was a high I'd never felt before, the feeling of being excused from the mundane normalcy that everyone else had to trudge through. I suppose you could call it something akin to Mann-Causen syndrome, without the need to actively self-induce illness to garner the attention I so desperately needed. My dead husband had done that all for me. I was finally free from the shackles of societal expectations, and slowly but surely, I was able to overwhelm the guilt and paranoia that had once overwhelmed me. I had won, and gained nothing but the benefits of it all. That was until a week ago. Sitting on my sofa, while languidly sipping red wine, the lock to my door began to jostle, as if someone had a key to unlock it. My mind went straight to my mother-in-law, who had a spare set made in order for her to come and hand me a freshly made casserole. She'd done nothing but coddle me since her son's death, and I had to quickly hide my gleeful grin with a more sorrowful expression. Standing up and hiding my drink, I walked into the hallway to greet her, except it wasn't her. It was my husband. I shrieked in fear, the feeling of bile threatening to unleash blood-red spew from my mouth. He was there, in his suit, smiling at me with blinding teeth that could have melted the hearts of any spouse desperately wanting to be reunited with their other half. Could have, Should've, but for me, I felt nothing but abject horror. Oops, sorry honey, didn't mean to frighten you. He smiled sympathetically as he took off his suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack. He waltzed towards my rigid frame and enveloped me in a strong hug. He was warm and his breath hot. He was real. His flesh wasn't that of a reanimated corpse. He was alive. My ear that was pressed against his chest could hear the low thumping of his heart pumping blood. I could barely speak. I pushed away and ran to the bathroom, hurling muddied and reddish vomit into the porcelain basin. He shot in behind me, holding my hair up as to not get it sodden. "Oh God, honey, are you alright?" he asked, love and care dripping from his words. I simply continued to vomit. "Shall I get you some water?" he'd asked, and before I could respond, he'd already gone and fetched a glass. He held it to my lips, and the cold fluid cooled the acidic burn in my throat. How are you?" I'd finally managed to mutter out. My tone croaked. I know, he sweetened, rubbing soft circles on the small of my back. "I was swamped at work today, but at least I'm getting paid overtime. Boss said I'm due for a promotion soon. I was thinking maybe we could go on a nice weekend getaway, or..." I'd interrupted him. "You're dead. You died, and I felt my breath grow louder, raspier, and I knew a panic attack was fast approaching. The clamminess in my hands and on my temples told me just as much. "Oh, did you have a nightmare? It's okay." He started picking me up from the bathroom floor and ushering me back into the living room, settling me down on the sofa, whilst whispering sweet nothings in my ear. I never would have thought that such honey-ridden words would bring such wasp-like stings to my psyche. "It's just a nightmare, sweetheart. I'm here now. It's alright." I don't think we stayed up for much longer after that. I silently tiptoed around him, nervously trying to gauge if I was having some intense hallucination, that my paranoia hadn't really left, and was punishing me for being so complacent in the past few months. I remember being unable to sleep that first night, his shallow breathing jerking me back to reality. I'd wriggled out of his grasp when he slept, as though his warm touch scolded me with each lingering moment. The next morning he'd disappeared, and for a moment I'd felt relief. Relief that maybe I wasn't insane, yet the indent of his pillow brought me back into a state of shock, and told me that I wasn't truly absolved of his presence. He was downstairs in the kitchen making breakfast, the humming that left his lips swirling into the music that emanated from the radio. "Pancakes? I thought you might need them this morning." He beamed, his shirtless, muscular frame hidden only by an apron adorned with flour. To any other love-struck wife, this would be a dream, a perfect achievement that life was bliss. To me, it was unfurling rapidly into a nightmare. Did he know? Did he remember what I'd done? Had I dreamt the whole past year up? Had I been stuck in a sick fantasy that made me crave his disappearance? "I'm not hungry," I stated, more spitefully than I'd intended. Like a wounded puppy, he frowned before rushing over and placing the meat of his palm against my forehead. It was still warm, still real. "Are you still sick from yesterday?" he worried, and it took every muscle in my body to prevent myself from slapping his hand away. Finally he released me. "You don't look very well. I mean, you look fantastic, as you always do. Just a tad under the weather." He kissed my cheek, and the wetness from his lips sent iced shivers down my spine. "Shall I call your work? Tell them you don't feel well?" he asked, and I nodded rigidly. He smiled warmly once more. Okay, you go off to bed. I don't want you dying on me. I remember how gut-wrenching that last sentence was. For a moment, I thought I saw a darkly humorous gleam in his eyes, like he'd caught me in a trap, like he was toying with me. I turned on my heel and ran back up the stairs, slamming the bedroom door behind me. I remember how I paced around the room, biting at the skin around my nails until they became sore and pink. A knock on the bedroom door made me shoot into the bed, pulling the covers over my head and pretending to be fast asleep. He'd come in, and the weight beside me on the bed told me he was close, and growing ever closer to my exposed ear. "Honey?" he inquired, in that sickly sweet voice that I'd long since forgotten until the past few hours. A finger brushed the hair by my ear, lovingly I assumed, but all I'd felt was lingering torment. He must have thought I'd truly managed to fall asleep that quickly. A dark chuckle left his lips before excited squeals racked his chest. Like a child who'd been allowed an ice cream for behaving well, I was so focused on keeping my body still, on the thudding of my heart, that I hadn't realized his mouth being mere inches from my ear. "Till death do us part." Then he'd left. I waited there for what must have been an hour, frozen in place. He did know. He knew exactly what I had done, and he was toying with me. This was my judgment day. After I'd decided enough time had passed, I gingerly left my bedroom, tiptoeing around and noticing that his car had gone. The kitchen was spotless, so he must have cleaned up. My perfect, undead husband had left for work. I went on Facebook. No messages left with condolences from his friends. In fact, the entire post I'd made about the passing of the love of my life had completely disappeared without a trace. All the photos of family events that had me looking solemn and shy were now replaced with almost exact replicas, except for the smiling face of my dead husband peering at the camera next to me, his large hand clamped around my waist or shoulder, as if he'd never died. I couldn't stand it. Everything I'd gained, everything I'd worked so hard for, was so cruelly ripped up from me. It was like I'd died. I was no longer the poor, grief-stricken wife. I was the happiest and luckiest woman in the world. It destroyed me from the inside out. I needed it. The sympathy, the victimhood. I craved it stronger than ever before. This must be what opioid addicts feel like when the euphoria is so suddenly stripped from them. The cold shaking of my fingertips felt just as much like withdrawals. So, I decided to kill my husband again. This time make sure he was really never going to come back. Never ruin my life again. I went out for a drive and bought some sleeping pills. Lots. Just over-the-counter stuff, but strong ones nonetheless. A few bottles, on being his favorite wine, and a couple of steaks to make his favorite meal. I'm not that much of a villain, you know. I'm kind enough to at least send him out with his one last hurrah. I slaved away in the kitchen, making sure that the steak dinner was piping hot and ready to be consumed once he'd walked through the door. I'd even lit some candles as well, and dressed up nicely, putting on makeup in the exact way he liked it. I practiced in the mirror, the bashful looks and fluttering of lashes that were just coy enough to give him the implication that I was going to give him, my dear husband, everything he deserved. He'd arrived home and picked me up with glee at the sight of what I had prepared, swinging me around and peppering kisses all over my neck. The girlish giggles I'd forced out of my chest were truly convincing, if I do say so myself, and we sat down in the living room, ready to eat. "I hope you like it," I said softly, A $1,000,000 smile stretched over my face. How could I not? This is perfect. You are perfect, he lovingly gushed, cutting a piece of meat and placing it in his mouth. He moaned in pleasure. Simply divine. You really should become a chef. Write a cookbook. I giggled once again, ignoring the nagging disdain that threatened to furrow his brow. Oh, I forgot, I said, clasping my hands together in the most adorable way I could muster. Would you like a glass of wine? I bought your favorite. It seemed impossible that his grin could grow any wider, but it did. Wow, yeah, please. With that, I sauntered off to the kitchen, swaying my hips seductively as I left. Men are such fickle creatures, and hopefully any remaining doubts in his mind would soon be overridden with lustful thoughts. From the living room, I could hear him muttering to himself, words along the lines of, "What did I do to deserve her?" and the like. I was ever so fortunate that my husband was a white wine drinker, and me a red, so bringing in 2 distinct glasses would be no alarm to him. I'd already opened the bottle, hours before he'd arrived, filling the bottle with packet after packet of crushed sleeping pills, which had allowed enough time for them to fully dissolve into the pale liquid. I emerged back into the living room, placing his glass of wine in front of him whilst taking a sip from my own, and kissed him on his cheek. A small blush arose from him, and he gleamed with mirth. We continued to chat over dinner. A few seductive glances passed between us before he swayed slightly and fell asleep in his chair. I checked his pulse. It was still there. Slowly his body crumpled onto the floor, the deep slumber rendering his muscles useless. Here was the tricky part. I could have left him there, to inevitably choke on his own tongue or vomit, which wasn't entirely out of the question, seeing as I'd put enough sleeping pills in the wine to kill a horse. But seeing his strong frame lay on the ground made me question if it was enough to kill him. If he'd survived, that would mean the money I'd wasted on this whole ordeal was worthless, not to mention another day of agonizing withdrawals from the ultimate pleasure of being pitied. So, I changed out of my outfit and put on plain black clothing, with the washing up gloves on for good measure. Luckily, I still had a stash of COVID masks left over from the pandemic, and after placing one over my mouth and nose, along with a shower cap to prevent any hair from falling onto him, I got a hammer out of my husband's toolbox and stood over him. I had a few practice takes, swinging the hammer in the air to see what method would cause the most damage. Then I got to work. I felt bad for him, of course, sleeping there blissfully like a baby, but like any addict, I would do anything to get my fix, so I smashed his skull until his entire forehead caved in. It surprised me how little force was needed to really get in there. Near his brains. It was child's play, and rather therapeutic. With each splatter and squelch, I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders, and though I hate to admit it, because I'm not really a psychopathic maniac, it was so unimaginably pleasurable. I was no longer forcing the giggles out. They racked my body uncontrollably. I cleaned up, satisfied with my work, and dragged his body into the bathroom and placed him into the bath, allowing the shower head to help bleed him out. I checked Facebook once more, and everything was back to normal. The family photos, the post I'd made about his demise, and the messages from his friends were all back to the way they were. The way they should be. That night I slept so soundly, knowing that my once again dead husband was in the bathroom downstairs. But the next morning he was there in bed with me again. The feeling of his chest against my back, his arms wrapped around my body, warm, alive, just like nothing had happened. I sobbed so much. Once again, the desperate relief I desired was ripped so cruelly from my grasp. Venom laced my veins, and I turned to look at him, his eyes blinking from waking up. "Morning," he smiled, kissing my forehead. I squirmed. "What's wrong?" I shot up out of bed, grasping for breath. How could he do this to me? How could he claim he loved me when he denied me such needed pleasures? "Oh dear, are you upset about last night?" he questioned, his eyes holding that taunting glint in them once again. I refrained from answering. "I really didn't appreciate that, you know. To think you'd be so naive to try and get rid of me again." He chuckled before getting out of bed to approach me. "It doesn't matter, though. I don't mind. You shouldn't try it again, though. You don't know how hard I've tried to make this work." He nestled his head into the crook of my neck. He knew what he was doing, playing with me, hurting me. "What do you want?" I spat out, pushing him away. He wasn't startled at all. He just kept smiling sleepily at me, like I was the cutest thing on the planet. It made me sick. "I just told you, I want to make this work," he repeated, scoffing like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I suppose it's time to come clean now. The argument we'd had, the first time that I'd killed him, was because I had wanted a divorce. I was feeling trapped, like I hadn't lived my life properly, fully. I'd been with my husband since I could remember, as childhood friends, to dating as teens, to married as young adults, as my friends went out to party, to have fun, to fulfill fickle desires with one-night stands and toxic shags. I was working to provide for a life that I'd never known otherwise. He, of course, never wanted to leave me. That's when I'd pushed him away, to his untimely demise. "Till death do us part, remember?" He kissed my hand, rubbing his cheek against it lovingly. I snatched it away and slapped him with the other. He didn't seem fazed at all, just continued to look at me with an enamored expression until I'd left the bedroom. Throughout the past week, I murdered my husband more times than I could count. I drowned him, electrocuted him, poisoned and suffocated him. I set him alight. I beat him to death. I even stabbed him right in the neck. But every time I killed him, he came right back as loving as ever. He never fought back when I murdered him. He stared at me blissfully. Even when I'd poured gasoline over his head, or lowered the hairdryer into the bath, he just sighed with slight annoyance, but shrugged it off, chuckling at my failures, my incompetency. It drove me mad, but I had noticed my thirst for pity, for attention from grieving family members and friends, had begun to diminish. I no longer craved seeing the messages pop up on my Facebook, offering condolences and such. Instead, I craved the feeling of getting rid of him. Tonight I'd sat down and had a conversation with him, one which finally opened my eyes. He'd cuddled up to me on the sofa as we watched some terrible telenovela rerun, and I'd simply let him shower me in affection. I'd given up on trying to push him away. "Why won't you die?" I asked tiredly. He simply chuckled. "I thought we'd been over this, sweetheart. Till death do us part." He kissed my cheek, curling his fingers in my hair. "So why won't you part? You've died multiple times by now, and you still keep coming back." He sighed, shaking his head. That same sickeningly sweet smile plastered on his face, as unwavering as usual. "It seems you didn't take our vows seriously." He kissed again. "It's not till death I do part. It's us do part." I poured my heart and soul into those vows, which is why I'm still here. I'm here until we both go. He sighed longingly into my neck. You should count it as a blessing, really. You can hurt me all you want, and I'm still going to be right here, by your side. So, think of this as my final confession, my plea for forgiveness. Forgive me, for I have sinned, and at least I will be here no more. My husband is sleeping soundly next to me as I write this, his fingertips clasped around my waist. He has no idea that I had left his car running all night. No idea about the hose I attached to the exhaust pipe that leads into our room from the window, strapped to my mouth with tape. He has no idea that I took his words so literally, that he'd been so unaware of the lengths I'd go to squash his existence for the final time, even at the expense of my own. He's right. Till death do us part. So, it's my turn to depart. I grew up in a small town, nestled on the banks of the River Rhine in Germany. It's a charming town, known for its lush vineyards and picturesque half-timbered houses. But for the locals, there's a peculiar tradition that defines our community. The skin exchange. Every year during the spring equinox, about 40 days before Walpurgis Night, a kind of second Halloween here in the country, our residents gather to celebrate this unusual tradition. During the festival, the townspeople dress up as animals. The ritual dates back to ancient times when our ancestors believed that dressing up as animals would bring good luck and prosperity to the harvest. Although I grew up seeing the preparations for the festival and participating in the children's celebrations during the day, I never had the opportunity to participate in the adult version. After all, it's only allowed for adults, as a rite of passage, and I hadn't reached that age until this year. Me and my 3 friends, Anna, Johannes, and Lars, had planned this night for years. It's today! It's today! Anna shouted as we left school. I carefully picked out my mask. I wonder if I'll find my animal spirit tonight. She's always been fascinated by witchcraft, mysticism, and the like. Oh, it's not a big deal. At least it'll be fun to have an event to stay out late on the streets and drink a bit. That's it. Johannes always played the skeptic. I'm going more for culture anyway. Culture? Yeah, right. He was going because of Anna. Everyone always knew he had a crush on her. Everyone except the girl. Ah, whatever, Lars said, nonchalant as ever. Let's just have fun, okay? Where do we meet again? They all turned to me. I was the one in charge of these arrangements, sort of the leader of the group. It's at the end of the main avenue, just before the old road, where the procession starts. Be there at 8:30, okay? Throughout the afternoon, we exchanged excited messages about our costumes and what we would do during the party. The sun had already disappeared and the first stars were emerging when I finished my homework. I have a bit of OCD and I usually do these things as soon as possible, or else I really can't enjoy the weekend. I jumped back when I saw the time, rushing to the shower to take a quick bath and change. My mother was on the way. What's wrong, dear? She was already dressed for the occasion, holding a bear mask in her hands, the synthetic fur, neatly braided in a brown tone, with its top covered by round ears. Late for the festival? Oh, yeah, we're already going, she said, pointing outside. Are you coming? I looked at the clock. 7:30. You can go without me. I'll be there later. I took a quick shower, and at exactly 8 o'clock, I was leaving home, my robe tied with a rope at the waist and the crow mask, with its beak projecting in front of me, creating a small layer of air. I looked at my wrist, seeing 8:25 as I made the last turn to reach the agreed place. In the distance, I saw 3 figures standing in the way. They soon turned to me as I approached. It was them. Anna wore a fox mask, the fur carefully brushed upwards. Next to her, I couldn't distinguish the others, but I suppose Lars was the one wearing a deer mask, with decorative antlers extending beyond his head, and Johannes wore a wolf mask, with wild, piercing eyes and alert ears. "You finally made it," Anna exclaimed, looking radiant in her costume. "You're a little late, my dear crow friend," Johannes said, giving me a pat on the shoulder. "Just a bit," Lars added with a mischievous laugh. "Sorry, I was finishing up some things at home," I said, trying to disguise my haste. "Let's go. We don't want to miss the start of the party." Together we joined the crowd gathering in the main square. As we approached, the sound of laughter and music echoed through the narrow streets of the town. The colorful lights illuminated the way as we mingled with the other participants of the skin exchange. As we walked along the rustic road, Anna decided to share a bit more about the history behind the skin exchange. Her voice was filled with enthusiasm, as if she had prepared the speech for years. "Did you know that the skin exchange dates back to ancient times, when our ancestors believed that dressing up as animals would bring good luck and prosperity to the harvest?" She began, her eyes shining with excitement. "They believed that by disguising themselves, they could connect with the spirits of nature and receive their blessings for the coming year." "It's amazing to think how these superstitions have endured until today," Johannes commented. "Yes, exactly," Anna enthusiastically agreed. "And what's most interesting is how this tradition relates to Walpurgis Night. It is said that she rid Germany of witchcraft and pagans, so the festival represents a period of return to paganism, a kind of contrast with the celebration of Walpurgis Night that comes after, recounting the story of depaganization. So, in a way, the skin exchange is a celebration of the duality between the old and the new, between paganism and Christianity," I added, impressed with the symbolism behind it. "Exactly," Anna exclaimed, smiling widely. "And that's why I've always found this festival so fascinating. It's like we're connected to our ancestral roots, honoring the spirits of nature and celebrating life in a unique and magical way." "Wow, why don't they teach this in school?" Lars added. As Anna continued, now in a monologue, I could feel the contagious energy of her passion for the festival, and I found myself absorbed. For a moment I forgot the oddities around us and allowed myself to be enveloped by the ancient history she was sharing. After all, there was something deeply captivating about the beliefs and rituals that shaped our small community over time. As we walked towards the meeting point, the air was imbued with the electric energy of the night. The city seemed to come alive with the flickering torchlights, and the sounds of drums echoing through the narrow streets. When we reached the main avenue, we joined the crowd of residents, all dressed in their wild costumes. Anna danced to the music, her fox dress gracefully moving with each step. Lars wasn't far behind, swaying his deer head back and forth in time with the beat. Johannes was more reserved, along with me, but even with a mask on, I could tell he was watching the scene with a smile. The music now intensified, louder drum beats echoing through the trees, disturbing the natural stillness of the night. Now everyone was in a clearing, dancing in a circle around the bonfire. It looked like a Sabbath. I think that's the word. Suddenly my phone rang. Who would call at this hour? I thought, still watching them bring more torches to be lit on the bonfire. I looked at the screen. Mom. Well, I hadn't seen her yet. I scanned the area trying to find her, but none of the bears there was a woman. I answered the call. "Hi, Mom." I asked, trying to locate her among the crowd. Hi, honey. I'm with your dad here in the square. Are you coming? Her voice sounded excited on the other end of the line. The square? Yeah, I sent you the notice that it would be here. They decided last minute not to do the procession on the dirt road, remember? My memory hit me. We were so excited about the party that we forgot about that. But then... Son? Her voice came through the phone again. Where are you? I'm on my way, I replied to my mom, trying to keep calm as my mind spun in confusion. I hung up the phone and looked around. My eyes frantically scanned the masked crowd. I didn't recognize anyone. No one else from the town. No one but us. A shiver ran down my spine as I held onto the phone tightly. As the lights flickered and trembled, partially illuminating the revelers, realization washed over me. I understood what was happening. I frantically looked for Johannes. He was still leaning against a tree. I approached him cautiously, stopping a bit before him. Johannes? I called. Yes? He replied. I moved closer to him, near his ear, and whispered in a low voice words that still make me shiver to this day. They're not masks. My heart began to hammer in my chest as the words echoed in my mind. Johannes looked at me with a confused expression. He looked around for a while and seemed almost to stagger backwards. They weren't people dressed as animals. They were animals. Or perhaps something that looked very much like them. Johannes looked at me with an expression of disbelief, his eyes sweeping the crowd as if searching for some confirmation that what I had said couldn't be true. But as his eyes settled on the masked dancers around the bonfire, the horror that was in his heart became visible through his eyes. What do you mean by, they're not masks? He whispered, his voice trembling with fear. I don't know, I replied, my own voice now filled with uncertainty. But look at them. Those faces, they're really moving. It's their actual faces. Anna approached, her eyes confused as she listened to our conversation. I realized that the atmosphere around us was changing, becoming heavier somehow, and sinister as the unsettling truth seeped into our collective consciousness. Are you guys okay? She asked. I waited until she approached and told her about what we saw, about my mom in the square and everything else. She seemed to stifle a scream with her hand over her mouth. And what are we gonna do now? She asked, her trembling fingers still clutching the fox mask to her face. Let's get out of here quickly, but without drawing attention. Where's Lar? A neigh interrupted my speech. There was a creature, something that I can only approximate to the appearance of a horse, its head raised as it emitted the sharp sound. The music stopped. The silence was apprehensive as it turned towards us. The flames crackled, and their shadows danced. One by one, the other animals began to do the same, their wild expressions now seeming more menacing than festive. We started to walk carefully, but 2 or 3 steps later, and we were already running. Anna took the lead quickly, while I tried to keep up with that fast little fox. The creatures were now closing in on us, forcing us to deviate from the path. The girl who was leading us passed by, and her reasoning was quick. She managed to notice the guy with the deer head behind us, quickly pulling him by the hand. Okay, Lars is here, she shouted. I looked back to see Johannes almost stopping, fatigued. He had already removed the mask and now struggled to keep up with us, our hearts pounding wildly as we ran through the dark forest. The creatures pursued us, their heavy footsteps echoing behind us. As we dodged through bushes, we desperately tried to find a safe place to hide. Finally, we found refuge on a large rock on a tight slope. Breathless and trembling with fear, we crouched behind it, keeping as quiet as possible as the creatures passed by us, sniffing the air with their animalistic noses. "What's going on?" Johannes whispered, his voice trembling with fear. "I don't know," I replied, my head spinning with confusion and terror. "But we need to find a way to get to the square as soon as possible. We can't stay hidden forever." "What?" Anna asked. "I can't hear anything with these things," she said, removing my mask. The feeling of freedom that accompanied the removal of the mask was overwhelming. My breathing came easier, and I could feel the cool night air against my skin. Okay, that was refreshing. I said, "We need to go to the square. My mom will meet us there." I spoke as I enjoyed the fresh air. "Right," she said, also removing the fox and now showing her thin face and dark eyes. "Do you at least know where it is?" I thought for a moment. "I can't remember. This rush has disoriented me. And you, Johannes?" He watched over the rock. Now the creatures had moved away. "Look, I think I can find the way, but with difficulty. Lars is better at these things than me." I remembered Lars was with us. He must be very scared. Usually he was the most talkative of the group. I turned to talk to him. "And then?" My voice decreased gradually until the last syllable. Beside us, the face of the deer was turned to us, staring at us. Its antlers gleamed in the faint moonlight filtering through the treetops. Terror gripped us as we realized it wasn't our friend, its empty eyes staring at us as if mocking our distress. It was having fun with us. That thing then stood up, raised its head, and let out one of those strange noises we had heard before, which by now should have already alerted the others. We tried to run, but it grabbed Anna's arm as she got up. She screamed in terror as she struggled to free herself from the creature's claws. Johannes and I ran to help her, our hands outstretched in desperation as we fought to push the deer away from our friend. But it seemed futile. The creature was strong and resilient, and its grip was firm as a press. "Anna, hold on," Johannes shouted, his voice echoing in the darkness of the forest. He grabbed a heavy stone from the ground and hit it hard on the creature's arm. The beast howled in pain, dropping instantly and falling on its own arm, as if protecting it. We took advantage of the opening to escape. I ran like I had never run before, my lungs burning and legs trembling with effort. The forest was a maze of shadows and obstacles, but we couldn't afford to hesitate. After a while we managed to get out of the main road, but we followed it from within the forest, hidden by the foliage mantle. The creatures mainly transited in the narrow, rustic path of beaten earth. They knew we were trying to get home. One or two were in the forest, but not enough, and we managed to go unnoticed. "We're close to town," Johannes whispered, his voice mixed with the sound of our light footsteps. I could see the distant lights of the city beyond the trees, a comforting sight that urged us to continue. Finally, we emerged from the shadows of the forest and could see the main street in the distance, where we came from at the beginning of the night. As we turned, I saw at the end of the street a person standing. It was a slimmer, feminine silhouette. I followed with my eyes, from her feet to her head, adorned with 2 round ears. "Mom?" I said as our eyes met. She walked towards us, her arms open for a hug, but as she approached, I noticed there was something wrong with her. Her movements were strange, awkward. A shiver ran down my spine as I watched her figure approaching with her contour taking shape. A strange shape. "Son?" she called, but her voice was strange, almost a growl. "Are you okay?" Her words seemed to come from some distant place. A feeling of dread seized me as I struggled to understand what was happening. What's happening?" I asked, my words coming out in a trembling whisper. She approached even closer, her hands reaching out towards me, but as she got closer I could see that it wasn't my mother. Her face was distorted, teeth protruding from his mouth and a large snout trembling where his nose should have been, and his hands were sharp claws ready to grab. My mind froze in front of that. I could see now, illuminated by the lamppost, every detail of those things. Their bodies almost broken to stay upright, their fur disheveled, missing in some spots, showing purple and pale skins. Maybe they weren't even animals. My hands trembled, but my legs stayed in place. "Run!" Johannes shouted, his voice full of panic, pulling me by the arm out of that trance. Without hesitation, we ran in the opposite direction, our steps echoing through the deserted streets of the town. I looked back one last time and saw the sinister figure disappearing into the darkness, its fangs shining in the dim light of the moon. Finally, we reached the safety of the main square, where my mother and father awaited us anxiously, already without their masks. We told them what had happened, but they looked at us with disbelief, as if they didn't believe our words. "We should go home," my mother said. "If you want to invite Johannes and Lars to sleep over, no problem, but enough of making up stories." We glanced at each other. Lars? He was in the forest. We created a confusion of sounds as we tried at the same time to tell my mother what had happened to him. It took a few moments for her to understand, her expression turning serious. We ran to the police station where the sheriff listened to our story, taking notes at some points. "Look, kids, we warned everyone about the festival because some wild animals have been seen in the forest recently, especially a large bear. They don't usually track humans, but you never know. We'll let you know if we find your friend." Lars' parents burst into tears, worried about their son, and we were even more concerned, knowing that it wasn't a wolf we should be worried about. The night dragged on in a fog of nightmares and fear as we waited for news of our missing friend. Every sound in the darkness made us jump. Every shadow made us tremble with dread, but finally, at dawn, we received word that Lars had been found, unharmed but disoriented, wandering through the forest. We rushed to find him, relief flooding our hearts as we saw his familiar face, without the deer mask this time. Lars never spoke about what happened, or at least he was in shock, his gaze fixed, crying and sobbing when he tried to do so. It's been a few years since that happened, and nowadays we no longer live in our village. I moved to the capital. I'm finishing college and sharing an apartment with my girlfriend. I think you know her. Her name is Anna. Well, Johannes was a bit mad at me for a while after I started dating her, but he soon fell into the arms of another girl, and they're expecting their child now. Lars shows up from time to time. He works at sea on a ship crew. I'm writing this because every year at the same time I remember that. Our lives didn't turn upside down after that. We didn't enter a supernatural world or anything like that. It happened, and as quickly as it came, it was gone. Johannes still teases me to this day, saying it was a collective hallucination. But you know something I never told him? The sheriff that night said a bear had been spotted around there, but I recently learned that there are no more bears in Germany. Not for a long time. I don't have an answer for what that was. I do consider myself a bit skeptical. I looked down at the creaky basement stairs trailing off into a void of darkness. I tried to swallow, but my throat wouldn't let me. I was too afraid. My grandmom's house was a mostly pleasant place to me, all except the basement, that is. The basement was old and smelled of mildew and dust. The stairs leading down were the wooden ones that have gaps behind each stair, which only amplified the feeling that when you walked down, something would grab you from underneath. There were 3 singular lights down there that had to be turned on with pull cords, so you had to go down into the near complete darkness to turn them on. I stood at the top of the stairs, my childhood imagination running wild with thoughts of monsters in the darkness. I knew I had to go down. Both my grandparents were disabled, so it had to be me to go bring up the things from the freezer my grandmom needed. I knew the very real risk of one of them injuring themselves down there greatly outweighed my fear of things that lurk in the dark. I took a deep, shaky breath and ran down the stairs as fast as I could and sprinted towards the first light. Click. The dim light buzzed softly with electricity as it came to life. It only illuminated about a 4-foot circle around me. I looked around at the old workbench and all the random stuff that was down there, which did nothing but creep me out even more. There were so many dark corners for things to lurk, and the dim ring of light around me only made the rest of the darkness seem more oppressive. As I was preparing myself to run to the next light near the old fridge, suddenly I was plunged into darkness. I didn't hear a click or that distinct popping noise of a bulb dying. It was just silent. Waves of fear washed over me as my mind raced. I had to do something. I ran towards the next light, feeling invisible hands reaching for me as I moved. Click. Nothing. The lights weren't working. I pulled the chain again, keeping my eyes shut tight, just praying that when I pulled it again, I'd see a flash of light through my eyelids. But I didn't. It was dark. The only light in the basement was the subtle glow of the streetlights coming through the tiny basement windows. I told myself on repeat there was nothing there, and monsters weren't real, trying to find any shred of bravery left in me. I took a deep breath as I flung the door of the freezer open and grabbed the things my grandmom had asked me to bring up. I started turning to run back to the stairs when I heard the worst noise I could have imagined at that moment. The basement door slammed shut loudly and forcefully. Whack. No, 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 please no. I scrambled up the stairs as fast as my body would carry me and tried desperately to open the door. It wouldn't budge. The door didn't have a lock on it, but it did stick in the frame sometimes and was hard for even a grown adult to open, let alone a young girl. My grandparents never closed it for exactly that reason. Grandmom? Grandpa? Someone please, please open the door. I dropped everything I was holding and violently shook the door handle as hard as I could. I yanked and pulled on it desperately, but it didn't move. The door opened in towards the basement, so ramming myself into it wasn't an option. But truthfully, I wasn't strong enough to unstick the door, let alone bash my way through it. Then a horrible thought crept into my mind. The door faced inward. There was no draft at all, let alone one strong enough to have done that. Someone had to have slammed it like that, from inside the basement. Then I remembered just to the left of the fridge was the cellar door that led to the outside, but I'd have to go all the way across the basement to get there. I sat for a moment with my head against the door, and my back scrunched tightly against the wall, trying to figure out what to do when I heard a noise from below. Shh. It was just a quiet little scuffle, like someone dragging something across the concrete floor, but it sounded like it was directly below me. I froze as I listened. And then there it was again. It sounded like it was moving from under the stairs towards the bottom step. I was shaking so violently. If someone had seen me, they probably would have thought I was having a seizure. Maybe I was. I don't really know. Grandmom? Grandpa? Please, please open the door. I slammed my fists as hard as I could against the door. From below me I heard the same sound growing closer. Please. I slammed my fists so hard I had long, colorful bruises on them for over a week after. I'm truthfully amazed I didn't break any bones in my hands. As I heard the noise again, I turned my head towards the bottom of the stairs. I thought for a second I could make out the outline of some tall, lanky, dark figure hunched over just past the stairs, but beginning to stand up in the darkness below. In that moment, the purest form of fight or flight took over my body. It was almost like being possessed by someone else, someone far braver and smarter than me. Before I could have any more thoughts, I launched myself through the gap in the railing onto the concrete floor. I hit the ground hard, but I had too much adrenaline to carry. I heard some kind of deep, raspy, inhuman groan coming from behind me as I got back onto my feet and started running towards the cellar doors. I could hear whatever it was, joints crackling and popping, as it shuffled towards me, making that awful dragging noise. I didn't dare turn around to see it. As I finally reached the little stairs leading to freedom, I slammed my shoulder as hard as I could against the cellar doors. They were heavy and barely moved at all when I slammed into them, but I knew this was life or death. I wedged myself between the top step and one side of the doors and pushed myself against the door up with all the strength I had in me. I heard the raspy groan growing closer and louder. I pushed the door as hard as I could until I could see the backyard. I felt something unnaturally cold and bony swipe against my leg as I fell out onto the ground. GatorSwampWitch? I heard my grandmom say in a completely confused voice from over by the pond. Honey, what are you doing? The basement. The door. Slammed shut. I panted, my mind still racing. As the comfort of adults being with me again started to melt the fear off me, I gained enough courage to look down the cellar steps. For just a moment, I saw something slink away back into the darkness. It looked pale and bony and just wrong. I saw a singular bloodshot eye that was far too big and wide with no iris as it vanished into the darkness. As soon as that eye connected sight with mine, the fear returned, and I slammed the door shut aggressively. Baby, what are you doing? Are you okay? My grandmom started to make her way over to me with a look of grave concern on her face. What happened to you? I looked down at myself. I was covered in dust and dirt, bleeding in a few places. The side of my body that hit the basement floor when I jumped off the stairs was covered in scraps with purple bruises beginning to form underneath. The sides of my fists were swollen and already beginning to change colors from banging so hard against the door. After I gained my composure for a moment, I looked at my grandmom's sweet, concerned face. The basement door slammed shut on me and I thought I thought something else was down there. I was yelling for you guys, but no one answered me. I knew as I was saying it she wasn't going to believe me that something was down there. I shook my head and covered my face in my hands. I'm so sorry, honey. We came outside to feed the fish when you went down. Can't hear anything from out here. Not at our age, anyway. She smiled playfully but dropped her smile once she realized how shaken up I really was. The dark can play tricks on your mind sometimes. That's probably all it was. She smiled again and rubbed her hand against my back gently. Why don't you go inside and get yourself washed up, and we'll watch a movie when we're done out here. Maybe some ice cream? I walked inside from the back of the house so I wouldn't have to go past the basement. As I was washing all the dirt off myself, and cleaning up my scrapes, I heard the distinct pop of the basement door unsticking, followed by the slow creak of the hinges. I froze in place, listening to every possible sound. It was quiet. I peeked my head out the little window to see both of my grandparents were still outside by the pond. The bathroom was in the same hallway as basement door, so I got on the ground and looked under the crack of the door. I couldn't see much, but I could see that the basement door was wide open now, and a few of the things I had dropped sitting on the steps. I didn't see movement, and I couldn't hear the grotesque raspy groans of crackling or that thing moving. I opened the door slowly, trying not to make a sound, and stepped into the hallway. I inched closer towards the steps, keeping my eyes fixed on the black void in the basement. Nothing was there. I slid my way past the open basement door into the kitchen to grab a flashlight. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it all around into the dark basement. Still nothing. By some miracle, none of the things I dropped fell off the stairs and were all still between the first and third steps. It's all in your head. Grandmom is right. Nothing was there. You're okay, I told myself, keeping the flashlight fixed towards the steps. I knelt down as far back from the actual basement as I could to grab the things I dropped. Just as I was about to grab the last item, I heard a dishearteningly familiar sound. A slow, dragging shuffle combined with popping and cracking. Not from the basement, from behind me. I turned my head towards the hallway and then felt the life force drain out of me as my eyes once again met those horrible, irisless, bloodshot eyes. Whatever it was tall and thin, covered in semi-translucent pale flesh that seemed like it was draped over the thing's skeleton. It didn't seem like it was attached in any meaningful way. Its arms and torso were both too long and skinny. So were its horrible bony fingers with black rotten nails. And its face. Its face. Two bulging bloodshot eyes that were too close together with tiny black dots in the middle. A long, thin mouth with no lips that were just parted enough to reveal what seemed to be rows of thin, yellow-orange, needle-like teeth. It seemed to have no expression on its face, but looking at it pierced through my soul with hopelessness. It looked like the result of a mad scientist trying to combine an emaciated human-alien hybrid with an anglerfish or something horrible like that. Fear once again took over. I tried to scream, but instead my mouth just hung open silently. I wanted to run, but my body betrayed me. I was paralyzed, kneeling on the floor, just staring at this thing. It slowly began to move towards me, making those horrible noises. The way it moved was unnatural. It was almost like when you're watching someone move in a strobe light, disjointed, like it was teleporting a few inches at a time more than walking with its legs, despite the noises it made as it moved. It was within a few feet of me as it began reaching out towards me with its horrible twisted fingers. As it reached out to touch me, my body abruptly released me from fear paralysis, and I screamed at the top of my lungs. I didn't know I was capable of making a noise like that. I screamed so loud I seemed to startle the thing for a second. It paused before turning its head 180 degrees with a sickening crunch to face the back door. I heard the door fly open, and my grandparents both calling my name with almost as much fear as I had. The thing let out a wailing, groaning scream, for lack of a better word, and fled back into the basement. As I sat there shaking like a leaf, I saw my grandparents standing at the end of the hallway. What? I'd never seen my grandparents look scared before. My grandmom rushed towards me with a quickness I didn't know she was capable of. She quickly ushered me out of the house as she yelled to my grandfather, directing him to go back out the door. Call the police now. I don't remember most of the rest of the night. My grandparents rushed me outside, and we all stood in their driveway and waited for them to arrive. It felt like hours to me, but it was probably less than 10 to 20 minutes before they arrived. They searched the whole house and yard, but they found nothing. When they asked us all for details about what we saw, my grandparents said it was a tall, skinny, naked, hairless man they'd seen run down into the basement. But I knew it wasn't a man. It wasn't human. I didn't tell the police that, though. I knew no adult would really take me seriously if I explained the full extent of everything. I didn't want this to be dismissed as a child's overactive imagination, even if my grandparents had seen it too. I just told the police the basement door slammed shut. I thought I heard someone down there, and then saw someone in the hallway when I went to pick the things back up. I think some part of me just didn't really want to relive the whole thing again either. They did a full investigation of the basement, the house, searched the surrounding neighborhood and woods, but nothing ever came of it as far as anyone told me. Thankfully, less than 6 months later, my grandparents ended up moving to a retirement home that was closer to our house, and I never had to go down into that basement again. But I will never forget what happened that night. I still sleep with the lights on a lot of the time, and I do everything in my power to avoid having any dark or open spaces behind me. I hate to admit that, but I'd rather people think I'm scared than ever have to see that thing again. I don't think I'll ever feel truly safe again for the rest of my life. It's been more than 15 years since it happened, but some part of me will always be on edge, waiting for my gaze to meet those horrible eyes again. Even thinking about retelling this story has made me the most afraid I've ever been in my life. I suppose if I keep it bottled up, I'll go insane. God knows the security company isn't talking. I feel like if I don't warn people, and they go there... Alright, if I'm telling the story, then I'd better back up a bit. It started a little over a month ago. I work for a security firm that guards projects all over the country. I'm sort of a specialist. It seems like if there's some weird stuff happening at a site, I get called in. I'm not sure why. Maybe my ex-military background, or maybe the fact that... Well, we'll get to that. This place up in New England was having some trouble. A local firm was remodeling an old church when workers suddenly started quitting. No one seemed to have a good reason why they didn't want to work there anymore. So guess who got the call to come in and straighten things out? Driving up there gave me the most profound feeling of being alone I've ever had. And mind you, I've sat watching caves, foxholes, ditches, some of the most godforsaken places on the planet, all by my lonesome, and never did I feel as soul-crushingly alone as driving up that little 2-lane road that was the only sign of humanity as the trees seemed to close in on me from every side. As unnerving as that was, it was nothing compared to pulling into the little town where the church was. It was like the nightmare scene from a B horror movie. I guess arriving at night in the middle of a rainstorm didn't help. I pulled in beside the only vehicle I saw and ran inside the hotel that looked like a saloon out of an old western. I barely got the door closed until there was a light and a gun shoved in my face. "Who the hell are you?" said a man from somewhere behind the glare of a flashlight. "Jones," I said, slowly raising my hands. "I was called in to help out with your worker problem." The light lowered, but the gun stayed. "What company do you work for?" "Sentinel Security." I saw the man relax a little, but mostly I was happy that he lowered his gun. In the best of times, a gun in this situation is less than ideal. All kinds of accidents can happen. I've seen many innocent bystanders fall victim to contagious gunfire. The man stepped over to a table and sat. As I looked around the room, I was surprised at how much it looked like a movie set from an old western, right down to the lit lanterns on the tables and hanging from the rafters. He beckoned me over, and I sat across from him. Judging by the welcome, I'm guessing the workers aren't the only ones who are spooked, I said. He looked at the gun, then laid it on the table. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, but there was a tiredness in his eyes. He looked weary and haggard. Truth be told, I'm not even sure a gun would do any good. Maybe you should tell me when the trouble started. He looked at me, and I could see worry tugging at his eyes. Your contract's open, right? I nodded. Which means you have to finish the job or you don't get paid, right? I nodded again. He looked me over for a long moment, then sat back, drained his glass of amber-colored liquid, and sighed. I bought this town a while back, he started. Recently, with the passing of my wife, I decided I needed to throw myself into a project to keep me busy. I wanted to revitalize this town and turn it into a tourist attraction. I'm sorry for your loss. He nodded in recognition, but never said another word about her. Things were going along smoothly, he said. The buildings you see have all been restored. They look good. You should have seen them when we started, he scoffed. They were falling apart. No one had lived here for years. That's why I was able to buy the whole place for next to nothing. I'm thinking that's not the only reason. Yes, he said as a haunted look passed through his eyes. We saved the church for last because it needed the most work. But once they started remodeling is when things began to happen. Things? It wasn't much at first. Shovels and saws would go missing. Tools would be left in fine order at night, only to be in complete disarray in the morning. For a while, the workers blamed each other, saying there was a prankster among them. But that wasn't the case. Oh, how I wish it was. I waited for a long moment for him to continue. We found the first body shortly after that. He said so quietly I barely heard him. Of a worker? He nodded. Dead? He nodded again. Why didn't you stop everything and leave? Because it was already too late, he said. We had disturbed it. Disturbed what? He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. He shook his head and looked away. For a moment I could swear I saw a tear run down his cheek. I'm sorry, he said, rubbing his palms on his face. Let me take you to your room and we'll discuss this further in the morning. My curiosity wanted him to finish the story, but it seemed like his weariness had been amplified by alcohol. I followed him as he carried the lantern up the stairs to the first door and opened it for me. He handed me the light and told me the bathroom was across the hall if I needed it. I'll be here bright and early in the morning to give you the dollar tour, he said, sounding more like a host. Aren't you staying here tonight? His eyes flashed genuine fear. Not here, he said. I'll be back in the morning. I looked around the comfortable-looking room, trying to decide what was so wrong with it, as he stepped to the door. Oh, by the way, he said, stopping at the doorway. Don't bother with your cell phone. There's no signal up here. I glanced down at my phone, and when I looked up, he was gone. I picked up the lantern and stepped to the doorway, but I didn't hear him leaving. You would have thought someone walking out on a hardwood floor would make some noise, but it was silent. The only noise I heard was the rain pelting against the windows. Since I was already in the hallway, I decided to check out the bathroom. I walked a short distance down the hall and found it to be functional and clean, but nothing extraordinary. While I was there, I used the toilet and washed my hands, then went to my room and got my toiletries kit to brush my teeth. Carrying a lantern around was a little disconcerting. I've had to deal without electricity many times before, but that wasn't what was bothering me. The shadows from the lamp danced all over, giving the impression of others in the room with me. It's strange because I've never had that feeling before. Shadows were always just shadows. I was trained to be cautious of who could be hiding in the shadows, not the shadows themselves. I finished up my bedtime routine and settled into sleep. There wasn't much of anything else to do, so might as well get some rest. One of the things I was taught early on in my career was that anytime you get a chance, rest. You never know when the next chance will come. I laid down on the comfortable bed and did some relaxation exercises. Before I knew it, I was asleep. I woke with a start, not knowing why. It was pitch black in the room. Instead of panicking, I touched my watch to illuminate it and found my phone. Turning on the flashlight and lighting the lamp helped me to get my bearings, but still didn't tell me why I was awake. I sat there for a long moment, then I heard it. There was a loud clanking sound coming from somewhere outside. Sleeping in my clothes when on a job was a habit I'd gotten into when I first started doing private security. Another carryover from the military. I slipped out of bed and into my boots, then strapped on my utility belt and checked to make sure my sidearm was loaded. I turned off the phone's flashlight and grabbed a small utility flashlight from one of the pouches on the belt. For the moment, I holstered the gun and explored with the flashlight. This could be nothing. I didn't want to go in gangbusters just to find some kids playing around or a worker came in early. I double-checked my watch. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Seemed like an odd time for a worker to come in, but stranger things have happened. Working my way down the stairs quietly, I double-checked the bar room. It was empty. Opening the door, I had the strangest feeling that something was wrong. Nothing seemed to be out of place. It had stopped raining, and I stepped out of the street to find a light layer of fog. Looking up and down the street, I heard the noise again. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of the church. Leading with the flashlight, I started in that direction. There seemed to be a slight orange glow coming from inside the building the closer I got. The beam of my flashlight made the air around me glow. It made me feel like I was giving my position away. I fought back the feeling. This was a little town in Vermont, not an active war zone. I had to be cautious, but also temper it with non-lethal actions. The church loomed in front of me. It seemed much larger up close. I climbed the steps and reached for the doorknob when a loud crack sounded behind me. I whipped around, shining my flashlight at everything, but there was nothing there. As I was looking back, I noticed a light in the window of my room. I must have left the lantern lit. As I looked, I saw the light dim for an instant and then got brighter, almost as if someone had walked in front of it. The temperature felt like it was in the lower 70s, but that didn't keep a chill from running down my spine. Someone was curious to know who I was. From years of experience, I found that it's never good if someone wants to find out who you are, but doesn't want to do it face to face. That would be something to deal with when I got back to my room. For now, there was a church to explore. I got the feeling that someone was trying to distract me from entering the church. I reached the top of the stairs and turned the knob, but nothing happened. It didn't feel like it was locked. It was almost as if someone was on the other side, holding the knob. I turned as hard as I could, and it finally gave and the door opened, dragging me inside and nearly knocking me to the floor. Regaining my balance, my hand hovered over my gun, expecting to see someone doing something they weren't supposed to. As I slowly panned around the room, I found something much worse. Absolutely nothing. There was a lit lantern set up on a table near the altar that was in the middle of being restored. Other than that, there were a lot of pews that were halfway constructed. The ones that were finished looked like they had been sanded and were waiting for a layer of stain. I walked down the center aisle as if looking for a seat at a wedding or a funeral. As I approached the partially reconstructed pulpit, I looked up and saw a life-size wooden carving of Jesus on the cross. It looked old, not like wine that ages well, but like decrepit. It had been painted fresh colors at one time, but now it was cracked and peeling away from the carving. It looked grotesque to see the layers of skin peeling away like it was rotting off his body. I'm not the most religious man, but I believe in Jesus. I've prayed enough prayers sitting in foxholes and caves, asking to be rescued from bad situations, and I'm still here. I wouldn't call him and I best buds. I know our relationship could be closer, but seeing him that way, rotting to pieces, was just disturbing. As I looked into his face, I swore I saw his eyes open for an instant. I blinked my own eyes to be sure I was seeing right, but when I looked again, they were closed. It was my imagination playing tricks on me. At least that's what I told myself as I stepped onto the platform and looked around. Off to each side were doors. I went to the one to the right and found a small broom closet. The one on the left held a set of stairs that went down and disappeared into darkness. Just inside the door, there was yellow and black caution tape blocking the way down. I shone the light on the stairs and they looked sturdy enough. I reached for the tape, but before I got a hold of it, a strong hand grabbed my shoulder and turned me around. "What do you think you're doing?" said a man who was a full foot shorter than me, but his grip felt like iron. "I was about to go down those stairs," I said. He looked at me with the incredulous look a parent gave a toddler who was reaching for a hot stove. "And you didn't see the caution tape?" he said. "I saw it." "Who are you anyway? I've never seen you before." "Jones," I said, offering my hand. "I'm with Sentinel Security. I was called to investigate why workers keep quitting." He looked at my hand, then at me. "So this investigation includes ignoring obvious warnings?" My hand was still extended, but had yet to be shaken. I let it fall back to my side. "Are you a worker or a foreman?" He scoffed. "Nothing so formal. I make sure people do what needs to be done." "So, foreman?" His eyes bled with suspicion as he stared at me. "Where did you say you were from again?" As I was about to answer, more workers entered, followed by the owner I'd met last night. "Let's ask the boss if he knows you," the foreman said smugly. The owner locked eyes with me and gave me the strangest look as he walked up to us. "Good morning," he said, addressing both of us. "Good morning, sir," the foreman said. "I caught this man snooping around in here." "Did you know?" he said. "Is that true?" "I wasn't snooping. I was investigating," I said. "Don't you remember our conversation last night?" His eyes opened a hair wider for an instant, then went back to normal. "Of course I do," he said with a smile that seemed forced. "Remind me again. My memory isn't the best." "We met in the saloon, talked for a little bit, and then you showed me to my room." "Indeed?" he said with a raised eyebrow. "Did I say anything else?" "You told me you bought this place after your wife passed away, and problems started after you found the first dead worker." "Dead?" the foreman said with alarm. "When did this happen?" The owner burst into laughter. It appears Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones here has pulled a fast one on you, he said to the foreman. Perhaps he and I should go and discuss the matter in private, and you can continue with your work. The owner grabbed my arm and guided me away from the foreman, whose eyes burned as they followed us out the door. We walked out of the church in silence, as he nodded to workers who were straggling in to start for the day. He led me back to the saloon, and we sat at the same table as before. So you and I met in this saloon last night? He said. At this very table, I said. I came to the door and you pulled a gun on me. His eyebrows raised. Did I know? And what time was this? I'd say around 9. We sat here and talked about what was going on with the workers. And what else did I say? Other than about the worker. I asked why you hadn't left, and you said it was too late. This time he didn't try to hide it. His eyes grew wide. He stared at me for a long moment, then seemed to gather himself. I apologize, Mr. Jones, if this all seems a little strange, he said. You and I did not have a conversation last night. It was my turn to raise my eyebrows. At 9 o'clock last night, I was in bed with my very much alive wife. But you said, and we have not had any workers die. I don't understand. Neither do I. I thought about it for a long moment. You were drinking when you talked to me. Is it possible you were too drunk to remember? He leaned a little closer. I haven't had a drink in 19 years. He reached into his pocket and set a coin on the table. I picked it up and looked at it. It was an AA coin. Then, who did I talk to last night? He put the coin back in his pocket. Are you sure it was me who was drinking? I looked up at him and read suspicion in his eyes. I don't drink. He leaned back in his chair. It seems we've reached an impasse, he said. Perhaps I should call your company and have a different person come and investigate the matter. I wanted to find out what was going on. Perhaps you should give me at least a day to investigate, I said. Unless there's some other reason you don't want me to get to the bottom of this. He smiled, but it wasn't friendly. Please continue your investigation, Mr. Jones, he said. Unimpeded? I will inform the foreman to allow you free rein. Thank you, I said, standing to leave. Just one more thing, he said. What was the last part of what my doppelganger told you? You said it was too late to leave because you had disturbed something. His eyes fell to the table as if in deep thought. I went back to the church and began talking to the workers one by one. Each of them was hesitant to talk around the foreman, but once they were out of earshot, told very similar stories. There had been strange things going on, especially at night. It was more than just tools being moved around. Strange symbols would appear carved into the wood they were using. The owner would tell them to cut the symbols out and use whatever they could of the wood. One of the workers had gone missing, but after a day or so, the owner said he had quit. The strange thing was, no one was able to contact him after that. The more I dug, the more I found. Some of the workers had become curious as to why they were restoring this town in the middle of nowhere. It turned out it had been long suspected that satanic rituals were carried out in this very church. It was also suspected to be the site of one of the earliest witch burnings. But the two facts that stuck out in my mind were no one hung around after dark. That was when things were alleged to get strange. And no one was allowed down the steps I had found before the foreman stopped me. The workers had been told the steps were unsafe and could collapse under the weight of a person. It didn't take much convincing to keep them away from the creepy stairs. By afternoon, I knew exactly what my next move was. I went back to my room and checked around to see if anything was missing. Nothing seemed to be, so I set my watch and took a nap. The alarm went off at 9 o'clock. I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face, then geared up for my expedition. When I got to the church, it was empty. I made a beeline for the left door and the creepy staircase. With flashlights attached to a headband and my waistband, I was good to go to keep my hands free for whatever I might need them for. I attached a safety rope, like mountain climbers do, and found a sturdy spot to anchor it into the wall. If the stairs give out on me, at least I wouldn't fall. As advertised, every stair creaked like it was about to give out, but thankfully, none of them did. The trip down was an assault on the senses. The damp, musty smell of rotting wood and general decay was nearly overwhelming. I was surprised at the general lack of cobwebs. It told me this area wasn't quite as off limits as some had let on. Surprisingly, the bottom didn't open up into a full basement. There were a few wooden shelves at the base of the stairs, but they were empty. Instead, it became a narrow passageway. The floor was made of dirt, and the walls were the same stone of the foundation of the church was made from. It seemed whoever had built this tunnel built at the same time as the church. The ceilings barely made it to 6 feet. I had to duck to keep from brushing my head against it. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but this was the key to discovering what was happening here. I'd been walking for 10 minutes, senses alert, hand on my holstered sidearm. Suddenly the air changed. The smell became more pungent and the air warmer. There was a feeling of closing in that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I turned a corner, and the tunnel opened up into a large room with a high ceiling. I panned around trying to get the scope of the room when my light fell on something big in the corner. It looked like a massive black boulder that was made of leather. Watching, transfixed, I noticed it was moving. Not much, but just a bit, rising and falling. I realized it was breathing. Fear gripped me. I no longer had any interest in finding out what was going on here. I just wanted to turn and slowly back away. The thing made a noise. It was either a snort or a cough, but in either case, it seemed to be waking up. I doused my lights and stayed as still as possible while listening in to the total darkness. Its breathing became louder and less steady. I heard a creaking that sounded like bones when someone stretched. It was getting up, and I was standing in the middle of the tunnel. If by some miracle it didn't already know I was here, as soon as it walked over here, it would run right into me. My mind raced to come up with options as I heard footsteps coming closer. I backed up against the wall and started edging to the left, hoping I was in the main room and not still in the tunnel. The footsteps were so close when they suddenly stopped. The absence of sound was deafening. I tried to hold my breath as I listened to the beast's breathing. It was slow and sporadic, as if it was listening for me. Neither of us moved. We barely breathed, each waiting for the other to reveal their location. My hand drifted to the gun as I tried to pull it out of the holster as quietly as possible. The air shifted. The beast had moved, but I didn't know where. I heard a strange squelching sound and then... "What are you doing, Mr. Jones?" I tried to hold off as long as possible, but curiosity got the best of me. I turned on my headlamp to find the owner standing right in front of me, staring at me with a maddening smile. My eyes darted around looking for the beast, but knew I wouldn't find it. It was standing in front of me. "So, are you the real thing?" I said, hoping to keep the panic out of my voice. "Or are you some shapeshifter who pretends to be someone else because he has no identity of his own?" "I'm whoever I want to be," he said. I heard the squelching again, only this time I had the displeasure of watching it happen. His entire body rippled and tore itself apart, only to reform into the beast for a moment, then tear apart again and reform into something much more terrifying. I gasped, looking into my own eyes. "You see," he said in my voice, "I can take your place and travel around pretending to solve problems." While he was changing, I glanced around to see if there was anything else in the room I could use. In the far corner, I saw what looked like a nest and an inverted cross hanging on the wall. "If you could, why haven't you?" I said, playing at a hunch. "What? If you were free to go anywhere, then why haven't you? Why sit here in the middle of the woods with nothing to do?" "I choose to stay here," he said in my voice. "You choose because this is where your power is. You know so little. I'm rebuilding this place so my worshippers can live here and pray to me, giving me all the power I need. Just like when this place was first built. And until my followers thrive, I survive off of human sacrifice." "So did you kill the worker?" "And no one remembers him, just like they won't remember you." He grinned and took a step toward me, but I drew my pistol and shot him in the forehead. He fell to the ground, bleeding. It was a strange sight to watch myself die, but then the squelching began again, and he reformed into his demonic form. He stood 10 feet tall and covered in leathery skin that looked like tiny teeth. His face was a nightmare of glowing red eyes and massive sharp teeth. He roared at me in what sounded like 1,000 voices. I turned and ran down the tunnel, ducking so I didn't hit my head and knock myself out. That would have ended my escape and my life. I heard the squelching again and heard my voice call after me. "You can't escape, and besides, I know how to find you." I turned and fired, hitting him in the chest. He dropped and squelched again. I wanted to watch him turn into his demon form to see him squashed into the tunnel that was too small for him, but I didn't dare squander this time for anything but escape. It seemed like forever until I came to the stairs. I took them 2 at a time. Once I reached the top, I turned to see him at the bottom. I shot him again, then found a lantern inside the church, lit it, and tossed it down the stairs. The glass shattered, spreading fire all over the bottom stairs. They began to burn almost immediately. I could hear his desperate cries as the flames crawled up the stairs, destroying them one by one. Turning and running out the doors, I didn't bother with my things in my room. I hopped in my car and drove like a bat out of, well, you know. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I glanced in my rearview mirror, hoping I wouldn't see that thing chasing me. Instead, I saw a glow growing in the forest behind me. I prayed the whole church was on fire, and it would spread to all the houses. I only wished his followers were in the house when they burned. I wondered how many places there were, just like this, in the world. I can't tell you the name of the place this story is about. I signed an NDA when I joined this big company I used to work at, which means even after everything that's happened, I can't tell you the name of the company either, just that it manufactured heavy, industrial chemicals. I started working there about 5 years ago as a facilities manager, which basically means a glorified receptionist. I sat at the main desk in the lobby of their corporate headquarters and checked in visitors, delivery people, repairmen, etc., all day long. It was also part of my job to take care of the dozen or so vice presidents who ran the place from the 13th floor, scheduling meetings, setting up lunches, that kind of stuff. These vice presidents, they were very busy. The kind of people who'd keep losing things. Watches, keys, wallets. When I found them, I kept them in a drawer in my desk until I could figure out who they belonged to. It was a small part of my job, but it was humiliating. It was stressful work, but the pay was okay, and I needed the health care. I have a daughter, Sandra, and I'm raising her alone. She's almost grown now, but when this story takes place, she was only 13. Being a single parent means that when your car breaks down and your kid has to get to school and you're late for work, you don't really have anyone to turn to. You just go to work late. This sort of thing happens, though. You get put on probation. And when you get your third strike, you get fired. Or, in my case, you get a choice. The pink slip or the night shift. Not that that's much choice. I didn't like the idea of leaving Sandra alone at night, but luckily my manager told me I could bring her to work with me. She just had to stay out of sight and not make a peep. Sandra was a pretty quiet kid, so it wasn't a problem. Sandra mostly did her homework, then slept on this little cot in the first floor storeroom. We also watched videos on my phone when no one was around. Sometimes I told her stories about the village we were from. She loved to hear those stories. I felt guilty, but I was grateful not to be in that big old 70s era building by myself at night. Sure, there was less work to do than during the day. I could take my night courses online when Sandra was sleeping. I was about halfway to getting my MBA then. It took a long time, but it was worth it. I don't know if you've ever been in an old office building at night. The kind of building where the HVAC system screams like a banshee when the furnace turns on, where the halogen lights in the drop ceilings flicker like sinister fireflies for no reason, where there always seems to be someone lurking in the next cubicle. It isn't fun, but after a while I got used to it. And then one night I heard something in the elevator shaft, a rattling which became a clanging. Sandra was doing her homework, sitting underneath my desk like she always did. She looked up and asked me what that sound was. I didn't know, but I smiled like everything was going to be okay. I got up and moved towards the elevator doors as the noise rose. It sounded like someone was trapped back there, trying to bang their way out. "Mom, be careful," Sandra said. I told her to get back behind the desk. Right when I got to the elevators, there was a slam behind them. I jumped back and then the doors opened. The elevator had arrived. Everything had gone back to normal. I walked back over to Sandra, who was looking at me with concern, but she didn't seem scared at all. Kids. The rest of the night was normal. I took Sandra home at 6 a.m. She got ready, then I took her to school. When I got home and crawled into bed, I got the phone call. They had found the body of one of the vice presidents on the 13th floor. I rushed back to the office. No one would let me see the body, but I heard it was gruesome. The cops had reviewed the security footage, and they wanted to know about the elevator incident. When I told them what had happened, they thought it was pretty funny. I couldn't sleep at all when I got back home. The man who had died wasn't a good person. Like most of the senior staff, he treated me like I was disposable. But he was still a human being. That night, I told Sandra she had to stay home at night from now on. She was old enough to be by herself. I thought she'd be delighted, but she wanted to know why. When I told her, she said she was frightened. I thought maybe she was a little excited. A mysterious death. A big adventure. She was staying home. I put my foot down. I thanked God later that I did. Because that first death was only the beginning. One by one they died. The vice presidents. They would stick around after hours, working on some big client presentation or whatever, and they'd be found dead the next day, splayed on their desk, curled up in the corner of the copy room, or pressed up against a boardroom window, their fists curled against the glass like they were trying to break their way out. They'd all died of asphyxiation. At first the cops thought there was a problem with the furnace, but nobody could find anything wrong with it. Then there was a matter of the dead men's skin. It had reddened, sloughed off, basically peeled away, like it had been exposed to toxic gas. I was there every night. It was terrifying. I would be too scared to leave my desk, so I'd put off going to the bathroom, then I'd run quickly to the ladies. One night, I swore I could hear someone in the next stall, speaking low and chuckling in a really nasty way, but when I got up the courage to throw open the stall door, there was no one there. A few nights later, the elevator wasn't working, and I had to go up to the 13th floor to turn off some lights which had mysteriously turned on. You can bet I didn't want to do that. When I was coming back down the emergency stairwell, I heard the sound of dozens of feet coming down after me. I sped up, but they started coming faster, then faster and faster. I ran like hell, never looking behind me, not once. When I got back downstairs, I shoved an extra chair in front of the stairwell door, just to be sure. The last one was the worst of all. One night I was getting a report for a courier pickup when I saw a figure across the sea of cubicles. It was hunched over in the halogen light. It looked skinless, like it had been flayed, but it seemed to be smiling. Then all the lights went off. I screamed, went still, waited. I could hear the thing coming closer to me, closer and closer. I shut my eyes, and then the lights came back on. Slowly, I opened my eyes and saw that I was alone. I never told anyone about the strange things I saw. They would have thought I was insane. I thought about quitting my job, but then Sandra and I would have been destitute. I was behind on the rent as it was. I had to keep going to work. I never told Sandra about any of this, but she could see the stress it was causing me. She did more than her fair share of chores. Even cooked a bunch of the meals. I had never seen her act that adult before. I felt bad about it, but also really proud. Meanwhile, none of the authorities or the experts the company hired could find any signs of chemical spills in the building. People who worked there began to freak out. Rumors spread like wildfire. There's a fungus in the walls that kills people. There are gas packets in the vents that make your skin slough off. And my favorites? It's ghosts. To understand that last rumor, you have to know something about the company I worked for. About 25 years ago, there was a big chemical spill at one of our plants in a foreign country. Killed almost 400 people who worked there or lived in the nearby town. There was a small out-of-court settlement, barely $100,000 made to survivors. The company never admitted fault. That's where the NDA comes in. I can't tell you the name of the place where the chemical spill happened. I can't even tell you the country it was in. I can tell you it was horrible. That the inside of people's throats melted off, that they coughed until they vomited blood, that they died writhing and screaming and in tremendous pain until they finally asphyxiated. Just like the vice presidents. You can see why people thought it was ghosts. The vice presidents didn't believe in ghosts. The four of them who were still alive got together in the big boardroom on the 13th floor late one evening. They put their heads together trying to figure out who was targeting them. Was it corporate espionage? Some kind of eco-terrorist? Maybe an employee they'd fired? They deliberated for hours. The next morning, when their underlings came to work, they found the vice president in the boardroom. Their skin peeled off, their eyes exploded. Their faces had claw marks from their fingernails, as if their skin had burned so bad they'd been trying to claw it off. That's when the company shut down the building, cleaned out the corporate headquarters, put it up for sale. The deaths stopped after that. The facilities managers had to pack up every floor. I wasn't there when this happened, but some of my coworkers were moving boxes out of an old storeroom on the 13th floor and found a bunch of paperwork that proved that the company had cheaped out on the construction of the plant where the chemical spill had happened. The vice presidents had all signed off on it. They had known that there was a high probability of a chemical spill. They just didn't care. Somehow this paperwork found its way into the hands of a young reporter in need of a scoop. Now the company's assets have been liquidated and divided between the survivors of the chemical spill. The company where I worked doesn't exist anymore at all. Good thing I got my MBA. On the day before the building sale was finalized, I realized that I hadn't cleaned out my desk. I drove back over. I felt my heart rate rise as I saw the building on the horizon. My pulse was out of control as I used my security card to open the door and walk through the empty, cavernous atrium. Sweat clung to the back of my neck as I put all my stuff in the box I'd brought. When I finished, I was ready to run out that door for the last time. And then I realized something. None of the vice president's things had been in the desk drawer. I checked again, but there was no sign of them. I drove home slowly. I already knew the truth of what had happened, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. Sandra was still at school, so I went through her room. I found exactly what I thought I'd find. One other thing I guess I should have mentioned. The place where I'm from has this tradition. A lot of people my age don't believe it, but it's true. I know it's true. If you found something that belongs to someone you hate, you can curse them with a death they caused. It doesn't have to be a special object. Watches, keys, wallets, those all work. All the things the vice presidents lost, and that I found, and kept in my desk drawer. When Sandra came home, I'd made dinner, a traditional meal from the village we were from. She sat down. From the look on her face, I could tell she knew what was coming. Before I even said anything, she gave me a sad little smile and said, "I'm sorry, Mom." I put the food down on the table and sat, let her speak. "I was so angry with you when you took that job," Sandra said. "Working for the company that killed so many of our relatives and neighbors. I knew you didn't have a choice, but I was still angry. Then you brought me to work that first night, and while you were in the bathroom, I went through your desk. I was just looking for a pencil sharpener, but I found their things. Suddenly I remembered what grandmother had taught me. She didn't want you to know. Said you were too modern, too Americanized. But she taught me how to curse them, what I would need, just a few simple herbs, and their things. When I saw what was in that drawer, I knew what I had to do." Sandra turned up her face. I could see that she was crying silently. I wanted nothing more than to wipe away her tears, but I knew she wasn't done with her story. "I called them up, Mom. The ghosts. I didn't know what they were going to do, but I knew it would be horrible. I knew if I prayed hard enough, they wouldn't hurt you. Did they?" She looked at me, her eyes pleading. "No," I said. "They didn't." "But you were really scared." "Yeah, I was really scared." Sandra hugged me hard. "I'm so sorry, Mommy. I wish you didn't have to be so scared. But those men, they deserved it, didn't they?" She looked at me again, waiting to see if her mother would tell her she was a horrible person. "They did," I said again, and wiped my daughter's tears away. You might be thinking that I shouldn't allow my daughter to get away with such a thing. Well, those men who were killed, they got away with something far worse for years and years and years. They had plenty of people, lawyers and politicians and PR specialists to protect them. And Sandra has only me. But then, of course, Sandra can take care of herself pretty well. You might be wondering where I'm from, what kind of place has this tradition, and what you can do to ever avoid pissing off someone from there. But unfortunately, you'll never know. I can't tell you the name of the place I'm from. Lately, I've been feeling drained. I haven't taken time off work in 2 years. By some miracle, we just hired someone competent enough to make some of the workload off our small department. My boss suggested I use up some vacation time. I hated flying, so that limited my options. I didn't ski, so that narrowed down my choices to almost nothing. Was there really anything local? Would I be doomed to spend 2 weeks doing nothing at my place? I started to mindlessly scroll through vacation suggestions at work. An ad for a cabin caught my eye. It was near the local ski resort, but wasn't attached to them. The photos made it look almost too good to be true. A massive cozy log cabin empty and ready, waiting in the middle of a beautiful winter forest. And the price was good. I let myself think of sitting by a warm fire, reading the backlog of books I've had piling up for years. Since I had no better ideas, I booked the cabin. By the end of the week, I had my bags packed. Driving down the one-lane forest road wasn't as troublesome as I thought it was going to be. The cabin's address wasn't on my GPS. Thankfully, the road was a straight path to my destination. I expected to see some wildfire on the way. Not even a small bird flew between the trees during the entire ride. At least it was quiet. The photos didn't do the cabin justice. It was far more breathtaking in person. I wondered how I got a location like this for so cheap. Someone had been there recently to shovel a pathway and remove the snow off the front stairs, but I didn't see any footprints. It took a few trips to haul all my bags into the place. I was glad someone maintained the walkway, or else I could have broken my neck. It was cold inside. I wasted no time turning on the heat and starting a fire. I then checked out the kitchen to make sure I had enough food for the week. I mostly packed snacks, so I might need to take a trip into town. To my shock, the pantry was stocked with a note saying I could help myself. Really, how did I get so lucky with this place? The drive hadn't been very long, and yet I collapsed on the couch in front of the fire. The years of hard work caught up to me. I made sure the fire had enough wood to keep it going for a few hours, then curled up under some heavy blankets for a short nap. My short nap turned into sleeping until the middle of the night. A noise dragged me out of my dreams. The fire had died down and my stomach hurt from hunger. I got up to get the fire started again when the noise came back. Someone was knocking at the cabin door. I froze, scared for some reason. I felt more tired than I did before my nap. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to keep away the chill. Should I answer the door? There shouldn't be any reason why someone would be in the middle of the woods at this time of the night. At first, I assumed the person who knocked was dangerous. Then I realized they could have just broken in and not knocked first. Still, I grabbed the iron fire poker before I went to the door. "Hello?" I called out.
Oh, hello. I got a bit lost. Can you tell me if there's a town nearby?
A female voice came from behind the door. My hand started to reach for the handle. Then I considered she might have a tougher male friend waiting to charge the door when my defenses were down. "Yeah, there's one down the main road," I said, wondering how she got here, if she hadn't used the only road up.
Road? Oh, I see your tire tracks. Maybe I could follow them. Hey, are you alright in there, or do you need help getting out?
She asked as if that question was normal. What the hell was she talking about? A fierce chill shot down my back. I opened my mouth to respond, but movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. I could see some windows in the living room from where I stood. It was still pitch dark outside. A white shape started to appear in that darkness. My heart froze as a pale face got closer to the window. The ghoulish appearance was something made of nightmares. A wide black smile pressed against the glass. The dark eyes made contact with my own. Then a loud banging came from the front door. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I looked back, the face in the window was gone. I ran to where I left my cell phone. The thing refused to turn on. The banging still echoed through the entire cabin as my shaking hands plugged the charging cord into my phone. Still nothing. I then ran around, making sure every door was locked. As I went by the windows, I briefly saw more of those pale faces outside. What was going on? I noticed something at the top of the kitchen windows. I reached over to grab a cord. A wooden set of shutters slid out from under the wall and locked at the bottom. I'm sure if someone tried hard enough, they could get through the shutter, but at least it was an extra layer of protection. I found out all the windows had these shutters. The banging sound grew quieter each time I covered a window. I even ran upstairs to lock up the ones in the bedrooms just in case. While I raced around, I kept hearing that female voice offering help and telling me to just go outside. Like hell I would ever do that. When the last window had been covered, the noises from outside stopped. I soon found out none of the landline phones worked. My cell phone refused to turn on no matter what I tried. I was safe inside the cabin, but trapped. Could I wait out whoever, or whatever was outside? I had enough food for the week. My boss knew where I was going, so when I didn't come back, he would call the police, right? I didn't want to wait this out for a week. I wanted to get out of here now. I got the fire going again. A chill got into my body and ran down to my bones. I knew I needed to keep my strength up, so I ate some of the snacks while I sat shaking on the couch. Iron fire poker within arm's reach. For some reason, I started to feel exhausted. Soon I couldn't keep my eyes open and fell asleep, even though I was still scared out of my mind. I woke up in a cold cabin. I couldn't tell what time it was. There were no clocks, and my phone was still dead. I didn't dare risk opening the shutters to see what time of day it was outside. I've never felt this cold in my life. I piled on layers of clothing. Not even the fireplace or turning the heat up to the max helped get rid of the chill. A scratchy feeling came to the back of my throat. I was getting sick on top of everything else. I needed to warm up. To my disappointment, the shower only had slightly warm water. I almost felt colder after a quick shower. My stomach churned. The snacks from the night before weren't sitting well. I tried to make a can of soup, but my body rejected it. I found my way back to the couch and under a pile of blankets. I felt awful. In the short time since I'd woken up, my health did a major downward spiral. Soon I felt too sick to do anything but sleep for another few hours. What time was it when I woke back up? I had no idea. A soft knocking sound made me stir. I heard a low voice but couldn't make out what they were saying. Slowly I started towards the door. My body hurt too much from fever and chills to pick up my weapon.
You need to get out of there.
The female voice from before whispered.
Come out here. I'll help you.
I shook my head even though she couldn't see it. Don't lie. I know you have others with you. I hissed, my voice raspy from the illness.
Others? Is that what you saw? You sound awful. I don't know if you'll last more than a day or so inside there.
What was she talking about? Was she suggesting that, somehow, I was sick because I was inside the cabin? No, she was just trying to say anything to get me outside. But still, I wanted to trust her because I was scared. I crept to the nearest window to unlock the shutter. I opened it just enough to see out of. My eyes hurt from the blinding snow outside. When they adjusted to the light, I started to scan the trees looking for any signs of the creatures from last night. There weren't any tracks in the snow. Had I just been seeing things? A dark shape moved from between the trees. Then another. More appeared somehow aware I was looking outside. Within seconds, countless twisted and misshapen human forms started to come from the forest. Some were dragged behind the bodies of animals they killed, the monsters' mouths covered with blood. If I went outside, I would be eaten next. Suddenly a human face appeared just outside the window. A young woman with green eyes and red hair smiled at me. For a moment the fear left. She looked so friendly I almost considered going outside with her. Then her wide smile started to get wider. I slammed the shutter down, locking it. I didn't know what those monsters were, or why they hadn't gotten inside yet. For now, I was safe inside the cabin. The horrors were outside, and they needed to stay like that. The girl pleaded with me to come outside. I tried to ignore her. The illness started to get worse. Soon I found myself unable to stand for long. I once again made my way to my safe space on the couch. My mind was muddled with a sudden fever, making it impossible to think. Before I passed out, I heard the girl outside speak once more.
I'll somehow get you out here.
How long did I sleep? I didn't know. I couldn't move. My throat hurt. My body hurt. I could barely keep my eyes open. Was this how I died? Alone in the middle of nowhere? I didn't even like cabins, so why did I come here? I could have read all those books at home. Another banging noise woke me. This time it was different. I also smelled smoke, but I didn't remember the last time I got up to add the fire. A burst of energy came to my body as I stood up, trying to understand what was happening. To my horror, I saw smoke pouring out from through the shutters. I quickly realized the cabin was on fire. The flames hadn't reached inside yet, but if I didn't get out soon, I would die from the smoke. I coughed, the air quickly becoming dense. I started to make my way to the front door, but then my body stopped. For some reason, I couldn't control my actions. A groaning sound came from the walls. It almost sounded like a scream. Tears stung my eyes as I was forced to watch my body move away from freedom. I ended up in the kitchen. Someone else was there. It was hard to see her full features because of the thick air. She was coughing as well.
Come on, you'll die in here,
she shouted. The back door had been busted open. She held a large hammer in her hand, showing how she'd gotten in. I took a few steps closer, but my hand moved on its own. In one swift motion, I grabbed a knife off the counter and attacked her with it. She backed up but still sliced a deep cut across her left eye. I wanted to stop. I didn't want to hurt her. Blood flowed from her wound into the floor. For some reason, the wood absorbed the liquid, leaving no traces.
Sorry about this,
she said and raised the hammer. The last thing I remember inside that cabin was a shock of pain against my temple. I woke up again, cold and throat raw. My body refused to stop shaking, but the fever was gone. I was very weak. For some odd reason, I sat in my car, the cabin in front fully engulfed in flames. A screaming sound came from the building, and I could have sworn I saw a burst of dark smoke come from the flames flying off deep into the woods.
I called the police. Just hold on till then.
I looked over to see the redhead taking off her jacket to wrap it around my shaking body. I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. She helped me get a sip of water from a bottle she brought along. Her left eye closed from the wound I had given her. I'm sorry, I croaked.
Don't worry about it. My eye is fine, and I'll have a neat scar.
She replied with a smile.
The cabin.
I started, then coughed.
Yeah, it was draining your life force and stuff like that. I'm glad I got you out in time. You'll recover in a few weeks. Anyway, I gotta go. Later, Gator.
I couldn't stop her. I wanted to thank her, or to find out her name, but she left not wanting to stick around for when the police showed up. I was admitted to the hospital. When I was able, there was a round of questioning. I didn't have a lot of answers. There was a shell of a burned down cabin, but there hadn't been any registered in the area. The road that led to the cabin disappeared before the police showed up. It was a miracle they got through the woods to find me. I said I had rented the cabin through an online ad, but there hadn't been any change on my credit card, and I couldn't find the ad again. They were puzzled, but lacked any clues to go forward. I've heard whispers that people had started to disappear inside those woods. A few years ago, 2 bodies had been found inside the shell of a house that should not have been in the forest. They had been within walking distance of a town. No one understood why they let themselves starve to death inside an abandoned home. I needed a few weeks off work to recover. At least my boss was good about it. I was thankful I had lived through the worst vacation anyone could ever take, but not having answers bothered me. I really wanted to thank that strange girl who saved me. I wanted to tell my story mostly to warn others there was something unnatural lurking off in the forest. There are some dark things in this world, and there are some decent people too. Let's hope you never come across darkness without some light appearing to guide your way out. My high school years were amazing. Sports and grades have come to me naturally, but I always struggled with one thing: women. As a senior in high school, I never got to experience the pleasures of having a girlfriend, and I wish it stayed that way. Lana was perfect. Her almond-shaped hazel eyes and her wolf cut were the first to catch my attention. I remember her walking into the classroom and greeting our teacher. She was beautiful. My teacher must have seen me eyeing her down because the seating arrangement he gave her was the seat next to mine. The first words she ever said to me were, "Hey dude." Took me a minute to register, but I eventually responded with a quick hi. From there we hit it off and became friends. I did my best to get her adjusted to the school and even helped her with schoolwork. Soon, we became class partners and finally broke the ice. Study sessions were where I got to know her more. She had the same energy as I did. She liked my jokes and I liked hers. She told me how she came from another school because of her parents' work and really appreciated my company. As time progressed, we hung out more outside of school. Often we would get food or watch movies, but only as friends. She didn't really talk to too many people, so I appreciated having her all to myself. She eventually became my best friend, and the more we talked, the more I realized how much I liked her. As homecoming was near, we decided to go as a couple. I couldn't believe that she said yes, and couldn't wait for the big night. This is where it all went wrong. As the day of homecoming approached, I grew anxious. This was the furthest I've gone with any girl. The first 3 years of high school were lonely. I always went to homecoming with a group of guy friends. Many of them congratulated me on the achievement. My mom was very proud and made sure I was ready. As the day of homecoming arrived, I was ready. My mother rented us a limo and bought me a brand new suit just for the special occasion. I called Lana before heading to her house to pick her up. She told me just how excited she was, and vice versa. Finally, arriving at her house, I knocked on her door. No response. After a few minutes, I called her. No answer. I decided that she might be in the backyard, so I crossed over through the side like I usually do. After knocking on the back door, I was relieved to hear the voice of Lana's father. "Who is it?" Lana's father opened the door with a confused look. "Can I help you?" he asked. I stated that it was me, and I was here to pick Lana up. I told her parents I could pick her up ahead of time, so I was confused at the question. Her father just stared at me like I was crazy. "I think you have the wrong house." Of course, I persisted and asked if this was some sort of joke. I remember seeing another figure walking towards the door. It was Lana's mom. She seemed very relaxed and approached the door, stating, "We don't have a daughter." I was dumbfounded. After a good minute of arguing and persisting, Lana's father told me to leave. I hesitated, thinking that they might have disapproved of me being their daughter's date, but they grew more and more aggressive. Finally accepting my fate, I stumbled across the steps as I hurried to the car. I could already feel my eyes tear up as I realized I was stood up. Why did she ghost me? Why did she tell her parents to act like that? Did I do something wrong? I had so many questions. Questions that were never answered. I lived in a relatively small town. Everyone knew each other. So when everyone claimed that this Lana girl never existed, I nearly lost it. After I went home from the incident, I cried to my mom about what happened. She looked very confused and asked me who I was talking about. I was sobbing. I told her it wasn't the time for a joke and I needed someone to talk to. But she continued asking me who I was talking about. Just like Lana's parents, I stood my ground, but the same thing happened. She forgot. It got so bad that I had to pull out my phone and show her a picture of her. Except she wasn't there anymore. Not a single trace of her was left on my phone. Her pictures, videos, and messages were all gone. Our old Instagram posts together were non-existent. More importantly, her number, which I memorized by heart, never existed. Was I dreaming? The girl that I was talking to for over half a year never existed. Did no one believe me? Or did everyone forget? That was 20 years ago. With no one to talk to or believe in me, I moved on. I later moved for college and did other things with my life. Eventually, I met my wife. She is the love of my life. We have 2 healthy boys and another on the way. I have a decent job and a happy life. My wife Emily stays home to take care of the kids. Since my work is enough to support the whole family, we often go to parenting sessions together. We weren't certain if we would be able to juggle another child, and marriage has been hard, so we decided to learn how to have a balance. It was going great. Until last week. December 2nd, 2023. It's been 2 decades since I last saw her, and that's why I'm writing this diary. I almost forgot about her after all these years, but I saw her. After our parenting session, Emily and I went to get lunch. We ate at one of those restaurants with an outside cafe. The table we sat at was adjacent to the sidewalk which pedestrians walked on. As I waited for Emily to come back from the restroom, I noticed one of the pedestrians at a distance. I wasn't able to immediately recognize her, but I knew she looked familiar. The closer she got, the more I was certain. It was her. It was Lana. She didn't age as much as I did. She looked about 30-ish and still had the same type of haircut and eye color. I couldn't believe my eyes. I don't know why, but I was scared, like she was going to do something to me. However, she seemed unaware, like she didn't see me and just kept walking. My eyes followed her as she walked down the street, eventually turning a corner. I wanted to follow her, but my wife was coming back. I thought I was hallucinating, but I was certain it was her. When we went home, I couldn't sleep. For 20 years, everyone I've talked to about Lana never believed me. It got so bad I started to think I made it all up, a way to cope with the loneliness I was facing in high school. But I was certain I saw her. January 12th, 2024. I have been skipping parenting sessions with my wife because of my busy New Year work schedule. My wife has been going alone and tending to the kids a lot more. She's been doing it well. However, she recently talked to me about a friend she made at the class. Her name is Lana. This is probably insignificant, but I haven't heard that name in a while. What really stirred me was the way my wife described her. I was a bit shaky, but reassured myself it couldn't be her since it's a relatively common name. She will be coming over for dinner in a week, so I will have my suspicions answered soon. January 19th, 2024. I don't know where to begin. I sat in the living room scared for the worst, so when my wife opened the door to the sound of Lana greeting us, I nearly passed out. It was like seeing a ghost, a mere dream from 20 years ago. My wife introduced us and quickly sat us down at the dinner table. I remained reserved. I did my best to control my emotions, not speaking for the entire dinner other than a few yeahs or no's. Lana actually seemed uninterested in me, and was getting along with my wife very much. I didn't know how to feel. She was real, right here, in front of me. After bottling my emotions, I finally built up the courage for confrontation. "Do you remember me?" I asked Lana. Both my wife and Lana turned to me confused. "Sorry?" I remember her asking. "In high school, senior year?" I asked again, this time a little bit more demanding. Lana looked confused. My wife was surprised. "You knew Lana?" I didn't answer. I never really told anyone about Lana after I moved to college, and didn't think it was important to bring up with Emily. I just looked at Lana. I wanted her to say something, anything, but she didn't, keeping the puzzled look on her face. "You disappeared," I said aggressively. My wife started getting tense, unaware why I was so persistent. Lana also started getting uncomfortable. I could just tell by the way she looked at me. There was no remorse behind those eyes. It's like she forgot, or never knew. Either way, the rest of the dinner was extremely uncomfortable. I excused myself from the table, and currently I am in my room writing this entry. Lana just left. My wife had a lot of questions. She was mad about how unwelcoming I was, but after explaining everything, she understood. It's been a very long time since I've told someone about the high school incident. My wife was very skeptical at first. Since I had no proof of knowing Lana in high school, she didn't believe me. It was only when I started telling her specific details about Lana that she started believing. I told her about her parents and a few other experiences that I'm not comfortable sharing. Emily told me she wanted to avoid Lana at parenting sessions, which is understandable, so we decided to quit the program. Emily was confused. How could someone just disappear? We decided to Google her name. There was almost nothing about her online other than a few work-related profiles. We spent 2 hours doing this with no results. My wife told me that it was getting late, so we're giving up for now. February 3rd, 2024. It's been a month and life has been as usual. We decided to stop going to parenting sessions. Since then, we haven't seen or talked to Lana. Because of that, this will probably be my last entry. I think it's best to leave it that way. We have our theories. My wife thinks she might be a ghost, but I think this is something else. But either way, I'm done worrying. It's been years and I think it's time to stop thinking about her. This is goodbye for now. February 25th, 2024. I can't sleep tonight. I got a few hours in, but I woke up from a bad dream again. This is the second time. I didn't feel like writing an entry the first time since I figured it must have just been a dream, but this one was unusual to say the least. In the dream, I saw my wife. She was far, but I could tell it was her. I started drifting towards it, unable to do anything but watch. She was smiling with her arms wide open, motioning for me to come to her. I felt happy and at peace staring into her eyes. It was like when I first met her. I knew she was perfect. She started speaking, "I love you." I wanted to say it back, but couldn't. This was a lucid dream, but I couldn't control myself. She kept saying it. "I love you, I love you, I love you." But then her voice started deforming, like she was choking. She kept staring at me. Her hands were bound at her sides and her eyes stayed locked onto mine. "I love you, I love you, I love you," she kept going. But I couldn't take it. She was choking on something. Each gasp for air ended with an "I love you." A red fluid then started trickling out her mouth. Blood? I didn't know, but now she wasn't talking anymore. Her hands were on her throat, gasping for air. I couldn't do anything. I wanted to wake up, for it to end, but I could only watch. It all happened so fast. She was now on the floor, spasming and fighting for her life. I was yelling on the inside, but still unable to move. Her eyes, they were still looking into mine. Her head stayed in place, but her body shook uncontrollably. Until she stopped. I thought she was dead. I wanted to yell, to scream, to see if she's okay, but I couldn't. Her lifeless body rested on the floor. It was pure silence. All I could do was look at her corpse and couldn't take action. I prayed that she would get up, but no one heard me. Her eyes were still open. They were now rolled back. I could only see the whites of them, but her head was still facing me. I didn't know how to react. I was shaken to the core. I stared at her body for a few minutes. It was all I could do, but suddenly, she started moving again. It was like she came back to life. Her eyes rolled back to the front of her head. I could hear her joints snap, cackle, and pop back into place. She then got up and started walking towards me. I was ecstatic. I thought I lost her and was beyond relieved. But something was wrong. She was smiling, the smile you get from a funny joke. As she walked toward me, she scanned my body up and down. My wife now stood in front of me. It's almost like nothing happened, like she didn't just die and come back. Something was off. She started laughing. No, she started howling. An uncontrollable howl, like the Joker. I was so confused, until she started peeling her face off. First, she started with the top, gripping the middle of her scalp. She grabbed her own hair and tugged each side downwards. She was now hysterical, laughing so hard I could barely hear the sound of her scalp ripping open. Her skin started ripping downwards towards her nose. I could see her skull now. Blood was everywhere, covering her face and body, but she kept going. She was now at her eye level. Her face looked like a peeled tomato with two bulging eyes sticking out of it. I couldn't bear the sight, but finally she stopped laughing. "I love you," she whispered. I couldn't even wish what I saw next on my worst enemy. She yanked the skin she ripped off and threw the long pieces on the ground. She then looked me in the eyes and laid down. I wanted it to end. I couldn't watch this anymore. She then curled up into a fetal position, like an embryo. Her body turned white, not white as in pale, but white as in Voldemort white. Her clothes disintegrated. Her body was smooth. Its features were all gone like a human morph suit. She started spasming again, but this time she wasn't talking. The two pieces of skin seemingly disappeared. I couldn't fathom what was happening. Her body was transforming. After a brief moment, features started returning. I could see her face, breasts and hair, but it wasn't my wife. As her face started setting back in, and her hair started growing back, I knew who it was. She started getting up, with her hands covering her privates. A smile grew on her face, a sinister smile. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. "Miss me?" Lana asks. I finally woke up. It was finally over. I was sweating like a dog in summer heat when I jumped out of my bed. The time was 3 in the morning. I had only got a few hours of sleep. I quickly checked to see if my wife was okay. She was sleeping soundly. I've been replaying the dream in my head over and over. Even though it was just a dream, I told Emily how scared I felt. I have so many questions. Something tells me this isn't going to be the last time. For now, I'm going to take tomorrow off from work and relax. Maybe I just haven't been getting enough sleep. March 1st, 2024. The dreams haven't stopped. They've been mostly the same. My wife dies and Lana comes out of nowhere to scare the heck out of me. I started using melatonin to get better sleep, but it only made the dreams worse. We visited a sleep specialist yesterday, and he told us the problem could be within my subconscious. He told us the best way to solve the issue is to find and face the issue. Of course, I already knew the issue. It was Lana. I still had so many questions that were lingering within. How has she returned? We haven't talked to or seen her since the night of the dinner, so we decided to attend another parenting session to find her. Of course, she wasn't there. I wasn't very surprised, but my wife assured me we would find her eventually. As of now, we have had zero luck. March 3rd, 2024. Still no luck. We've gone to sessions every day for the past couple days and haven't seen her. We asked the staff if they have seen her, but they told us she stopped coming about the time we stopped as well. My wife thought this was a coincidence, but this is nothing new to me. The dreams have been getting worse, and I fear for my own health. I have been consistently waking up in the middle of the night, sweating and yelling. I need to fix this soon. March 5th, 2024. It's currently 2 a.m. I had another bad dream. Usually I would be bound to something, unable to talk and forced to watch my wife die while Lana appears. I was already used to the routine. It sounds messed up, but I've grown used to seeing my wife die in the worst ways possible. So far, she's ripped off her own skin, set herself ablaze, and shot herself in the head. I hated every minute of it, but I've become desensitized. Lana would always appear shortly after Emily died. I didn't understand why, since I never thought about Lana on a daily basis. But this one was different. Emily cut her stomach open and spilled her guts over the floor. Nothing unique, but this time Lana had walked in early. She didn't appear from Emily's corpse like she sometimes did, but she rather walked in from outside of my view. This time she approached Emily, still bleeding to death, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Shortly after, Emily was lifeless, and Lana turned her head towards me like she usually did. She walked over to me and started smiling, like she usually did, but this time she touched me. She touched my lips, circling between the top and bottom, but that wasn't the part that concerned me. I could feel it. It was only a dream, I told myself, but I knew this was different. She read me, like she was staring into my soul, like she knew what I was thinking. I didn't know how to react. I couldn't. I wanted to die at that moment. Until she said the words, "See you soon," and gave me a light shove. That's all I could remember. I woke up and now I am writing this entry. I woke my wife up and told her what happened as well. Now we both can't sleep and seriously don't know what to do. My wife has booked me an appointment for the psychiatrist tomorrow. I think it's for the best. March 5th, 2024, Part 2. After my wife booked me an appointment for tomorrow, We decided to watch a movie. We couldn't sleep and didn't know what else to do. About halfway through the movie, I heard a tap on one of the living room windows. It sounded like a rock. I ignored it, too wary to check, but another tap came shortly after. This time both my wife and I went to check, peering out the window. We couldn't see anything since it was too dark. I didn't know what to do, feeling like a child wanting to stay in the safety of my home. My wife told me not to worry, and how it was probably a couple of pranksters up late at night. But a couple seconds later, there was a loud banging on our back door. I feared for the worst. I grabbed my shotgun from the bedroom safe. I've never had to use it before. My wife said I was overreacting, but after experiencing the dream, I was not taking risks. Shaking in fear, I headed towards the back door and told my wife to stay behind me. I turned on the backyard lights and listened for sound. It was super quiet since it was late at night, but I still didn't hear anyone in the yard. After a few minutes of waiting by the door, I finally got the courage to prop it open and check to see what was there. Of course, there was nothing unusual. The backlight dimly revealed the backyard, illuminating the barbecue grill and the silhouette of 2 trees. Other than that, I saw nothing else. To reaffirm my safety, I hesitantly called out, "Anyone there?" My wife was clutching my hand behind me, but I was confident no one was there. Until someone replied, "I'm here." At first I thought it was our elderly neighbor, but the voice was younger and higher pitched. The voice was familiar. My wife instantly jumped back. I think she realized before I did. It was Lana. I couldn't see her at first, but I knew. Her shadow was hiding under one of the trees. I only saw it when it started moving towards me. A dark shadow hovered on the ground, slowly edging its way toward my wife and I. I immediately raised my gun, realizing there was nothing I could see that was making the shadow. Its shape narrowed as it shifted from the light. It was moving by itself. It finally stopped about 10 feet away from us. The shadow then grew bigger, about as wide as a sewer plate. I pointed my gun at the thing, but I didn't know what I was aiming at. Before I could think, a hand appeared from the void. It reached for the grass and started pulling itself out. Along came an arm, then a head, and then a full body. The figure had long hair and tattered clothes. Its skin was rotten like a corpse. My wife quickly pulled out her phone and called the police. I was now face to face with the thing, but my gun was the only protection I had. After taking a closer look, I recognized her. It was Lana, but her body seemed semi-decomposed, like she was a zombie. She just stood there menacingly. I wanted to shoot, but I couldn't. There was nothing behind those eyes. Her face rose and met mine, then she lifted her arm towards me, reaching for my face. Her dry and cracked lips started moving, with only a groan coming out of her mouth. My wife, who was still behind me, told me that the police would be here soon. I didn't hear her, hyper-fixated on Lana's next move. Lana was unresponsive, like a statue, but then she started moving. I could see her plant her foot into the ground, ready to charge. "Don't do it," I warned her. But she ignored me and started rushing. My wife screamed, seeing the sudden movement of Lana. She was fast, so fast that I almost didn't pull the trigger in time. My shotgun sent Lana flying. Bits of her body flew through the air as blood spewed everywhere, like a piñata. The sight was gruesome. I stood there, realizing I had just shot someone. The sirens of the police were now only a few houses away, and I turned to tell my wife to get them. But she must have already gone, to tell the police what happened. As I was waiting, I moved closer to the remains of Lana. I wanted to have closure, to make sure it was over. But when I approached the body, I noticed something wrong. The hair was different. This wasn't Lana's hair. This was my wife's. I flipped the body over only to see my dead wife's face, eyes still open, with a look of horror. I shot my wife. I could hear the police breaking down the front door, but I didn't know what to do. In the heat of the moment, my legs started moving, running. I ran across the backyard and jumped over the fence to my neighbor's yard, then the next yard, and then the next. I ran until sunrise. I am currently staying at a friend's house 30 miles away from home. My kids? I can't go back. There will be a hunt for me soon. What have I done? March 8th, 2024. The dreams are still here and have become a lot worse. I fear for my children, but there's nothing I can do. The police are on search for me. I thought about turning myself in, but I couldn't do it. I stayed at a friend's house for a couple nights until the bounty for me was released. I can't sleep at all anymore, but I know what I saw that night. Lana was there. This might be the only documentation I have of Lana's existence, but I want the world to know. For me, this is the end. I refuse to live like this. I'm currently at the top of a skyscraper and I think I'm gonna jump. I don't know if I'm gonna go through with this, but I will update y'all if I don't. This is me signing off now. Goodbye. My ex Lloyd is like a Sean Cody model. I'm more Sean Astin. I was constantly reminded on Instagram every time he posted a couple's selfie. Some of the men that followed him, the eternally shirtless types, posted hurtful comments. Beauty and the Beast. Dude out here helping the less fortunate. Slide into my DMs if you come to your senses, bro. I have a realistic opinion of myself. Not just my looks, but the whole package. I was absolutely punching above my weight. Lloyd came to mind one evening to chill. He turned to me as we watched The Bear, uttering that classic line everyone loves to hear. "Toby, we need to talk." He'd met someone else. I didn't argue or beg him to reconsider. I sniveled a bit after he left, then shook it off and restarted the episode. It wasn't until the next day that I thought about the few belongings of mine that were at his house. A couple of work shirts, and a pair of shoes I'd left there for the nights I stayed over. More importantly, I'd left a watch that belonged to my late brother. Only a simple Casio. The kind you can pick up for less than a round at Weatherspoons. He loved the retro aesthetic. That watch meant the world to me, and I kicked myself that I'd left it there. I texted him to ask when was a good time to pick up my things. He said he'd let me know, followed by nothing for days. I asked him again, and even said he could leave them in a bag outside the house. Then I suggested he post me the watch and bin the rest. Months of excuses later, it didn't look like I'd be getting my things back anytime soon. Then I saw the Instagram post. Me and this boy. Heart emoji. Hashtag instagay. Hashtag gayfollow. It was Lloyd with his brand new and improved muscle boyfriend. They were in the Caribbean, embraced on a beach with matching designer stubble. The comments were vastly different to what I was used to. Wolf, room for one more? Suddenly I had a hard time accepting the audacity to disregard my requests, and I wanted nothing more than to get my brother's watch back. "Don't be an idiot, Toby," said my best friend Carl when I told him I was considering breaking into Lloyd's house. "He's in Aruba," I said. "It's the perfect opportunity." "They're just things," he said. "It's not worth breaking the law over." "They're not just things," I snapped. "That crappy watch is all I have left of my brother." "I'm sorry, Toby," he said. "Look, please just wait. When he's back, go to his place unannounced. Don't give him a chance to make excuses." If I'd slept on it, the chances are I would have come to my senses. But I was hurt and angry. Irrationality got the better of me. I'm going tonight. I'll face the consequences. Carl shook his head. Fine. I'm going with you. Absolutely not. After arguing about it for some time, we found ourselves Googling how to pick locks and other tips for breaking into a house. Incognito, of course. In the early hours, we were outside Lloyd's house, dressed in black jeans and hoodies. Fortunately, it wasn't a big neighborhood, and the house was detached. Let's go around back, I whispered. I can't believe we're doing this, said Carl. I think my heart might explode. Mine too, I said as we got to the back door. I think you should leave. It's not fair that you get dragged down with me if... Sod that, he said. I'm committed to stupidity now. Due to being spontaneous, there was no time to acquire proper lock-picking tools. Instead, we had a couple of jumbo paper clips and the smallest flathead screwdriver we could find. I started with that, carefully inserting it into the lock. Barely seconds had gone by when we heard a click. We looked at each other in shock. Have you done this before? Asked Carl. Beginner's luck, I swear. The back door opened directly into Lloyd's kitchen. I put a finger to my lips and crept inside, signaling for Carl to stay put. I silently made my way through the dark house, then upstairs to the bedroom. There were no signs of anyone being home. I let out a sigh of relief, then started looking for the watch using my phone torch. Carl made an appearance after a few minutes, which almost made me scream. I got worried, he said quietly. I can't find the watch, I said. What about your shirts and stuff? To be honest, I was only looking for the watch. I looked through the wardrobe and couldn't see any of my shirts. He must have taken them out already. I'll go look around. I'll keep looking up here, he said. I crept back downstairs, going from room to room. I eventually found a bag in the downstairs bathroom, wedged between the toilet and the wall. It contained my belongings, watch included. Gee, thanks, Lloyd, I thought to myself, but was happy nonetheless. I went back upstairs to get Carl. Okay, we can leave, I said. He stood by Lloyd's bedside table looking at something. It was a notebook with a leather strap around it. I don't like the look of this, he said. Where was it? He pointed to the bottom of the wall, where a skirting board panel had come loose. Why would you keep a notebook hidden in there? He said. A shiver ran down my spine. I found my things. Let's put it back and get out of here. Wait, we have to look. We do not, I said in a loud whisper. Whatever's in there, I don't want to know. Before I could stop him, he picked up the book and unraveled the strap. I was about to curse his name when he dropped it open, a hand covering his mouth. There was a printed Instagram selfie of an attractive 20-something man. Below it was another photo of the man, though in that one he was handcuffed to a pipe in a dingy-looking room. He was shirtless and had a mechanical-looking tattoo sleeve. His eyes were wide with fear. Next to the pictures were handwritten notes, a bio of the man, descriptions of his behaviors, conversations, etc. As it went on, became more graphic. There were descriptions of tortures inflicted on him. I was disgusted, but couldn't stop reading. What? Carl said under his breath. There's more, I said. A hint of plastic was visible on the edge of the page. I turned it over, recoiling in horror. There was a clear plastic bag fixed to the page. Inside was a rough square of tanned, leathery skin, partly covered with the tattooed cogs of a mechanical wheel. I think I'm gonna be sick, said Carl, turning away. I went into a daze as I stared at the book, shocked at how Lloyd could be capable of such a thing. There were other pages too. The book contained 3 different men, all with similar pictures and descriptions, and a plastic-covered skin sample. "I recognize him," I said, going back to the first picture. I took out my phone, hands trembling as I scrolled through Lloyd's Instagram feed. I had to go back a couple of years, but there he was. It was another ex of his. "You were dating a psycho," said Carl. "Toby, that could have been you." "Don't," I shouted. "I can't be thinking about that right now. We need to give this to the police." He nodded. "We'll be screwed for breaking and entering, though." "I know. I'm sorry you had to be here too." "Don't be stupid," he said. "I knew what I was potentially getting myself into. Well, I didn't expect this, but you know." I shook my head. "These men will have families, people who care about them. Let's do the right thing." I hugged Carl, then put the book in the bag with my belongings. As we were about to leave, there came a noise from somewhere in the house. We both froze until we heard it again. It was coming from the basement. "No," Carl said. "We've gotta go." My stomach was in knots, but I put the bag down and crept to the basement door, pressing my ear against it. "There's someone down there," I said. "I can hear them struggling." He was shaking his head. "This isn't happening." "Call the police," I said, trying the door. I was surprised it opened. "Toby, don't." "Call the police, Carl." Taking out his phone, I could see his hands shaking. "What do I say?" "Tell them we need help. Probably an ambulance, too." I told him Lloyd's exact address, then switched the light on before descending the dimly lit staircase. It was the only room in the house I hadn't been in. My legs felt like they could give way at any moment. I'd never been so scared in my life. When I saw the man sitting on the floor, cuffed to a pipe with a rag tied around his mouth, it didn't seem real for a moment. It was like I was watching a film or something, but as soon as he saw me, his muffled screams for help snapped me out of it. I ran to him, untying the rag. "Thank God," he cried. "Get me out of here, please." "My mate's upstairs," I said, trying to stay calm. "He's calling the police. Are you hurt?" "My foot," he said. "I'm pretty sure it's broken." I hadn't noticed, but I grimaced when I saw it. It was so bruised. His whole foot looked like a dark shade blue. "Okay, let's try and get these cuffs off." I looked around the basement for something that might be useful. There was a countertop with some drawers and cupboards underneath. There was a selection of knives and other sharp instruments in the drawers, which made me shudder. The closer I looked, the more unsettling it became. There were deep scratches and dark stains on the wooden counter and walls. When I opened the cupboards, I fell back with a fright. "What is it?" yelled the man. There were 3 adult human skulls sitting on a shelf. I noticed one had some teeth missing before I kicked it shut. "What was it?" he asked frantically. I could feel something digging into my upper thigh, and remembered I had the paper clips and screwdriver in my pocket. "You don't want to know," I said, taking out the screwdriver. I stuck it into the cuffs lock and started to dig around. I hadn't really gotten a good look at his face until that moment. I realized it was the same man from Lloyd's Instagram picture in Aruba. I was a bit confused on account of it only being posted the day before. It hadn't occurred to me that the photo was taken at another time. "When were you in Aruba?" I asked, still trying the lock. "What?" he asked. "I recognize you from Lloyd's Instagram. You're the man he was in the Caribbean with." What are you talking about? He said. I've never been out of this country, let alone the Caribbean. Toby? Carl screamed from upstairs. I heard a thud. My blood ran cold as loud footsteps came charging down the staircase. It was Lloyd. I held out the ridiculously small screwdriver with a trembling hand, the only thing I had to protect us. The cuffed man began to whimper. Why are you in my basement, Toby? Asked Lloyd with an unnervingly calm tone. What did you do to Carl? I stuttered. Why are you in my basement? I thought you were in Aruba. I came to get my things. My brother's watch. So you broke into my house? I was upset, I said. I didn't really think about it. Just... He started laughing. The last thing I expected from you was something as wild and spontaneous as this. I'm actually kind of impressed. He started coming closer. I saw your picture, I said. You were both in Aruba. It's amazing what Photoshop and AI can do, he said. It wasn't even my body, Toby. I'm buff, but not that buff. You should know that. But why? I asked. If we're in Aruba, people don't get suspicious. People don't file missing persons reports. Oh God, the man cried from the floor. Please let me go. Don't be silly, Lloyd mocked. You know how this goes now. Stay back, I shouted, swiping the screwdriver at him. He laughed. I'm embarrassed for you. He turned towards the counter. Without thinking, I charged at him. The screwdriver stabbed into his upper arm, making him scream. With barely a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist around and knocked me to the floor. Look who decided to grow a spine, he sneered. He pulled the screwdriver out of his arm and threw it in my direction. I flinched as it bounced somewhere behind me. He started rummaging through the drawers. I tried to focus. My vision a little blurry. Like music to my ears, the sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. Lloyd snapped his head back to the staircase, frozen. Thank you, Carl, I said, attempting a smile. Lloyd screamed, coming at me with a blade in his hand. I covered my face with my arms and kicked my legs out. Lloyd fell to my side, giving me time to turn over. I crawled towards the cuffed man until I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. Then Lloyd forced me onto my back. The blade now glistened with blood. We're even, he grinned out of breath. But I'm about to take the lead. He brought the blade down and I caught his arm, groaning as I struggled. Lloyd was strong on account of his regular gym sessions. The newly injured shoulder didn't help matters either. I could feel him overpowering me. His teeth gritted into a frightening expression. His handsome features were replaced by something almost inhuman. There came a scream from nearby, and Lloyd was no longer on top of me. Instead, he was writhing on the floor in agony. The screwdriver was sticking out of his side just above his pelvis. As I caught my breath, I saw the cuffed man. Though he was no longer cuffed, he was leaning against the wall, standing on his good foot. I scrambled over to him. Come on, I said. He put his arm around me and I winced at the pain in my shoulder. It won't be easy getting up those stairs, but we can do it. I don't think so, sneered Lloyd. He was standing at the bottom of the staircase, hand held against his blood-stained shirt. The only thing leaving this basement are your skins. As a chill went through me, there came a crashing sound from upstairs. Police, called out a loud voice. Help, we screamed together. Lloyd began to approach us with a roar, but didn't get too far before he fell down, convulsing as a police officer tased him from the staircase. Down here, she yelled. You two stay right where you are. The cuffed man, who I later found out was called Daniel, was treated in hospital. He did indeed have a broken foot, inflicted by Lloyd as part of his torture. He was also malnourished, but made a full recovery. We've stayed in contact, having shared this crazy experience. I guess we owe each other our lives. I was happy to see Carl alive and well, albeit with a sore head. When I left the basement, we had broken into Lloyd's house regardless of the outcome, and he made sure we were charged with it. The judge was lenient. We were given a €2,500 fine, plus 40 hours of community service. Justice was served for the men who weren't so lucky. I'd be very surprised if Lloyd ever sees life outside of prison again. I originally had no intention of visiting him, but something kept playing on my mind in the subsequent months after the incident. Annoyingly, he still had his good looks and didn't appear fazed at all. If it weren't for the cuffs and all-gray outfit, you'd think he'd be living it up. "Couldn't stay away, huh?" he smirked. "Don't flatter yourself, Lloyd." "Why are you here?" "Those men you tortured and..." I couldn't bring myself to say it. "Skinned?" He smiled. I took a deep breath. "You had some kind of sexual relationship with all of them. Why not me?" He scoffed. "We had sex. I remember because it was so bad." "I mean, why didn't you do that to me too?" "Oh, Toby," he said pitifully. "Look at yourself. You were never good enough for me." You ever just want to leave? I mean, pack up and leave? Fill a suitcase and take a train out of that place? Of course. It's only natural. The day hasn't gone by for years where I don't. See, out here in Iowa, there ain't much to do as you might imagine. Endless miles of rolling hills and cornfields. A boring beauty, as some say. It's a place where creativity and some friends can do wonders. Only, I never really had either of those things. My childhood was tolerable. I was painfully average at best. I always managed to stay right in the middle. To coast, just above the surface. I didn't get bullied, but I also never seemed to be welcomed by anyone or their friend groups. I felt like a discolored pixel. On occasion, I'd overhear my mother telling the next boyfriend how much of a good kid I was, and how I'd never caused them any trouble. God, how sometimes I wish I were that kid. Someone with a personality at least, albeit an unpleasant one. I downshift from third gear and into second as I approached the light ahead. The lake is just around the corner. I should tell you about the lake. See, after I drive to my community college and sit through a few lectures that I'll never internalize, I usually head down to this park a few miles from our house. There's a small lake there, probably about 70 meters or so across. I'm not sure if it has a name. It's kinda one of those parks you just walk by, as there was nothing else to put there. The headphones go on, the synthwave music erupts into my ears, and then I begin. I take a carefully selected stone from my satchel, and I encase it meticulously with my forefinger and thumb. I raise my arm back and swing it forward, flicking the smooth stone towards the water. One bounce, then another, and another. The stone teases the lake, never telling when it'll give in, probably never knowing. For that brief period, I see myself, coasting along. Life becomes explainable. So I like to skip stones. It's the one thing I found out here that I'll do no matter what, almost every day. I started in my sophomore year of high school. I had this nasty argument one evening with my mom's ex-boyfriend, Henry, and took a long walk over here to this lake. I had picked up a stone and threw it angrily at the lake, but it skipped a single time before plopping into the water. I tried again, and finally managed to do it with more intention. I've been hooked ever since. I'm on to my 5th stone now. Usually I only carry about 10 that I'll hand select from the day before in my bag, but we'll start looking for more after I exhaust my supply. I don't always find the nicest stones off the bat, but this lake has some pretty good ones if you know where to look. Today there's this man sitting across the lake from me on a bench. I can't really make out the details of his face, but he's wearing what looks like a cool flat cap and a puffy black winter coat. His legs are crossed, and he has a newspaper in his hands. I don't quite remember when he got here, or if he was even here when I arrived. He's watching me though, despite the newspaper act. Nothing too off about that. If anything, I'm the odd one out. Now that I have a spectator, I almost feel like showing off a little. 8 stones down and I palm the 9th, assuming the finger configuration for launch. This one smacks the water and skids off promisingly. I count 30 skips, almost matching my personal record of 32. It nearly clears the entire diameter of the lake. As surprised and happy as I had been, the euphoria soon dies as I realize that among the best, it wasn't anything of note. An average throw, if that. I crouch down and robotically grab another. As I palm my 10th and final stone, I hear over my music a loud applause from the other end of the lake. I look up and see that man, now standing and clapping with his gloves off. He gives a playful cheer, and I can hear the smile embedded within it. Thanks, I say with my best outside voice as I stand up awkwardly and remove my headphones. Say kid, said the man, bearing what seemed like a thick and raspy Brooklyn accent. He put his gloves back on and placed his hands in his coat pockets. How many was that? Like 30, I think, I said casually, trying to play off the effort. See, that's something else. You do this every day? Just about, I responded, again awkwardly raising my voice while trying to keep it below a yell. Funnily enough, the one conversation I have naturally with someone there across the lake. Tell me, what's the most you've ever hit? He further pried. By the way, I'm Angelo. Good to meet you. I'm Samuel. Most I've ever done was 32. Sheesh, are you going for a record or what? Said Angelo. The record's almost triple that. I laughed. Probably not. Have some confidence, sir. Here, I like you, Samuel. You come out here every day and try to get better. If I see you skip one of your stones across this lake, I'll get you whatever you want. Sound good? A few things here. 1, this guy became a genie out of nowhere. 2, he really does have a cool hat. But most importantly, even if this guy is out of his mind, maybe that's what I need. Something to try and reach for. Heck, maybe I'll get a free slice of pizza out of it or something. Deal, I say back, offering back a faint smile. Angelo gave a double thumbs up, walked back to the bench and folded up his newspaper, before making his way up the pathway and out of the park. It was also about time I left, as we don't have those summer daytime hours up here yet. I skipped the last stone and quickly selected my roster for tomorrow, before heading back to the car. My mood dips again as I end my daily dose of pleasure and head back home. Whatever I want, huh? That's a weird way to offer someone a favor. Angelo has no idea who I am, or what I might ask for, so why make such an open-ended offering? Best not to think about that. Who knows if I'll see him again anyway. I pull into the driveway and see my stepdad Brian sitting on the porch. Brian's not my favorite human being. See, Brian is an alcoholic that's twice my size. Game day? Cool. He's getting wasted and shouting at my mom. Did a stranger stare at him weird earlier? Fantastic. He's getting drunk and shouting at my mom. The list seems to grow. It's gotten worse ever since he had a stroke and went on disability last year. Remember that ex-boyfriend Henry? I mentioned arguing with at times. Yeah, this guy is his evolved form. Only he also argues with my mother. Nearly every morning, almost like a clockwork. I hear them start up. Sometimes a dish gets thrown, usually a door gets slammed. You get the idea. Hey Slim, says Brian. That's another thing. I'm quite skinny and he took the liberty to start calling me Slim. Creative and wholesome. Hey, I respond tepidly and make my way up the stairs to my room. Hey, you Sammy? I hear my mom yell from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm just going to bed. Alright, food's in the fridge if you want, hun, she said. Thanks. I'll never understand why a sweet lady like my mom puts up with these chumps. I set my bag down and hop in bed, before putting my headphones on and passing out. This is the only method to get sleep reliably in this household, and I usually start the process pretty early. The next few days persisted as per usual. I didn't see Angelo at the park, but I tried extra hard to beat my record. I packed about 15 stones instead of the ordinary 10 and really went at it. I hit 35 skips on Wednesday, but I was a few meters short of the other side of the bank. Feeling rather confident yesterday, I skipped my afternoon political science class to see if I could catch Angelo, but he didn't show up yet again. It's now Friday morning and my iPhone alarm starts up. It's a calm 8 a.m. The sun's already out, and I think today's supposed to be pretty warm. I said I didn't want that. Booms a man's voice from downstairs. Lovely. Brian's already losing it. I sit up, but then sink back into the bed and set my alarm for another 15 minutes. Might as well wait this one out before I try getting down there and showering. Then I hear the slam, followed by my mom letting out a cry. I jump up and race downstairs to the kitchen. My mom is on the floor. It looks like Brian pushed her across the room. Her forearm is bleeding. Brian looks at me as though I'm a fly that just pranced into a window he opened for only a few seconds. I can smell the alcohol in the air. I feel the anger in my neck sharpen, and the fear flicker within my legs as I lunge at Brian and swing my right arm towards his temple. He deflects my hand like I'm a toddler and pushes me to the ground. You're both parasites. I pay the bills and I'm on disability. Where's a good meal? Where's the help around here? I'm calling the cops, I threaten, as Brian grabs the keys to his truck and drunkenly exits through the kitchen. Mom, are you okay? What happened? Do you need an ambulance? I say softly as I run over to her. My lower back aches from the shove. I can see the fear and hopelessness as she meets my gaze, soon mutating into a look of disgust I have never witnessed from her. Where were you? She spat. I shouted for you and you never came. You're always out by the lake. I never see you around. I knew then that there was nothing to be said. I realized that my mother felt no security around me, that she couldn't trust me to be there for her when I was needed, that I was probably too busy wallowing in my own solitude to put in the effort around the house. Perhaps this has happened before, and I never would have known. I stood slowly and ran to my room. I grabbed my bag and fled to my car. There was only one thing I wanted to do. I raced to the lake and paced over to my spot. There he was, sitting on the same bench, wearing the same clothes, probably even reading the same newspaper. I don't say anything to him as I reach into my bag and pull out a stone. This one only goes for a measly 10 skips. Not good. I only feel the frustration rise as I grab another one. This one will go further, surely. I flick it and watch it give in after only 7. Attempt after attempt, I flail my arms at the cursed lake and watch as I fall below expectations. Down to my last stone. I stop caring about the goal. What use is a goal if I'm the one kicking the ball? "Hey Samuel," yells Angelo across the lake. A piece of advice from someone who's never skipped a rock in his life. I look over towards him. He's standing up, posturing just like last time. Confident, nonchalant. "Angelo, I really don't want to talk right now." "Yes, you do. You just don't want to use your mouth. Talk through what you're doing," he responds firmly. I was expecting some cliche speech or lecture, but he's right. This is my outlet, not something I just do as a pastime. I eye the last stone and carefully wrap my forefinger and thumb around it. I caress the smooth sides. It's perfect and flat. As I raise my right hand behind me, I close my eyes and swing it forward. I think of all the stuff that happened this morning, and what my mom would think of me if I just landed that punch on Brian and sent him flying across the house. 1, 5, 17, 30, 40, and... The stone leaps proudly from the bank's edge and lands just next to Angelo's right foot. It's done. The gloves come off again and I hear the applause sound from across the lake. "That's my guy," says Angelo. I feel something leave my body, some blend of fear, inadequacy, and self-contempt. "Want to go grab some pizza or something?" I ask Angelo. "Is that what you want?" Pause for a moment. A pizza would be nice, but the words, "I'll get you whatever you want," reverberate in my head. Obviously, I wouldn't just use a wish on a pizza if I really had one. "You said, whatever I want. You can give that to me?" "Yup," Angelo says matter-of-factly. "Here, just write down what you want and leave it on the rock behind you. I always deliver." Angelo grins. There's no way this guy can give me whatever I want, but this felt like one of those afternoons where the Powerball is just so insanely high that you walk into a gas station and buy a ticket. I felt as though I needed to indulge, however unlikely it'd be to score big. Why not? I reach into my bag and grab my journal and a pen. I think for a moment, and I have it. I slowly write, "To take care of Brian," on the top line of the page, before ripping it out of the journal and leaving it on the rock behind me. I don't have the greatest sense of humor, but I thought it'd be funny for Angelo to pace around the lake after I leave and read that journal note. Maybe it'll spark a conversation next time I see him about who this Brian is, and why I want him gone. For now, though, I feel good. I feel able. "Hey Angelo, it's right over there for you. I've got to head to class. I'm a bit late," I say, waving as I make my way up from my side of the lake. "Alright, Samuel. See you at the crossroads," says Angelo with the trademark smile in his voice. I drive back to my college and sit through the remaining half of my Calc 1 lecture before speeding home. I need to ride this wave. If I see Brian, I'll set him straight. I need to make things right with Mom. Most of all, as I pull into the driveway, my headlights now on from sensing the onset of dusk, I see a hooded figure jump over the fence of our yard. It looked like he was running away from my house. Weird. He looked familiar somehow. I pull out my keys and grab my bag, heading inside. I hear shrieking from the kitchen. It sounds like my mom. I scramble into the kitchen and see my mother bent over a figure. It was Brian. She was embracing his head. Blood was staining her gown and hands. He was motionless. I was able to see 2 puncture wounds in his t-shirt, one over each pectoral muscle. My mother looked up and screamed. "Mom, what happened?" I shouted. She looked at me with bewilderment, a crazed fear. "You monster! Get away! You killed him!" she cried, scrambling towards the other end of the kitchen. Wait, what are you saying? I just got home. You... she repeated, grabbing for the house phone on the wall. It slipped through her bloody fingers and smacked the floor, lifting off and dangling from the wire. I killed Brian? No, how can she say that to me? Something's not right. I look over and see a knife on the floor, stained in Brian's blood. I take my hoodie off and place it over Brian's gruesome wounds. The hoodie, that green high school graduation hoodie my mom bought for me a few years back. That man leaving the house. What color was his hoodie again? I swear it looked exactly like mine. Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. Yes, my son, he killed my husband, my mom alleged, staring at me menacingly as she spoke to the operator, following up with the address. I stared back at her blankly. This all felt like a fever dream. Whatever happened here, apparently, I, or someone who my own mother thinks is me, did this. I think back to the note I left for Angelo. There's no way he could have caused this, is there? I get one of those sinking feelings, like when you're being sent to the principal's office, or something stupid like that. The feeling of inevitable retribution. I knew that somehow I'd never get out of this. I turn around and run back out the front door and start up my car. There's a half tank. Where do I go? No clue. I just need to drive. Down the back street I turn. About 10 miles down the road I pull over swiftly and get out. I recognize this place. A busted open fence leading to some old train tracks. I used to walk these tracks all the time back in the day. I squeeze through the opening in the fence and stare down in each direction. Oh man, how did this all come to be? I make a left and begin to walk further away from the house, adrenaline still holding the trauma at bay. They'll probably catch me, and it won't be good. Is this what moving on looks like? On to the next realm of BS? The next thing? How much further can I walk before I see those red and blue lights? How long until the surface tension betrays me? Hello, I hope you're having a fantastic day. I can't share who I am, and I can't even share my name with you, so for the future of this document, I will refer to myself as Pepper. There's not much I can tell you about the day-to-day details of my job, but I can say that in this world there's plenty of supernatural things. Creatures that can't be comprehended. Cryptids, ghosts, even local horror stories. All of them are rooted in some sort of truth. It's my job to kill these things, or at the very least protect the public from them. I tell you this because I believe everyone should know. The creatures that go bump in the night are actually there. I want to start with an interview I had with the victims of one of these supernatural attacks. The document you read has been transcribed from audio to text. The name of the victim has been changed in order to keep their identity a secret. Tape begin 5:02 a.m. Pepper. Sarah, is it? Sarah. Yes, that's me. Pepper. Hello, Sarah. My name's Pepper. I understand you've been through hell tonight, which makes sense if you find yourself in my office. Sarah. Are you sure I'm safe here? What if it comes back for me? What if... Pepper. Sarah, I assure you nothing will get you while you're in this office. Now, Sarah, I need you to explain everything that's happened. No matter how insane it seems, every detail, no matter how minor. If you think it's important to the story, then include it. I will inform you this whole conversation and further on will be recorded. Do you understand? Sarah. Yeah, I understand. Pepper. Good. Please begin. Sarah. It started about 3 days ago. I was at Jim's Coffee on my way to work. There was this homeless man outside the shop. He asked if I had some change I could spare. Well, you see, I hadn't slept well the night before and was in a grumpy mood. I'll admit, I was kind of mean. I told him to stop being a leech and to go get a job. He didn't like that. Grabbing my arm, he pulled me close to him. It was like the colored part of his eyes had disappeared, and he stared into mine. "You should learn to be kinder," he said. It may not sound that scary to you, but something about the way he said it terrified me. I ended up skipping coffee that day. Pepper. This man, did he have any distinguishing details you can remember about him? Sarah. No, he seemed normal enough. Well, I guess he seemed pretty clean for being a homeless man. Pepper. Interesting. Please continue. Sarah. The rest of the day went on pretty normal. When I got home, my door was unlocked. It seemed weird, but I figured I just forgot. I couldn't sleep that night. I was so tired the next day that my boss sent me home and told me to go get some sleep. When I got there, my door was left open. There was no way I forgot to close the door. I went into the garage because I keep a handgun in there. I went through my house checking each room. I couldn't help but think of the homeless man. I got through the whole house finding nothing. I stopped in my bathroom to wash my face. I must have been super tired to leave my door wide open. I looked up into the mirror to see a figure standing right behind me. I didn't have much time to react. I grabbed the gun from the counter and snapped before firing a shot. Nothing was there. All I did was put a bullet hole in the wall. I ended up putting some duct tape over the hole. I'll call someone in the morning. I wouldn't have been supervised if one of my neighbors called the cops. I didn't sleep again. I was stirring at every sound I heard, the constant feeling of being watched. At one point I turned over in bed to a shadowy figure standing in my doorway. I blinked and it was gone. I kept my gun on my nightstand all night. I thought there was nothing. No, I knew there was nothing to be worried about. I was just sleep deprived and I was seeing things. There was no one in the house. I was just worried and I got scared by some old homeless man. Pepper. That was a long pause. Sarah. This next part is just really hard. Pepper. Take your time. We have all night. Sarah. Thank you. Morning came and I called someone to come repair the hole in the wall. I didn't want to be alone in my house anymore, so I asked the repair service if I could leave a key and they could just come in to work while I wasn't home. They agreed, and I called my neighbor Scott to see if I could stay in his house for the night. He was a nice guy. Scott was a tall, skinny guy with brown hair and beautiful blue eyes. I always liked him. He let me stay, and I went over immediately. I explained to him what was going on. He was supportive. We hung out most of the day, and nothing weird happened. I started to think it was all in my head. I even felt safe enough to go upstairs and shower alone. I went back downstairs to go lay on the couch and sleep. Scott was just standing in the kitchen, just staring at the fridge. "What are you doing, you weirdo?" I said while chuckling. He didn't respond. Something was dripping from his head. "Scott?" He turned around. His lower jaw looked like it had been ripped out. His eyes were hanging out of the sockets. He fell to the floor. I ran to him trying to feel for a pulse. It was stupid. Who could have survived that? I was just being hopeful, I guess. That's when I saw him standing near the couch in the living room. A shadowy figure. Blood stained his hands. His eyes were glowing red. I was terrified. My brain was telling me to run. It was screaming at me to move. "Move your legs," I screamed at myself. I moved hard so I could get out of the house. Started moving through the brushes towards mine. I looked behind me to see that creature behind me, its legs moving in ways that shouldn't be possible for the human body, almost like it had no bones, and the noise it was making. Pepper. Explain the noise. This is very important. Sarah. It sounded like when you slide something heavy against a hardwood floor and scratch it. You know, like the... Pepper. Oh no. Sarah. What do you mean, oh no? Pepper. Continue the story, Sarah. I need a second to think. Sarah. I tripped sometime while in the forest, and when I did, I couldn't see it anywhere. I took my moment of peace to call the police. I tried to explain to the lady there was a shadow monster chasing me, and it killed my friend, but the line was cut. I tried to call back, but there was nothing, the call wouldn't go through. There it was standing above me. Its mouth opened to a white glow, and something fell out of it on my forehead. It was a tooth. I'm sure it was one of Scott's. I crawled and cried as it moved towards me, mouth agape. It was gonna kill me. It grabbed me by my leg, pulling me towards it. Its mouth widened while pulling my legs in. I cried, I kicked, I screamed. I did everything in my power to escape. It all seemed hopeless, but then nothing short of a miracle happened. I heard the beautiful sound of a shotgun racking a shell before the loud gunshot. The round blew a hole through the creatures, and it screamed in agony. I couldn't help but laugh at its misery. It let go of me and scurried off into the woods. The man with the gun took my hand and led me to his truck. Next thing I know, I was here in your office. Pepper. Thank you, Sarah. This interview has brought a lot to the table, and I think I know what we are dealing with. My associate outside will take you to a place you'll be safe until we can deal with the entity. I promise you have nothing to worry about. Sarah. Thank you. Tape end, 6:17 a.m. I lied to Sarah, and while I truly feel bad about it, I was left with no other choice. See, the creature is something I've dealt with before, and it always ends the same way. The entity which the organization has named a Yonder. Yonders hunt those who fail the test brought upon by it. The test can present itself in many different ways, from an actual physical test to a morality test. In Sarah's case, I believe the test was the old man asking for change. After she was rude and failed to give the man the change, the Yonder chose her as the target. The thing about Yonders is they are relentless in their hunt. They will kill anyone who gets in the way of their target. Their goal isn't simply to kill their target, but to consume them whole. Yonders cannot be killed, and it's best to give them what they want in order to avoid more bloodshed. Sarah could have avoided Scott's death if she simply never got him involved. But that being said, I must inform you of Sarah's eventual fate. I'm sure you could guess this, but she is dead. Sarah and my associate outside, who was also listening to the interview and had already figured it was a Yonder, 6:31 a.m. went to a nearby hotel which is owned by the organization. There my associate left Sarah and went to his car to smoke, knowing by the time he was finished, she would be gone. He heard her scream and didn't return to the room until the screaming had finished. Just like that, Sarah was gone. I know you might think wrong of me and the organization I work for, but I assure you I did what would result in the smallest loss of life. While Sarah's death was unfortunate, it was necessary. While Yonders are one of the many supernatural entities that roam our world, they are especially dangerous. Their test can be ultimately anything, and there is no way to know when a test has taken place. I inform you of this simply because I believe it is important to know. I leave you with this story, with this one bit of advice. Always be scared. Hello, it's Pepper again. I appreciate everyone who took the time to read the last story. However, I liked to emphasize the point of the story was not for entertainment, but as a tale to be weary. People of the world are ignorant of the horrors around them, which is partially the fault of the organization I work for. I have another one for you, and this one is especially scary to me. Unlike the Yonder from my last story, which has been documented several times and is somewhat understood by the organization, There are only 2 living people who have seen and survived this entity I'm about to list. I am one of them. This was almost 11 years ago. I had only worked at the organization for roughly 5 months. This was the first case I was ever allowed on. I was a level 4 field agent at the time, which meant I wasn't allowed to be on a case alone, and had to be placed with a level 2 field agent. The organization doesn't require you to be a tank of a human to work there. Due to the high turnover rate, most field agents don't live past their first year. I'm a short guy, not very muscular myself, and the only thing that kept me alive this long was my brain. The other agent I was placed with was in their 3rd year, and he has seen some stuff. I didn't even meet the other agent till we arrived on the site. He was the exact opposite of me. Tall, muscular, wearing a dress shirt. Scars covered his hands, and he had one on his chin. And he had a sword, along with 2 handguns, 9mm Berettas. I, on the other hand, had a flashlight and a .38 revolver. At the time I was young, and I thought he looked awesome. Despite his massive size, people took to calling him Mouse. Most agents had some sort of code name. No, I won't tell you how I ended up with the name Pepper. So, first case? Said Mouse. Yeah, well, first one where everyone isn't dead when I get there. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Most of these missing person cases usually end with us finding the bodies. There are a lot more cold cases than I care to admit. Mouse's voice was much softer than you would expect from looking at him. They give you the details? He said. Yeah. Several missing persons have been reported around the area. Ages range from 14 to 44. 4 males and 6 females. You got 2 things wrong. First 7 females have been reported missing. When was the 7th? Yesterday. A 9-year-old girl. That was the second thing you got wrong. I know it's my job and all, but someone so young going missing kinda shook me. The worst part is, she was almost definitely dead. If there was a chance she was alive, we wouldn't be here, and the police would be dealing with it. Even knowing the information, I still asked. You think she's still alive? He ignored my question. I knew it was stupid to ask. They tell you about the sawmill? He asked. Yeah, it's abandoned and seems to be the center of the disappearances. There's a legend of a cult back in the 80s that used to meet there right after it closed down. Long story short, the cultist went there one night, and they all just floated away. The lady who told me framed it as a way to keep kids away from the place. He said. That's what I'd guess. You always listen to the legends around here, especially if we're in small towns like this. These legends can say a lot more than most people can. I learned to live by that rule. The sawmill is what you would expect from something straight out of the 80s. It was in surprisingly good condition for something abandoned for that long. There was a large wooden building surrounded by smaller ones. Large metal pieces stuck out of them. The whole place did seem eerie. I think we split and checked the smaller buildings until we'll meet at the large one, said Mouse. Yeah, I'll take the left. I moved my way towards the building. It reminded me of a barn. It was red with white stripes and had 2 large swinging doors. Despite that, I decided to go through the smaller door on the right. It didn't want to budge at first. I had to put my whole weight into it to get it open. It fell off one of its hinges and kinda hung by the other one. The building was just for storage. It had a ton of logs. The wood had begun to rot, and it smelled really bad in there. I pulled my revolver just in case. I made my way through the rows of logs, being careful to check each corner. At the end of the final row, I found what made the place smell so bad. It was a deer carcass. It was small and decaying. You would have thought it was young, till you saw its head in perfect condition. Still with large antlers, I pulled my camera, which every agent had. Took a picture for later. Besides that, there was nothing of interest there. I left and made my way toward the main building. I found Mouse at the main entrance. "Anything on your end?" he asked. "Found a dead deer," I said. "Yeah, mine was for equipment storage. Nothing interesting. However, something's blocking the main entrance. We can't get in through this way. There is another door up to the right. It's on a balcony, so we'll have to climb. Like I said, not very fit, so climbing up this was hard." Mouse, on the other hand, scaled the side with no effort. The door on the balcony wasn't even locked, and we made our way inside. In contrast to the outside, the inside was disgusting. It was old, falling apart, and full of dirt and cobwebs. What you'd expect from an abandoned building. In the area we were in, you could load the logs into machinery. The main entrance is where they would bring trucks to load the logs. Honestly, it seemed normal until we came across the stairs. These stairs lead down, and that made no sense. They'd have no reason to build a basement here. At least to my knowledge, they wouldn't. The stairs, just like the outside, were in great condition. They didn't belong here, though. They were nice, like what you see in Victorian-style mansions. The wood was waxed, not scratched on them. I didn't want to go onwards. Seemed off, I told Mouse. We should get back up first. He didn't listen and just started walking down the stairs. I followed. It got dark quickly. I pulled out my revolver and my flashlight. Mouse did the same, and I couldn't even tell you where he was storing that flashlight. "It's so dark, like it's eating the light," I said. "Yeah, it's too dark." The stairs went on for an impossibly long time. By the end, I was starting to get tired. I was so relieved when we reached the end. The relief was short. The room was way darker than the stairs. Even with the lights, we could only see 5 feet or so in front of us. We walked through the room. About every 30 feet or so, we would see a pillar. This place seemed wrong, like whoever built it didn't know what a pillar was even used for. Then we came across something. It was large and round and looked like an egg. I was the first one to touch it. "Ugh, it's squishy," I said. "What? Don't touch it," yelled Mouse. His face was pale. I looked back at it, and I figured out why. The thing I was touching wasn't some weird blob like I had first thought. I saw the ears, the eyes, the nose. It was a human. Their head was swelled at a tremendous rate, and their body had shrunk. They were floating almost like a balloon. It was horrifying to look at. "Kill me," it whispered faintly. It was still alive. Suddenly the darkness seemed to fade, and our flashlights were now able to shine up to 40 or so feet in front of us. Looking up, we saw more balloon humans. Off a quick head count, there were 11 of them. 7 females and 4 males. It was the missing people. One of them was visibly smaller, and I knew it was the little girl. We were barely able to collect our thoughts before the humming started. It was off tune. Whoever was humming didn't have a human voice. We were snapping around trying to find whatever was humming. When my eyes met it, the singing started. "My mother gave me a red balloon. Oh, we were such pals. Oh, I loved this red balloon. Oh, it was my gal. Then I lost my red balloon. Oh, how the fun shall end. Oh, won't you be my red balloon? Won't you be my friend?" The entity's voice was scratchy. After finishing its song, it stood from its sitting position. We both had our guns locked on it. In its right hand, it held a pointy piece of wood, and its left held a sickle. I have a hard time remembering what it looked like due to the short time we had to look at it. It had on a green outfit, reminiscent of the outfit Robin Hood wore in the cartoon minus the hat. It was short, maybe 4 feet tall. Its skin looked wooden like an old doll. Its eyes were human, though. That's all the details I can remember. Mouse began yelling at it to drop its weapon. It took a step forward before either of us could react. It was on us. The sickle it held made contact with Mouse's left eye, blinding him in it. I shot at it twice. It was quick to react and threw the wood at me while dodging both shots. The wood impaled me in my stomach, making me bleed from my mouth somehow. It cut the holster with Mouse's sword and other handgun. They both fell to the ground. I shot 4 more times and even managed to hit its chest. A yellow, vicious fluid shot out from the hole. That slowed it down enough for Mouse to play the hero card and grab it. "Shoot it," he yelled. I tried, but I had no shots left. It sliced off Mouse's arm and he let go. It ran further into the darkness. I didn't want to let it go, so I picked up Mouse's other handgun and went after it. I figured missing an arm, Mouse would die anyway from the blood loss. Even with my flashlight, it had the advantage. I wasn't the hunter in this situation. It began singing its song again. I realized the meaning of the song this time. It kept making noises and moving through the darkness. It was toying with me, but I wouldn't let it kill me. I was watching its movements in the darkness, and I was able to pick up on the patterns. Like I said, brains kept me alive. Just as it went behind another pillar, I shot, barely hitting one of its hands. It screamed before moving into the darkness. I ran after it, but it made its way down another staircase. I made the smart decision to retreat and call for backup. Despite what I thought, Mouse lived, making him the only other living person to see that creature. I still talk to him and even ask him for advice on cases to this day. He, however, isn't sent on many cases due to him missing an eye and arm. The case was decided to be too much for us, and was placed with more experienced agents. Despite that, no one ever saw it again. It was discovered the stairs kept going for miles, and it was deemed safer just to seal it and cut off the public from accessing the sawmill. The human balloons were taken and humanely put down. An autopsy discovered the reason their bodies had shrunk was due to their internal organs being sucked into their head, with any excess space being filled with a gas similar to helium. The fluid was tested as well as the finger of the creature, which I had shot off when I hit its hand. Its skin was similar to petrified wood, and the liquid inside was a slimy substance that has yet to be identified to this day. I often wonder what happened to the creature. Most likely, with its home being filled in, no one will ever see it again. We never figured out how it balloonified the others. Honestly, I think I'd rather not know. Working this job desensitizes you. I've seen so much messed up stuff that I think it's normal at this point. Just the other day I was taking a recruit on his first case and we came across a mangled corpse. I was confused as to why he threw up. I see worse stuff than that at least once a week, but that made me remember I was like that once. I was that scared kid who couldn't understand how a creature could do that. So I sat there and I tried to remember the stuff I shut out. This is my story. And I don't mean some cases I choose to forget, I mean my personal story. How I ended up working a job where almost dying is pretty common, and the life and the people that I'd much rather stay forgotten. I was 20 at that time, and I thought life was amazing. I was broke working a dead-end job, my family had long disowned me, and my only friends were junkies and alcoholics. So why did I think life was so great? Well, it was 'cause I had her, my beautiful girlfriend, Josephine. I can see her now, her purple hair up in that messy bun, her snakebite lip piercings, her clunky glasses, her brown eyes. I missed those things. She was shorter than I was, and I think that's one of the things that drew me to her. But then I got to know her, and we clicked. We dated for 2 years, and she moved in with me and my roommate. She was broke too, but our struggle kept us together. She liked Mike, my roommate. She tried even harder than I did to get him off the pills. But enough of that, 'cause that night would be the best night of my life. I saved enough for a ring and I was gonna take her to the fanciest place in town and propose. It was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I framed the whole thing as a celebration of the promotion she just got. Arriving at home, I saw Mike coming out of his room. He looked horrible, probably coming down from a high. Mike had been my friend since middle school. I guess that's why I kept him around so long. He couldn't keep a job, and what little money he had, he spent on pills. I gave up trying to help him a long time ago. "Where are you going tonight? Jay's getting ready," he asked. "We're having that celebration dinner tonight." "Oh, that's tonight? Let me get ready." "Who said you're coming?" "I did," Josephine said. I can still see her in that outfit. We were going to a nice restaurant, and despite having nicer clothes, she didn't dress up. She was like that, never liked being the center of attention. "We're celebrating me, so I figured my friend should come," she said. I didn't fight her. I always gave in to her. Mike coming threw a thorn in my plan, but I figured I could bribe him to go away. The drive to the restaurant was full of them discussing what they would have to eat. I sat silently, kind of mad. Looking back at it, I'm glad he came. The restaurant was named Clive's. I don't think it's still open. I couldn't find any information on it before posting this. I'd been there once when I was little, and my family still talked to me. From what I remember, the food wasn't very good, just expensive. That was the appeal, and Josephine had never been. She and Mike ordered drinks, and since I was driving, I didn't drink, though I desperately wanted to just calm my nerves. A man was leaving the restaurant, and at the time, I didn't think anything of him. We had our full meals, and just like I remembered, the food wasn't great. Mike and Josephine shared the same sentiment. It was time to put the plan into action. I pulled Mike to the side. "I need 20 minutes with just me and Josephine. I'll give you $10 to go get a drink or snack from the gas station," I said. "Free money? You got it, sir." Clive's was a short walk from the park where Josephine and I met. That's where I was gonna propose. We made the walk, landing in front of the pond, the same place where I bumped into her on a drunken binge. That day was the first day anyone had asked me if I needed help. That day I fell in love, and she saved me. "Beautiful night," she said. "Not as beautiful as you," I said, pulling out the ring and bending down on my knee. "What are you... Oh..." "Josephine, since the day you said those first words to me, I knew you were the person I wanted to love and hold, to walk through the struggles of life with, to die with. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me?" "I will," she said, tears in her eyes. I put the ring on her finger and stood up, her lips locking into mine. I was the happiest I've ever been and ever will be. My happiness turned to confusion as I saw the man running behind her, the same insignificant man from the restaurant. Normally a man sprinting at full speed would scare anyone, but the thing chasing him was much more terrifying. "Help me, please!" His sentence was cut short as the creature jumped on his back, slamming his face into the concrete. The creature was human-like, with no clothes but lacked genitals, so I guess it didn't need them. It was long and running on all fours. Its eyes were pure black, and its face was shaped similar to a deer. It looked at us, and I saw its mouth try to form a smile. We were its target now, and it came right for us. I don't remember anything until we made it to the car. Mike was sitting there drinking his Red Bull and eating a honey bun. We quickly hopped in, and I popped it into drive. I swerved around the corner. Mike got slammed to the side in the back seat. "Dude," he yelled. "Babe, it's still behind us," Josephine said. Mike looked behind the car, watching as the creature started to gain on us. It had to be running 50 miles per hour at this point. "Oh, dude, drive faster!" I swerved into my neighborhood, and I thought I lost it. Looking back, I should have just driven to the police station or something, but I returned to my place, swinging open the door and running to Mike's room. "Call the police, one of you," I said. "What was that?" Mike asked. "Like we know," Josephine said. "Mike, where's your gun? Where's your gun?" I yelled. "I got rid of it, dude." Just then, we heard it banging on the door. I grabbed Mike and Josephine and pulled them into Mike's room. It was in the house. Josephine's phone was out in the hallway. We could hear the operator answer the phone as it was crushed under the creature's feet. Mike pulled out a pill bottle, and I smacked it from his hand. It was no time to be getting high. I began trying to open the window. Mike pinned himself against the door like somehow his weight could stop it. Just as I got the window open and turned around to tell them to come through, the creature's arm went right in the wood of the door. It reached and grabbed Mike, and he desperately tried to get away. Josephine went to grab him, but it was too late for him. We both watched as it snapped his neck. I don't know if he died instantly, but I'd like to think he didn't suffer. Fear makes you stupid. We should have just got back in the car. I left it running, but no. We ran down the streets of our neighborhood yelling for help. It was 1 a.m. by this time. No one was gonna help. No one was awake to help. I had a small moment of weakness. I let go of Josephine's hand and kept running. I was 90 feet ahead of her before I even realized she had fallen. I turned around to help her, but it was there standing just over her. Me and her locked eyes, and she mouthed those words. "I love you." It hit her hard upside the head. So hard. She flopped her body, went into dead weight. I froze. I stared into the eyes of the creature. It began trying to form its smile. It walked towards me. I didn't move. I gave up. It killed the only 2 people who cared about me, and I didn't care anymore. It could have me. I looked into the ground, waiting for my eventual fate, when I heard a loud crashing noise. I looked up to see a man getting out of the truck. The creature lay writhing on the ground in pain. I thought some random bystander hit it. But no, this man was carrying a large rifle. He placed his boot on the neck of the creature before shoving the barrel into its mouth. With one loud bang, it no longer had a head. He turned around to look at Josephine's corpse before he began walking towards me and put out his hand. "Looks like you had a really bad night," he said. He took me to his truck and we began driving away. "Don't worry, I'll send someone for the bodies. For now, let's get you out of here." I'd later know this man as Trojan. He would be my first introduction to the organization that I now devote my life to. He is also the toughest guy I've ever met. The creature I ran into that night was one of a species. They're called Halsbrecker. And the one I met was only a juvenile. The adult ones are way worse. And if it was an adult, I would have surely died. They typically stay in the wild, but when one finds themselves in a city, it's a bloodbath. The one I met that night killed 27 people in 3 days. I've met 4 other ones in my time in the organization, and while all of them have been killed, it's never blood-free. I tell this story now because lately I feel like I've been losing my humanity. While it is beneficial in this job to hold no emotions or attachments, it's not good for a human to forget who they are. I usually don't like sleeping. It's time I could be working, but tonight I went to sleep, and even more, I went to dream of my friend. He was a junkie and a loser, but he socked someone in the mouth for even looking at me wrong. But what I want more than anything is to dream of her, the girl who changed my life when I had nothing. I no longer want to forget who I used to be. So please, if anything is up there, let me see them one more time. Thalassophobia is the fear or phobia of large and deep bodies of water. These can be lakes, rivers, or the ocean. It's become more mainstream in the last couple of years. Games like Subnautica or Iron Lung have shown people the extent of those fears. It reminds me of something from my teenage years. Or should I say, someone. Charles was my friend and he had thalassophobia. Like many people with the phobia, Charles was brought on by trauma. When he was only 8 years old, his father attempted to drown him. I didn't know that at the time, but to my friend group, Charles was the kid who was scared to go swimming. We tried several times to take him swimming, and he'd always fight us on it. If we could get him to go, he'd sit on the sidelines. One day, someone had the bright idea to force him to conquer his fears. So we drove him to where we'd commonly go cliff diving, blindfolded him, and took him to the top. He fought us at first, but I convinced him to jump, and we all jumped. As I looked at him treading water, he had a smile on his face. But just as quickly as the fun started, it ended. Charles went under the water and never came back. The authorities chalked it up to him drowning, but none of us were convinced he was pulled. They never found his body. See, to me, the fear never came from what was in the water, but what could come out. I just finished my most recent case, and the creature I'd been hunting had the highest kill count of anything I've encountered. I was one of 4 agents placed on this case, which is unusual for the organization, and is one of the few cases I've been on with more than 2 agents. There was me, a level 2 field agent, Flamingo, level 2 field agent, Recruit Sam, a level 4 field agent, and Trojan, a level 1 field agent. I'd never worked with Flamingo, and Sam was assigned under me for this case. It was his first case. "Oh man, this is nerve-wracking," said Sam. We were driving to a diner nearby from the case location. Here we'd meet with Flamingo and Trojan. "First cases are like that," I said. "Why do they call him Trojan? According to everyone at training, he's a big deal, but no one knew where the name came from." I chuckled. "I'm afraid it's not 'cause he's really cool or anything." "So he's not really cool?" "No, he is. Just ask him and I guarantee he'll show you." The diner looked like every roadside diner you'd ever seen. We usually choose places like this when Trojan and I work together. Man loves 3 things in the world, and the first one is food. Walking in, I saw Trojan, and who I assumed was Flamingo, in a booth. "Pepper, great working with you again," said Trojan. "Nice to meet you both," said Flamingo. They had already ordered food. Trojan knew what I liked. It's confusing, though, for something they deemed so dangerous to send us all out. "Why would they have us bring a recruit?" Flamingo said. "It was a last-minute thing. I haven't even got a case file and was hoping you'd share yours," I said. "Of course." Trojan slid a file across the table. I picked it up first and was shocked at what I was reading. It was a campground and a very popular one. Not the first one I've been to, but this one, from what I was reading, shouldn't even be open. "This can't be right," I said. "Yeah, I thought it was a mistake too," said Flamingo. 312 missing persons in the last year? This place stayed warm year-round and was very famous. People from all over the world came to visit, but in no world should this place still be open. I handed the file off to Sam, and he seemed just as surprised. "You can see why they wanted all of us. Normally they'd just send me," Trojan said. I spent the rest of the meal going over the file with Sam. Arriving at the camp, we were to meet with an organization plant who worked as a forest ranger. The organization placed several people in different national parks. Parks can be a breeding ground for entities. The park grounds surrounded a large, beautiful lake. People were kayaking in it, and everyone around looked like they were having fun. I was just mad they still had it open. I was asked to meet with the ranger while the others unpacked our stuff to put in the cabins we were generously given for the case duration. You fish? I confusedly asked. I know, the name's stupid, he said. Ain't the worst one I've heard, I said. Look, I gotta make this brief. I may work for the organization, but I still got a park to manage, he said. I understand. Something's taking people in the night, and despite my protest, we can't get them to close the place down. It ain't uncommon for people to go missing, but we used to get 20 or so a year, not 300. I don't know why it took the organization so long to send you guys. We have a body that's not the first one found either. It's over in a shed off to the east. We also have someone who claims to have seen some creature in the ranger station. I suggest you all start on those, he said. I appreciate the information. I made my way to the cabin to meet the others. Entering the cabin, I heard Sim ask, "Why do they call you Trojan? It's killing me to know." Flamingo and I started laughing, while Trojan pulled out his wallet. He reached in and pulled out a condom, a Trojan condom. Sim stood there looking mad. "You kidding me?" Sim said. "I dropped this once, and no one would let me live it down," Trojan said. "So what, did you screw a flamingo for your name?" Sim said. "No." Flamingo said, pulling up his pant leg to reveal a flamingo tattoo. "So what's your story?" Sim said, staring at me. "Maybe I'll tell you one day." I shared the information with them. We decided to split. Sim and I would check on the corpse, and the others would interview the person in the station. Sim seemed nervous as we walked up to the shed. I opened it. From what I'd been told, the smell was horrible. Sim threw up. It didn't affect me. The person had several broken bones. Their limbs were bent in a direction that was not possible. Their skin had been somewhat dissolved. I'd seen stuff like this before. The body had been eaten and regurgitated. "So it's overeating," I said. "How can you tell?" Sim said, trying to recover from his nausea. "The body has been partially digested, but whatever did this threw up. That leads me to think the creature has always kind of been here." "I'm not getting it," Sim said. "The park normally gets 40 or so missing persons a year. Most of those are probably from the creature, but this year the missing persons have drastically increased. I don't think that's the fault of the creature." "Something's helping it then?" asked Sim. "Bingo." We met back with the others to exchange information. According to the person who had seen the monster, several nights ago he watched as a human-like creature with legs that seemed like jellyfish tendrils came from the lake and wrapped its tendrils around the person and pulled them into the lake. "Did they mention seeing anyone else?" I asked. "No. That's all the info they gave us. Said it was too dark to discern anything," said Flamingo. "I think we start patrolling the lake at night to see what we can find," said Trojan. I had to take Sim with me. I couldn't let him go on dying. The rest of us split up. We followed the edge of the water. Sim pointed out footprints leading down the lake. We followed them. They led us to a man. Sim foolishly yelled at the man to get down with his gun drawn. The man ran off into the woods and we were unable to follow. I reprimanded him. Where the man was standing, there were imprints in the dirt similar to snake tracks. Trojan found tracks similar to the ones we found. We met back at the cabin close to the morning to discuss our findings, but one of us was missing. Flamingo didn't return. 2 nights passed and we waited for him. Sim looked like he was going insane waiting. He couldn't help but feel guilty, like somehow he was the reason Flamingo went missing. It didn't bother me or Trojan. "We can't keep sitting here waiting," I said. "I agree. We'll head out tonight," Trojan said. Sim didn't like it, and I didn't like him going. Sim's young, and this case seemed too much for a starting case. The night came, and I asked Trojan to take Sim. He had much more experience than I. I returned to the spot where we saw the man, and to my surprise he was there. I called out to him, and he turned to me. "The violent one is with you," he said. "I got him working with someone else. You're here investigating the deaths, aren't you?" I was getting closer to the man. I could pick out his details now. He was normal, with blonde hair and average height, wearing jeans and a blue hoodie. "Do you know anything about them? The deaths, I mean," I said. "I am the one feeding Dagon. Your friend made a great sacrifice." I was a few feet from him now. Did I hear him right? He was feeding the creature and was calling him Dagon, the fish god. Flamingo, that must have been my friend he was talking about. I had my hand on my revolver now. "Goodbye," the man said. Just then I felt something around my ankle. I was being pulled into the lake. I barely had time to take a breath. I fought back against the thing around my ankle. Completely under the water, I could feel the creature enveloping me. Desperately trying to reach for my knife in my belt, I was getting dragged around the bottom of the water, and I could tell my arm was bleeding. I could feel the tips of my fingers on the handle of my knife. But once again I was jerked around, moving me away, forcing me to restart the journey to my knife. I got my blade barely. I began stabbing at the tentacles. They let go, and I began desperately trying to swim toward the surface. I had no air in my lungs. I was taking in water. Just then another tentacle took me, and I had no air to fight back. I thought of Flamingo, and how this is what it felt like while he was dying. Light began leaving my eyes, and it wasn't for the angel Trojan I'd be dead. I watched with my final bit of sight as the creature met the blade of the Trojan. I woke up on land to Sim attempting to give me CPR. "You can stop now," I said, coughing up water. "You're alive," he said. I looked over to see Trojan next to the same creature that had taken me. He had filleted the creature, and inside were the remains of Flamingo and 2 others. I didn't know him well, but someone so experienced getting so easily was scary. I didn't even realize the creature was there until it grabbed me, so I could see how it got him. What I didn't notice though was the part. It was a massive 23 feet at least. Each tentacle was almost 10 feet long. It was brown, matching the color of the lake. It had 6 eyes, and its mouth was right above the tentacles. It looked like a squid somewhat, but had fins as well. Never seen anything like it. We began hearing yelling. "No, how could you kill the Lord like that? You'll be punished severely." The voice was cut off by Trojan, who knocked him out. It was the same man I talked to. We called the organization in to clean up the creature. The man was taken in by the organization, where he was interrogated. He admitted to helping feed, which he called Dagon, but claimed he was being controlled by it. If that's true, then it is a first for me. Sim decided to leave the organization, claiming he wasn't cut out for it. I'm glad he left. I wouldn't want him to end up like me. I did almost die, and that reminded me of my humanity. I can't leave the organization at this point. I spent a large part of my life here, and honestly, I can tell I don't have much time left. The Ash Mountain incident may be the most important event in the organization's history. If you tried to find information on it, you wouldn't be able to find it, at least to the event I'm referring to. When I joined the organization I work for, it was one of many at the time that dealt with the unexplainable. The Ash Mountain incident caused the merging of several of the organizations to create the superpower I now work for. If I were to talk about the entirety of the incident in detail, I could write an entire story about just that. Unfortunately, I was not there for the incident, and was merely sent to deal with the aftermath. However, I can give a brief overview of the incident. The Ash Mountain Incident. February 1st, 2014, 3:17 a.m. An unknown entity arrives through a hole producing a dark gray smoke in unnamed national park and is spotted by a fire tower ranger. The ranger radios to another tower and both check on the smoke. Upon arriving, they are faced with the creature. Upon making contact, one ranger solidifies into a gray statue. The second ranger touches the first, causing him to turn into an ash cloud. Ranger retreats, calling for local law enforcement. In the meantime, the creature begins making its way toward a nearby campground. One by one, it begins turning people into ash statues. When local law enforcement arrived, the creature already turned 31 people into statues. Law enforcement engages the creature. It turns 5 officers before it's injured and pushed into a nearby fallout shelter where it remains. You just read the basic case info that anyone joining the organization can access, but the paragraph doesn't prepare you for what the place looks like. In the following days, several organizations entered the fallout shelter to go after the creature. 11 days after the incident, I was sent in. I wasn't alone. I was sent with 2 other agents, Trojan and Wolf. Trojan was already a level 1 field agent. Wolf was level 3, and I was still level 4. We were next up on the list to go after the creature, and to prove our organization was on top. We arrived near the entrance of the fallout shelter. The people weren't the only things that were ash. Trees, flowers, grass, anything living around the area had been turned into an ash statue, like a raging forest fire had moved through the area. We made our way towards the bunker entrance. It was a large metal hatch on the ground. Looks like a cellar. Are we sure it's a fallout shelter? Wolf said. We lifted the hatch. After you, pretty lady, Trojan said. Ha ha, you're so funny, I said, heading down the ladder below the hatch. When I reached the bottom, I yelled, I don't see anything. My sentence was cut off by the hatch slamming. I flipped on my flashlight and began scanning around me, the light scanning over the multiple ash statues of people. Alright, open up. I looked up only to see the ceiling was much shorter than it should have been, and the hatch was gone. I was alone amongst the ash statue. I was sure that I would be the next to grace them. I was shocked by the amount of people down here. These were all members of organizations similar to what I worked for. They were all experienced in this field, yet they all were caught and killed by this creature. What scared me was their faces, the pure look of agony upon them. I could tell their death was painful, and the way they died froze that look into place. You could still smell the burnt skin and hair. I found myself needing clarification with the fallout shelter itself. It was an older design, like something from the 50s. I wondered why it was so far out in the woods. The nearest town was more than 45 minutes away, a rich family-owned part of the mountain, and had for some time. Way back before the 50s, they built it. The layout didn't make sense. Most fallout shelters aren't entire facilities underground, but that's what this was, a facility. The long hallways were still powered by the faint light of dying light bulbs, like the place had been somewhat maintained, even though the cobwebs and dirt signs of life remained. One room I came across had a makeshift living space, a bed made of cardboard, a lantern, blankets, old food, and water. Someone was living down here, something other than the ash entity. Whoever it was, most likely taken by the entity, just another statue among the rows of others. The whole place seemed like something you'd dream about, like a maze. Hallways lead to nowhere, rooms that seem pointless and constantly ongoing. Between the dim light bulbs and my flashlight, I had a decent amount of light, a welcome change to most of the cases I had been on. Of course, that didn't last long. Suddenly my flashlight went out. The light bulbs followed soon after. Now I was in complete darkness. Darkness can do a lot to the human brain. When you are in complete darkness, your body has no concept of time. In my head, hours passed, but I couldn't tell you how long I was down there. On top of that, it's not uncommon for governments to use it as a torture technique. When your brain has no sense of what it's seeing, it causes it to fill in the blanks. Isolation causes you to hallucinate. You add the two together, and you get a real bad time. Soon my head started playing tricks on me, and suddenly I could feel things moving around me. I tried talking myself out of it, telling myself there wasn't anything there. But the problem was something was down here with me. Something had to take the lights out in the first place. I had 36 bullets on me, and 6 more in the gun. I could use that light to give a brief view of the room, but that came with risk. Not much ammo, and I could easily hit something, and the bullet could ricochet. I weighed it, but the risk was worth it. I decided to shoot down the way I thought I came from. One shot gone, giving me such a brief glimpse of light, but it was enough to see the ash demon 20 feet away. I didn't know how quick it was or how easily it could kill me. It waited this long to attack me, so something was stopping it. During the initial fights with police, it was rumored it was injured, and that's why it made its way to the shelter. Not many creatures you meet in this career fear firearms, but this one did. And that was the only advantage I had. I shot one more time where the creature had been seen. Just like I thought, it was scared of the gun. It retreated further into the darkness. The lights came back on once it was gone, leading to the theory it was the one controlling the lights. With the lights back on, I reloaded my revolver and went back to freely roaming the facility. I'd been counting the ash statues. 112 people dead. We were all sent in with barely any information, sent to die from the higher-ups. But the naive me didn't think that he was to focus on killing the creature for the glory of the organization. If I could go back now, I'd slap that kid and tell him to move on with his life, and that this wasn't his calling. But no, I'm that kid, and I gotta live with my choices. 112 naive kids in there, and only through a miracle that I wasn't 113. I saw it again staring at me from just beyond the light of the room. It didn't take out the lights this time. I watched it figure out what it was taking. I couldn't make out the details besides what I had seen from the flash of the firearm earlier. Looked just like the ash statues around me, but it was gray instead of black. I aimed the revolver at it and shot, missing. It came at me dulling, but not taking out the lights. I choose not to fight, but to run. Every once in a while I look back and shoot at it. It was quick, but I had the speed advantage. I was going further into the facility. I turned a corner, tripped over a statue. It exploded into ash, and I was on the ground. It came at me. I shot it and hit its stomach. It was hurt, but knocked the gun out of my hand. I was hopeless, and just then the hatch opened above me. I hadn't even realized I'd made it back to the entrance. The ash demon began to burn and burst into its ash cloud. It died that easily. The light was what hurt, and I realized why it cut the lights in the first place. It didn't come in here 'cause it was hurt, just 'cause it was dark. I looked up to see Trojan and Wolf. I was covered in ash. "Did you kill it?" Wolf said. "Kinda." They took me out of there. I couldn't wait to shower and get all the ash off of me. Trojan stopped, though, to get me something to eat. I was down there for 3 hours, so he figured I must be hungry. He handed me some cheese fries. When I looked down at them, some ash fell from my hair right into it. Then, looking at the black dust, I couldn't figure out if it was human or the creature. "I don't think I'm hungry." I said, looking at my food. Trojan looked at it too. What, you scared of some pepper? Wolf said, trying to make a joke out of it. Trojan liked the joke, and for the rest of the ride, they began calling me Pepper. Guess the name just stuck. I hate that name. Hello. I'll keep this part swift. Unfortunately, I am not the man you know as Pepper. If you have read the previous parts, you have at least heard of me. People call me Mouse. But I'm not here to tell you my story. I won't keep you in the dark. Pepper is dead. I wish I could say he got out, that he went on to have a normal life and he was no longer haunted by his work. But no, he died how he lived, buried in his work. I'm loyal to the organization I work for, and I will be to the end. So loyal that I thought about not putting this out, and even after deciding I would not use my code name. But I guess in the end, I was more loyal to my friend. Pepper kept notes of all his cases. Some of the stories you read were straight out of his journal, and I'm almost surprised that he didn't make the stories as long as they are in his journal. But I understand why he didn't. This one's gonna be longer than the rest. This one comes straight out of his journal. It's his final case that got him in the end. It was an honor to be a part of. Pepper's journal. Only a couple days have passed since the last case. The organization already called me in for another one. This one was different. I walked into the same meeting I'd been in so many times before, ready to be sent on another near-death experience. Before getting my case report, I was handed something else. The director slid me a little gift box. I was confused. Was it my birthday or anniversary? I don't keep track of that stuff anymore. I opened it and was shocked. Congratulations, Pepper, the director said. I never thought I'd live to see this day, I said. It was a badge similar to the one I always kept on me, but with one key difference. This one said Level 1 Field Agent. That made me one of 4 agents in the organization with that rank. With that, I was given a case file. It was another unusual one I was leading. Not the first one I've led, but this one allowed me to choose 2 agents of any rank to come join me. Of course, I chose Trojan. He was the number 1 agent in the organization, and one of the few I knew I could trust. For the other one, I wanted Mouse with me. Even with his lack of arm and eye, he was still one of the smartest guys I knew. Through experience, I've noticed something. It doesn't matter if you are Christian, or if you are a Buddhist, or if you follow Norse mythology in some capacity, they are all right. That even includes the demonic. You may think that's a little silly, but I've seen demons and I've killed them. But the problem with fighting them is if you do not believe that a cross will kill them, then it won't. That's the struggle of making yourself believe. You might think that after doing it once, you will be fine to do it again, but it's not that simple. Demons are the easiest things to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with the purely in it for the sport to make you feel pain. So when the case file said most likely a demonic force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. I never believed in religion, until I got this job, Mouse said. I don't think there are biblical demons, more like a monster that was born from the idea we have of demons, Trojan replied. Looking at him, you'd think he was nothing but a meathead, but he was often very insightful. So you don't believe in the afterlife? Mouse asked. I'd rather there not be one, Trojan said. The site was a mansion, a modern one. Some rich guy lived there at some point, but he's been missing for some time. His disappearance was investigated by local authorities who were attacked. There was only one survivor. He described what they were fighting as a humanoid constantly shifting his form. Bullets didn't do anything to it. They could move the room around them. It constantly changed the layout of the mansion like it was trying to keep them stuck there. We opened the door and the mansion was beautiful. Marbled floors, several large glass windows couldn't be seen through, and a large, gorgeous chandelier. We keep together, we split, it kills us all. I say. You act like we ain't ever killed a demon, Trojan replies. Doesn't matter, this one feels different. Lead the way, Mouse says. I take a marker and begin marking the room we go through as we wander the mansion. This paid off. I saw one of the mini marks I put on the next rows we went in. We were traveling in a straight line through the room, although we'd come back to the room we'd been in. I then traveled backward into the room we had just come from. It was different. It was already shifting rooms and we hadn't seen it yet, but this proved it had limits. It couldn't add new rooms, just rearrange what was already there. Journal end. At this point, Pepper stopped writing. He was always putting down notes in his journal. He wrote everything down. I asked him once why he did it. Why did he have to document everything? He said someday someone's gonna read it, and maybe my experience can save them. That's the man he was, always thinking of others. It was unusual that he stopped writing. I guess he knew what was coming. From this point on, the events of the day are from my point of view. I had come to the same conclusion that it was in the room with us, and before we could figure out what it could be, I watched as Trojan. No, his real name was Michael Avernatch. I watched as the strongest man I have ever met, the man that seemed unkillable, was punctured through the chest, right through his heart. And if there was a god, he blessed that man, 'cause not even that could bring him down. He swiped around, pulling the cross from his belt. The end of it was pointed. He shoved it down at the demon. It dodged back, placing itself into the next room. Demons aren't what you think they are. The red humanoid isn't accurate. They're more of a shifting mass of gray goo that can change its shape. This one hid in the shadows of the curtain, perfectly forming in the shape of the shadow. You all right? Pepper asked Trojan. I've had worse, he replied. At first, I thought the wound had hit his heart, but it narrowly missed. It didn't seem to affect, even as blood poured down his chest. He stood there as if nothing had happened. We went in the direction after it. I've never seen that before, Pepper said. Seen what? I asked. A demon like that. They're smart, but not so smart as to shape themselves into a shadow. This one is far beyond anything I've dealt, Pepper said. On top of that, they're not ambush predators. Those things feed on fear, Trojan replied. I'll admit it, in my career I've never met or dealt with a demon, so I'm not very knowledgeable on what they're like, but I got what they're saying. It's not a demon, is it? I said. They didn't answer, but the silence was enough for me. It meant we were even more underpowered than we thought. The one weapon we thought we had, the cross, was useless and was just a knife. It can shift form, it can control the area around us, and its look can be mistaken for what we know as a demon. That left me with one other theory. It's a copy, I said. Copies are monsters that are ambush predators, and they are devilishly smart. They have a unique trait in that they can take the form of any non-living thing, but can take the form of living things if one condition is met. They have to eat whatever creature they are mimicking. But from there, they can make the noise, they have the looks, and can even take on the memories of the creature they ate. If I ate a demon, it would solve every question but one. How is it shifting the building? Pepper said. My theory didn't account for that, but at the same time, copies aren't necessarily strong creatures. especially compared to demons. A few bullets should take them down, but the police officer said guns were useless. Demons are otherworldly. You think a copy-eating one could change its biology, Trojan said. We have no way of killing it. We need to attempt to leave, Pepper said. No, I got a way to kill it, Trojan responded. Pepper looked down like he knew exactly what he meant, but despite my prodding, neither would tell me. We came across it again in the same room where the mansion began with the beautiful chandelier. It was in its normal form now, what you'd expect a copy to look like, a skinless man running on all fours. When they were in this form, they were much stronger and faster. Trojan squared it up, but instead of fighting, he stood there and let it take him, giving both of us a smile as he did so. The way I wish I could explain how it unhinged its jaws and swallowed him whole. I'd worked with him a few times, and Trojan was always one to fight. He was unnaturally strong and durable. He could take a hit no man could. He gave up. I stood there terrified. No, he gave us a fighting chance, Pepper said. I didn't understand at the time what that meant. It was only after the case was over that I was able to look into Trojan's file. It made sense where his unnatural abilities came from. He was born into a cult that worshipped a large fly-like being they called the One. When he turned 18, he was given as sacrifice to this creature, but instead of willingly dying to it, he chooses to fight. During the fight, he managed to kill it, and the creature's blood mutated his DNA, giving him his intense strength and durability, and his blood. That any time an unexplainable creature took from his blood, they were severely weakened. Pepper never told me this, but it's clear to me how he knew. Just in case you're wondering, after Trojan left the cave of the creatures, he turned on the cult and killed them all. Sometime later, he was found by the organization. His blood was potent. Shortly after he was gone, the creature began to writhe in pain. Pepper took no time to let it recover, charging at it with his crucifix blade. Before he had reached it, the creature shifted the room. Suddenly we were falling toward the ceiling. I landed inches from the chandelier glass, shattered, and I fell among it. It cut into my good arm, making my body even more useless than it already was. At that moment, I thought, why? I don't know why Pepper brought me. There was better options than me. I tried pressing my feet, but the damage to my body was too much. I was losing a lot of blood. Focused on attempting to stop the more dangerous holes, I looked over to see Pepper. More cut than I, but he wasn't deterred. He held a piece of the shattered chandelier. The copy was much more weakened than I previously thought. He fell to the ceiling with us and was cut by the shattered glass of the chandelier, but it wasn't moving. Pepper took the glass, standing over it. He stabbed the glass straight into the creature's head. Just at that moment, the glass met with the head of the copy. It turned its hand into the same blade that stabbed Trojan, but unlike Trojan, it didn't miss the heart. It all happened in a second as both of them stabbed each other. Unable to move my legs, I crawled to him, desperately clinging to the hope I could save my friend. He fell to his back. I made it to him. I took my phone, calling for backup, telling him it will be okay. Someone was gonna save him. He grabbed my hand and stared at me, and at that moment I knew he didn't want to be saved. I tried to hold back tears as he told me, "Don't worry, I got some people waiting for me." At that moment, Ken Dean Olsen, otherwise known as Pepper, was dead. I wouldn't bother trying to figure out anything about him. As far as I can tell, the organization already scrubbed him from all records. A ceremony was held for him and Trojan, and it was a lot for everyone who knew them. Demons are the easiest thing to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with them purely in it for the sport, to make you feel pain. So when the case file said it was most likely a demon force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. And his friend, once again. I work at a radio station. Yeah, I guess it's one of those jobs that will eventually come to an end sooner or later. If you're a bit younger, imagine a live podcast without video and with music. That's more or less it. My name is Marcus, and I'm 25 years old. When I was a child, although already declining, there were still mini radios around, and I used to listen to them at night when I didn't want to sleep and couldn't turn on the TV. That's where my dream of working here came from, and well, I guess I made it. I work at Waves FM. Fictitious name, obviously. I wouldn't want to expose more than necessary. During the night shift. And I simply love it. The whole atmosphere, me with my headphones listening and talking to people, playing requested songs and sometimes discovering the value they have for each individual. It's magical. One night, as usual, I arrived at the studio ready for another broadcast. It should have been around 10 p.m., half an hour before my entry. However, upon entering my room, something strange immediately caught my attention. On the desk, in addition to the usual letters and bills to pay, there was an audio tape with a single symbol X recorded on it. I confess I found it curious, but with time running short, I decided to set it aside to listen to it later. After all, I needed to do my vocal exercises and prepare the microphone and other things. As the night progressed and the music filled the air, the break time arrived. I took the opportunity to interact with the listeners, attending to their requests and messages. That's when an elderly gentleman called in requesting the song Eyes Without a Face. Believe me, one of the most requested songs on our station. I promptly played it, but little did I know what Billy Idol would be just the introduction to something much stranger. Well, that was Eyes Without a Face, as requested by our buddy, Mr. Grimshaw. Stay tuned in to Waves FM for more nostalgia. And now let's see who will request the next hit. I pressed the button on the desk. Hello? An uncomfortable silence ensued. Someone was on the line. The panel displayed it, but no one spoke. One of the rules of radio is precisely not to leave these gaps. If our only content is audio, we must fill it well. Can you hear me, my dear? How about playing the tape I sent you? I looked at the desk with the X tape. Ah, very well, folks. Earlier today I received a mysterious tape, and it seems that now we have the sender here making their request. Very well, my friend. Let's see what you have for us. I put the tape in the machine and pressed play. A few moments after the reel started spinning, what followed was a cacophony of agonizing screams that invaded my ears. I felt a small shock run down my spine and, instinctively, ripped off the headphones, futilely muffling them. I returned as soon as I regained my senses, stopping the tape. Sorry, folks. It seems we have a troll here. Quite funny, huh, buddy? I'm dying laughing. I played another random song, trying to lighten the mood a bit while calming the pounding in my chest. I grabbed the tape and threw it in the trash. I had other pranks before, things like, "Do you know Joe?" or "Is it true you're sick with ligma?" But nothing on this level. The night continued its course, with me trying to leave behind the bitter taste left by the tape. I interacted with a few more listeners and played more songs according to their requests. For a while, I managed to distract myself from that disturbing event. I bid them farewell as the first rays of sunlight appeared on the distant horizon. It was a turbulent night, folks, but we made it through. Stay safe and see you the next time here on Waves FM. I got up from the chair to see the station manager, Rob, enter through the door. He's a man in his 60s, but definitely strong and quite independent for his age. He was a radio enthusiast who had bought the station with a lot of effort, going to work there every morning. We didn't really have a boss-employee relationship. He was truly a good friend, more like a grandfather or uncle, you know? "Hey there, kid," he said. "Good night?" "Hello, Rob," I replied, trying to sound as relaxed as possible. "Yeah, it was a busy night. Lots of requests. Lots of good music playing." Rob nodded as he approached the control desk. His eyes scanned the studio, noticing the X tape lying in the trash can. A slight furrow of his eyebrows betrayed his curiosity. "What's this?" He pointed to the tape. "Oh, that?" I feigned interest, though my pulse quickened slightly. "Just a tasteless prank from a listener. A tape with some strange sounds. Nothing serious, just tossed it away." Rob nodded, but his expression indicated something was bothering him. "Make sure not to lose focus because of these things, Marcus." "Sure, Rob. You got it," I assured him. He gave my shoulder a pat before stepping away. "Good job tonight. Rest well. You deserve it." With a forced smile, I thanked him and watched as he left the studio. Once the door closed behind him, a shiver ran down my spine. I shook my head to dispel the dark thoughts. I was probably just paranoid because of the strange tape. I resolved to leave it behind and focus on finishing my shift. I got home and collapsed into bed. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I plunged into some restless dreams, the screams echoing again. I woke up a few hours later, a bit sore, heading out of the house to get some fresh air. I stopped at the small convenience store at the gas station across the street from my house, ordered a black coffee and scrambled eggs, my breakfast. I was trying to perk myself up with the meal, chatting about the weather with the waiter. I spent the rest of the afternoon there, talking, watching pedestrians, and praying that night wouldn't come. But soon enough, the shadows began to creep in, and the sun hid behind the hills. Back in my apartment, I opened the door to feel my foot brushing against something, a dry sound. I looked down to see a small letter, my name written on it. When I opened it, however, my heart started pounding. My mind was confused and racing, and I felt sick. In bold letters, the phrase was displayed, "Do not throw away my tapes." A shiver ran down my spine as my brain tried to process the meaning of those words. Who was behind this nonsense? Did they know where I lived? The town is small, not impossible. Maybe it's a prank of very poor taste. I grabbed my phone and dialed Rob's number. He picked up after a few rings. "Hey Rob, sorry to bother you, but I need to talk to you about something strange that happened last night." Rob listened in silence as I recounted the events from the previous night, from discovering the X tape to today's warning. He muttered after I finished. "That's concerning. Maybe it's best for you to come to the station." I agreed with Rob's suggestion and hung up the phone. Putting on a jacket, I grabbed my motorcycle keys and headed to the radio station. Upon arriving, I found Rob waiting for me in the reception area. He had a serious look on his face as we greeted each other and proceeded to the studio together. We sat in front of the computer and began reviewing the recordings from the previous night. During one of the breaks, when I played the X tape, Rob stopped me. "Kid, did you listen to the whole tape?" Rob asked, leaning forward. I swallowed hard, recalling the moment when the screams invaded my ears. "No, Rob. I only listened for a few seconds before turning it off. It was a sudden loud noise and it startled me. Rob nodded, looking pensive. Good. Don't listen to that tape ever again, okay? He retrieved it from the trash can and broke it, and any others like it, preferably. Don't even answer restricted calls. The wrinkles on Rob's face seemed to multiply as he spoke, and I understood that the situation was more serious than I had imagined. I nodded, agreeing with his instruction. Got it, I replied, feeling a lump form in my throat. But what do you think is going on? Rob sighed, looking concerned. Marcus, that's all you need to know and can know. He glanced away and stood up. Try to relax, alright? Just stay away from this and you'll be fine. Are you going to stay around here? The feeling of unease only grew within me as I watched Rob gather the pieces of the tape and put them into an envelope. He placed the envelope in a locked drawer and looked at me with seriousness. Yeah, I think I'll stick around for a little while longer. Maybe go over some things for the next shift. I replied, trying to sound calm. Thank you, Rob. You know, for giving me the heads up. Rob nodded, placing his hand on my shoulder with a reassuring gesture. Anything, don't hesitate to call. I nodded, watching him leave the studio as my mind swirled with questions and concerns. And I decided that I needed answers. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was fear of the unknown. But I just couldn't ignore it. Carefully, I waited until I was alone in the station and approached the drawer where Rob had stored the remnants of the X tape. With some effort, I managed to open the drawer and retrieve the envelope. My heart pounded in my chest as I opened it, revealing the fragmented pieces of the tape. I held on the reels as I gently pulled out the plastic strip from inside, making sure not to scratch it, and was about to do the same for the second one when someone knocked on the front door. It was a light knock, but firm enough to make me freeze in place. My heart raced as I tried to process what to do next. If Rob catches me doing this, I'm done, I thought. With a heavy sigh, I put the pieces of the tape back in the envelope and stored it in the drawer, closing it carefully. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves as I headed to the station door to answer the knock. However, as I reached the beginning of the hallway, looking at the door at the end of it, something started sliding through the mail slot. Something black, rectangular, falling with a hard sound. A tape. I hurried and opened the door abruptly, but all I saw was the night wind greeting me, and the nighttime view of the stars. The station was set away from the town, usually to avoid causing too much interference, so we had a dense forest of pine trees in front of our front door. The sight of them in the dark, however, was unsettling, and I quickly closed the door. I looked at the tape on the floor in front of me, this time displaying the letter D. I picked it up, curious and confused, giving it a thorough examination. It looked identical to the other one, except for the letter. Surely they came from the same place, and considering the audio from the last one, I wasn't at all inclined to listen to this one. I stored it with the fragments of X and went into the booth to start the program, trying to push the feeling of unease from my mind. As the broadcast continued, I received messages and requests from listeners, recognizing the voices of some, engaging in conversation, and gradually pulling myself out of that eerie trance. However, one particular request caught my attention. A soft voice, one I had never heard before, requested the playback of a song not very well known to our audience. Can you play The March of the Condemned? The voice asked, its tone sending shivers down my spine. That song. It wasn't part of our usual playlist. It was strange that someone knew it, let alone requested it to be played on a radio station. I tried to push away these thoughts, focusing on fulfilling the listener's request as best as I could. However, as soon as the music began to play, a feeling of discomfort settled in the booth. The chords echoed through the speakers, filling the studio with a heavy atmosphere. I tried to adjust the volume a bit, which by now seemed too loud. I realized something was wrong. The controls seemed to no longer respond. I persisted, clicking harder, repeatedly, but to no avail. I tried to stop the broadcast to announce technical difficulties with no response. I even tried to shut down the system, but it was in vain. I was out of control of the station. That's when I heard it. Above the music, above the hum of the equipment, above even the frenetic beating of my heart, I heard a sound. A distant but unmistakable sound. It was the same agonizing screams that had invaded my ears when I played the X-tape. They were low at first, but now they were rivaling the music. A terrifying combination of the two intertwining melodies. It was starting to make my head itch. When I realized it wasn't coming from the speakers, but from the D-tape now resting on the table spinning. Now my brain could at least understand. A primitive panic took over me. The kind of thing that scares you without even realizing why, you know? It was as if your whole being feels threatened by it. It didn't make sense to be afraid of the tape, even if it was of screams and strange sounds, but that... With trembling hands, I lifted the plastic cover and looked at the tape, seeing the letter D shining in the dim light of the booth. In a desperate impulse, I ripped it from the machine, but the screams didn't stop. They seemed to be echoing from everywhere and becoming louder and more desperate now. All I did was throw it away. It collided with the wall, breaking in half and falling to the floor. With that, the music, now at its end, returning to normal, fading out. And that was the March of the Condemned, I said, still somewhat shaken. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere because we've got more coming up on Waves FM. The relief I felt seeing the broken tape on the floor was momentary. My heart still pounded in my chest. My hands trembled and my whole body felt tense. I needed a moment to compose myself, to understand what was happening. But before I could do anything, I heard footsteps approaching the studio. My ears focused, and I hid under the table. The door opened slowly. I could feel a presence there, standing at the entrance. Footsteps started coming in. Entering the booth, suddenly stopped. "Marcus, I can see you back there. What's going on?" Rob asked, his eyes fixed on the broken tape on the floor. "Rob?" I said, my voice faltering a bit with anxiety. Trembling, I emerged from behind the table. I received another tape, like the one from yesterday." Rob approached and looked at the broken tape, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "What letter?" he asked, his voice calm, still not averting his gaze from the pieces. "What? What letter? On the tape?" This time he raised his eyes to me. It was a D. Why? A D? Dang it. Tell me you didn't play it. I didn't play it, but when I looked, it was there spinning in the player. That's not good. That's not good at all. Rob seemed tense, his eyes scanning the wreckage of the tape on the floor as if searching for answers amid the chaos. "Marcus, take the day off," Rob said, his voice laden with concern. "I don't even want to think about you being near any audio equipment, okay?" I nodded in agreement. My hand still trembled as I picked up the pieces of the broken tape from the floor, tossing them into the nearest trash can. A feeling of relief was palpable as I finally left the studio and distanced myself from the radio station. Rob drove me home in his car. Throughout the day, I tried to distract myself with anything that didn't involve sound. Books, crafts, but the image of the D tape spinning in the sound machine continued to haunt my thoughts. At night, as the sun began to set and darkness enveloped the night, the feeling of unease returned with full force. It was as if I were being watched. Maybe listened to was a better word. It was as if an ear rested against the wall, attentive to all my movements, like something lurking. I decided to return to the radio station, despite Rob's warnings. I didn't want to be held hostage by whatever this was. So I made my way back to Waves FM, my heart pounding in my chest as I approached the familiar building. When I entered the room, I found Rob still there, working on some papers behind the reception counter. He looked up when he saw me enter, an expression of surprise and concern crossing his face. "Marcus, what are you doing here?" he asked, his voice laden with concern. "I told you to stay away, didn't I?" "I know, Rob, I know," I replied, trying to sound confident despite the tremor in my voice. "But I've had enough. I just want to know what is going on with these tapes and everything else, and I think you know." My tone rose, firmer than usual. I thought Rob would retort and argue back, but instead he sighed, looking resigned. "Okay, Marcus," he finally said. "You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you." He set the papers aside. "Sit down." Rob indicated a chair next to me, his face serious and concerned. I sat down, ready to listen. "First of all, I want you to know that what I'm about to tell you is serious. Very serious." Rob began, his voice low and intense. "Have you ever heard of the Radio Man?" A shiver ran down my spine at the mention of that name. The Radio Man was a pretty common urban legend among radio hosts. You can ask anyone if you know. It's like an entity, a sinister thing, linked to late-night radio broadcasts, sort of like a Bloody Mary. They usually use it to scare the newcomers who come in at night. I've done that myself a few times, but definitely not proud of it now. "Yes, I've heard of him," I replied, my voice an involuntary whisper. "But I always thought it was just a horror story to scare the newbies." Rob nodded slowly. "I thought the same when I started." He paused for a moment, seeming to carefully choose his next words. "A long time ago, right after I bought the station, there was a radio host who worked here at night. His name was Richard. He was a talented man, passionate about radio and about the supernatural." Rob's gaze drifted, staring at an empty wall. "We had a late-night horror show on the radio. Stories, urban legends, listener reports, all kinds of stuff. But he wanted more." He cleared his throat. "Incredibly, he managed to make contact with the Radio Man. I don't know how exactly, but from that moment on, things started to change. Richard became obsessed, continuing to communicate with this entity, even when things began to get strange, and I warned him to stop." Rob sighed, his expression grim. "Eventually, Richard disappeared. No one knows for sure what happened to him. Some say he was taken by the Radio Man. Others believe he went mad and ran away. But what is certain is that since then, I haven't allowed programs of that kind on our schedule." "Wow, Rob, I didn't know." "I'm not done yet," he interrupted, standing up. "Follow me." We walked to a small room in the back, a sort of basement that Rob nicknamed the boss's room, since only he had access to it. I entered the room behind Rob, my mind still trying to process all this information. The room was dark and damp, lit only by the faint light of a bulb hanging from the ceiling. In the center of the room, there was an old dusty table covered in piles of yellowed documents. Rob approached a rusty metal cabinet in the corner of the room and opened the door with a loud creak. Inside the cabinet, I saw a series of audio tapes dusty with age. The labels displayed an individual letter each, just like the ones I received. Not all the letters were the same. Some were missing, but I could see, from what I remember, a B, an M, R, W, and a Z. What are these tapes? I asked, my eyes scanning over them. We started receiving them shortly after Richard's supposed contact with the radio man. At first, it was the Z tape, an unknown song, a bit unsettling, with a vibe sort of like Tiny Tim, you know? Then a T with the testimony of a serial killer, about how he killed one of his victims. It was stomach churning. It seemed that the closer to the beginning of the alphabet the letter was, the worse its content would be. Until he got to the B tape. Rob closed the cabinet with a heavy sigh. The B tape was the last one we received. I didn't listen to it, and I don't intend to. But after it, Richard disappeared. Why didn't you ever tell me about this before? I asked, my voice barely rising above a whisper. Rob sighed, running a hand over his tired face. I didn't want to scare you, Marcus. I didn't want you to get involved in this. I thought that if we ignored it, it would eventually go away. And it did. We had several good years without any trouble. But it seems to have come back, and it's getting worse. The whole story felt like it was ripped from a nightmare. I could barely wrap my head around the idea that something like this was happening at the radio station where I had been working for years, and that I might be involved in it. What do we do now? Rob seemed pensive for a moment, looking at the dusty tapes in the cabinet. I'm not entirely sure, he admitted, his voice heavy with concern. But one thing's for sure, we can't ignore this. Ignoring it definitely didn't work. If only we could see how the tapes are being delivered. I hesitated, remembering the moment when a tape was delivered to the station's door. The other night, I saw a tape being dropped off at our door. Maybe we can install some security cameras around the building to see if we can catch whoever's doing this. Rob nodded, looking intrigued by the idea. That might work, I suppose. At least to see if someone is placing the tapes, or if they come out of nowhere. We decided to act immediately. We bought some security cameras and installed them around the station, ensuring that all areas were covered. We spent several sleepless nights keeping watch. We used some pre-recorded programs to keep things running smoothly, and boy was it exhausting. Finally, on the third night, we managed to capture something. The R tape was delivered by a hooded figure, barely illuminated by the dim streetlights. The individual was tall, skinny, moved in a weird way, very spidery. They slid the tape through the gap in the door and vanished into the darkness, as if they had never been there. Rob and I watched in silence, our hearts pounding in our chests as we observed the mysterious figure disappear into the trees. After the video ended, we stared at the screen for a moment, processing what we had just seen. The simple sight of the creature had the same strange effect as hearing the tapes. I felt dirty, burdened. So with this, can we send it to the police? I asked. And say what? That there's a guy dropping tapes at the radio station's door? I think not only is that not a crime, but it's expected. Rob shook his head, looking frustrated. The police won't be able to do much with this, even if they wanted to. He sighed, running a hand over his face. I guess all we can do is keep watch and try to find out more about these tapes. Maybe we can find some clue that will lead us to an answer. I agreed with Rob. If we were going to investigate this, it would have to be on our own. Go home and take a shower. He pinched his nose. You stink. I sniffed my armpit, and I'm not proud to say he had a point. I drove home, trying to leave the thoughts of what we had seen on the road. After a good, well-deserved shower, I threw myself under the sheets and fell asleep. My phone is always on silent, so I was surprised when I picked it up shortly after waking up, and as my vision adjusted to the screen's brightness, I could see the outline of, I'm not exaggerating, 26 missed calls from Rob. I immediately called him. After 2 rings, he picked up. "Hello? Rob, what's going on? Did he come back?" Silence. "Rob?" I could hear the sound of the radio station, birds in the distance, heavy breathing in the background. I don't know what came over me, but I ran like never before to get there. I burst through the door and ran into the room, and when I saw what was there, I was paralyzed. I couldn't even think about the danger it presented. I stammered, trembled. My mind almost convulsed as cold sweat pulsed down my temples. Rob was sitting, stunned, his eyes bulging. He was illuminated by the faint light from the ceiling, and I could see him making that silent gesture as he looked at me, with his index finger placed over his lips. Right in front of him, there lay a tape marked with the letter A. "Rob, I began to walk towards him, but he closed the cabin door abruptly, turning the latch and shutting himself in. "What's going on?" I tried to open it. He seemed agonized, holding his mouth almost as if there were about to be vomit. But when his hands wavered, what came out of his mouth was not bile, but a torrent of words. I couldn't quite understand at first, but just 2 seconds later, I was affected. It was probably what was on the A tape. The words, the mere understanding of them was driving me insane. As quickly as it came, it stopped. I saw Rob grab his mouth. It makes my stomach turn just to remember. He stopped, grabbed his tongue, and stretched it over the counter, picking up a scalpel resting in the second drawer, and began his ordeal. The blade pierced the muscular tissue, accompanied by a red eruption. The elderly man's grunts echoed in a surreal manner, but that pain didn't stop him. He continued, descending and descending, until the scalpel met the cold wood of the table, now bathed in his blood, sweat, and tears. He stood up with the crimson waterfall flowing from his mouth, while I stared at his tongue, which lay gently beside the tape. "Oh my God!" I rushed to him, trying in some way to help contain the bleeding. "What are you doing?" I was in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before me. Rob tried to articulate something, but his mouth was full of blood and he seemed unable to speak. His eyes, however, conveyed an almost inhuman desperation. I grabbed my phone and dialed the emergency number, but as the operator said that help was already on the way, I saw Rob, with his finger and using his own blood as ink, right on the table. "Go and don't come back." He pleaded this amidst incomprehensible murmurs. The teams arrived shortly afterward, and I was stunned by the adrenaline and tried stumbling to explain the situation. They seemed to understand, and I know I was cowardly, but I didn't accompany Rob to the hospital. I decided to follow his advice and leave everything behind. That was 2 days ago. Today, as I was getting ready to leave with my bags packed, I noticed something in my mailbox. I felt sweat down my back as I began to think about what it could be. As I approached and opened it, however, I found a sturdy envelope with an official seal that read, "Summons to attend trial. Dear Marcus, by means of this document, you are formally summoned to attend the trial related to the case of Robert, who is currently hospitalized and unable to appear in person. The trial will take place in the District Court of, on, at, in room. Your presence is required as a key witness in the case at hand, in order to provide testimony and relevant information for the ongoing investigation. It is of utmost importance that you attend punctually and be prepared to answer questions from the judge, lawyers, and other interested parties. In case of impossibility to attend on the designated date and time, we kindly request that you contact this court as soon as possible to arrange a new date for your testimony. Your cooperation is essential for the fair and effective progress of this legal process. We count on your presence and collaboration. Official. I stared at the paper. After a call to the hospital, I found out that Rob has been unconscious since he arrived at the hospital, and therefore I can only testify to what happened. Considering that the cameras only captured the two of us entering the building, I understand that I am the main suspect, which leaves me unable to leave town. I don't know if this has been widely reported, but I just received news that two of the police officers investigating the case were found dead in, well, I don't want to disgust you, but it definitely wasn't pretty. Apparently they were conducting forensic analysis on some objects found at the crime scene, including a tape, as stated in the report. These are definitely dangerous times. I advise you not to take back roads, avoid passing near towns, and travel with the radio off. But if you decide to ignore this warning, don't forget to tune in to Waves FM every day from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. for the best late night programming. As I sit here looking again at my Google search history from the past few days, from the physical security of a 2-queen hotel room, I realized that this is not something that happens to most people. So, my mom died about 3 months ago, on the afternoon of New Year's Day during a midday nap. My older sister had been watching her dad die 2 years ago at the age of 74. And it's been that steady decline you sometimes see with people who have been married forever and don't know how to live with each other. Dad got sick and died in a matter of weeks, and I knew Mom was dying the day I sat in the back seat of my sister's SUV on the way back from his memorial. Not like medically dying. I mean that kind of poetically or metaphorically or metaphysically. She'd been with him when he took his last breath, she said, holding his hand and telling him how much she loved him. I didn't know what it was like to be with someone in their last moments, but I could only imagine the damage it would do to someone's head. My sister upended her life, moving from the suburb on the opposite end of the city to live with my mom and make sure she was taken care of. I would have done it, but Mom never liked me as much as she liked Angela. She never said that, but considering my sister took the honorable route and got a job at an accounting firm while I was chasing open mic nights to practice my stand-up, it was pretty clear. It's whatever. Anyway, Mom died in January, like I said. Angela took care of everything, which was lucky because if it had been my job, I don't know if I would have known what to do. And I might have just asked some research center to come get the body and do tests on it. Mom would have hated that, and she wasn't going to be able to complain. Angela, the good kid, had Mom cremated. About a month after the big memorial service Ange had invited all of Mom's friends and coworkers to, she texted me and asked if I would be interested in moving into Mom and Dad's old house with them. Sure, I said, because they owned the house and it would save some money, and the stress of having 3 roommates, all human, not counting the 4 odd mice that I'm pretty sure slept in bed with me, in a 2-bedroom apartment was wearing on me. Ange and I hadn't spoken too much in the last few years, since she was busy with her life and I was busy with mine. I tried to help where I could, but Angela had gotten so used to taking care of everything that she usually shooed me when I tried to help clean or cook. So I took some time to learn how to fix some things around the house with the plumbing or drywall or whatever, so I could at least feel slightly contributory during the day before I would go into the city in the evenings to find somewhere to tell my stupid jokes. I took on projects here and there around the house, finding that maybe DIY was my calling, and I was taking the mirror down in Mom and Dad's bedroom, where we'd never really been allowed to go to when I first discovered it. In that bathroom, I pulled the mirror from the wall, finding it was barely hanging on by a single rusty nail anyway, and behind it there was a small square of drywall missing, maybe 3 inches by 3 inches. That in itself wasn't strange, but the smell coming from it was definitely something to not laugh about. It smelled like someone was roasting pennies over a campfire. I gagged and left the room, texting Ange right away to tell her I thought something might be rotting in the wall between our parents' bathroom and the laundry room next to it. Gross? She'd answered, and I braved the ick long enough to cover the hole with masking tape after the nail I tried to rehang the mirror on broke right off. I went to the furthest reaches of the house to hide from the smell, and I thought it was just sticking inside my nose or head or something before Ange got home, and was covering the bottom half of her face in disgust before she'd even come in the door. "Nina, did you look in the hole to see what was in there?" Angela demanded as soon as she got home. "The whole house smells like used tampons and burning hair." A better description than the one I've given you, but maybe you get the idea now. We made a game plan, covering our faces with dish towels to stymie the smell, and taking breaks to go stand out on the sidewalk when the smell got too strong. I investigated the laundry room, finding where the other side of the wall was, and I had to move a tall metal shelf where Mom had organized all their towels and cleaning supplies in neat rows to find the wall behind it. There was a faint outline of what must have been a door at one point. It had long since been painted over, leaving only an indented seam where the door had once been. There was no handle, obviously, and if I had to guess, the hinges were on the other side. We'd grown up in this house. How was there a room we didn't know about? After showing Angela what I saw, she said she wanted to barf, and we drove to the Holiday Inn Express to get a cheap room for the night, since she'd made the good point that we would never be able to sleep with that smell throughout the house. I searched a few things on Google. Entire house smells like blood and burning. A gross search that yielded a few pictures of animals that had violently died in some people's vents. It was a possibility, but given the smell started the moment that hole came uncovered, I put those thoughts on the back burner. There was something in the hole. House records by address. The county we lived in had a handy search tool that told me Mom's house was built in 1957, and that the blueprints for the house would maybe be on file in the county clerk's office. County clerk office email contact. I'm not going to wait until tomorrow morning to call. I heard back from the county clerk's office at 10 a.m. the next morning, and the lady had helpfully attached a PDF of the blueprints of the house, and I examined them as Angela dried her hair from her shower, carefully braiding it in anticipation of the gross day we had ahead. She'd taken a sick day off work after she hadn't slept well at the hotel, saying she didn't feel right working all day when the house seemed so messed up. The blueprints were pretty bad quality, honestly, but the faint lines were plenty for me to identify the bathroom where I'd found the hole. There was what appeared to be a linen closet there between the bathroom and the laundry room, where I'd found the outline of the door, and when I told Angela as much, she asked questions I couldn't answer. How long had that closet been sealed off? Did Mom and Dad even know it was there? How long would a room that smelly take to clean? As we loaded up in the car, Having checked out the hotel, I searched up a few more things. How to open a secret door in your house. The results were mostly YouTube videos on how to install a secret door. I didn't know the architect from Clue had a YouTube account. How to open a door that's been sealed shut. Mostly results from video games, but after some scrolling, I saw some people suggest that a sharp putty knife and a reciprocating saw might do the trick. Hardware store near me. The nearest one was about 5 minutes by car from the Holiday Inn. Ange let me go into the store by myself, and I walked out $110 poorer with an electric saw and a sharp knife. We got to the house and I went straight for the laundry room, instructing Angela to go to Mom's bathroom and look through the hole and tell me if she saw light when I stabbed the seam between the door and the wall. She looked uneasy going into the bathroom, but I hadn't expected her to scream. "Nina, get out of there!" She shrieked from the front door, and I didn't question my older sister's instructions, booking it out right after her. What happened?" I asked, closing the front door behind me. I could hear my heart in my ears, but Angela was turning an interesting shade of green. "The tape was gone," she said quietly, turning around to empty our McDonald's breakfast in the garden, and then some. I wanted to puke too, but one of us had to keep it together. The masking tape being gone on its own was annoying, but not vomit-worthy. And I almost said as much, but she kept talking. The tape over the hole was gone, and I hadn't gotten the light on yet, but I saw an eye looking at me, Nina. There's a very particular fear in seeing someone very brave and collected completely losing it. And more than what she'd said, I was terrified because Angela clearly didn't want anything to do with any of this. "You're sure?" Angela walked out to the sidewalk, sitting on the curb and putting her head in her hands. "There was an eye. It was looking at me. The second I screamed, it closed and moved away. I don't know." I feel like this makes me a bad sister, but I patted her on the back and said, "I'm going to go to look again. It was probably a trick of the light, and since you were scared, your brain probably saw something that wasn't there." I'm so dumb. I've seen movies. Angela told me not to go, but when I insisted we couldn't walk away forever, she slowly nodded and said she would wait at the door while I went back in. The smell was stronger than ever now, and as I went into the bathroom, the sickly trepidation that made me want to vomit then and there was almost enough to turn me around. The door to the bathroom was still open, and I guessed that Angela hadn't taken much care to mitigate the smell by keeping the door closed like I had. I reached into the bathroom before I went in, turning on the light to keep any tricks of the light and imaginary eyeballs at bay. The masking tape was on the floor of the bathroom, like it had been torn off in one chunk, and the hole remained dark. No eyes looked back at me, and when I shined my phone light into it, I didn't see much since the hole was so small. It was just me and the burning blood smell. "There's nothing here," I reassured Angela as I left the bathroom. "The tape probably just didn't hold up. I'm going to go back into the laundry room and try to get the door open again." She didn't move, nodding with her face still devoid of color. If she wanted to stop me, she didn't have enough air in her lungs to talk. So I walked around to the laundry room and picked up the stuff I'd dropped when she screamed and got back to work on the door. All in all, it took me about half an hour to carve through the thick coat of paint keeping the door sealed, and I talked to Angela the whole time, trying to stay casual despite the fact that I could feel my guts trying to get out through my esophagus. Whatever dead animal had gotten into that closet, the smell was going to hit me like a Mack truck, and I knew I had to be ready. The paint around the door came free, and to my disappointment and relief, it didn't just swing open and reveal its sordid secrets. I messed with the spot where a knob would have been for a bit, poking and prodding it with the putty knife. I hadn't been speaking to Angela for a moment so I could concentrate, and I managed to make enough of a gap in the door mechanism that I could get in there with my fingers and pull on the mechanism. I was so caught up in my celebration that I had figured out how the door could open, that when it came loose and opened a crack, I hadn't thought to hesitate and brace myself. The smell hit me like a tidal wave, and when I saw the mess inside, I took a step back, choking and gagging. The bottom of the closet was littered with a substance I can only describe as similar to wet jerky, red and wrinkled and shiny. Curled in a corner in the back, retreating from the light of the laundry room, was a filthy and malnourished body, with wide bloodshot eyes trained on me. The skin around its mouth had been eaten away, forming a feral grin. "Angela?" I screamed, and as she came running, I stopped her so she wouldn't see what was inside. "Call 911?" I ordered, blocking the doorway. She turned away, and I heard her speaking to an operator by the time she got to the front door. I took out my phone, trying not to retch, as my shaking hands tried to tap out one more Google search. How long can a man in his 70s be kept alive in a closet? I've never been much for excitement. I'm the sort who likes to get invited out, but always volunteers to be the designated driver. Relieved because it means I get to stay sober and serious. No one expects the DD to go dancing on tables or telling wild stories. I can be a shy, reserved, plain Jane. I keep my nose in books and out of everyone else's business. That was why it surprised everyone, especially me, when I agreed to join Miki and Shania in urban exploring that day. Miki is my cousin, and Shania is her best friend. I guess I agreed to go because I was feeling a bit stung over the fact that my crush, Yasmin, who is gorgeous and has a voice that could call angels, commented to friends that I am a bit boring. And so I guess I just wanted to not be boring, to have, for once, a story worthy of telling over a drink. But when we got to the house, I felt uneasy. The whole neighborhood was sad, really. A story of American prosperity turned to poverty and abandonment. Entire streets with only one or two houses still occupied, the rest withering away with boarded windows in overgrown lots. Miki picked out the house at random, saying it looked creepy. I don't know if it was any creepier than any other sad building in that cul-de-sac. The house had yellow siding stained by weather and time, curtains hanging in the cracked upstairs windows, a short flight of stairs leading to the front door. The lower windows were all boarded, and the door, of course, locked. But while I was ready to give up almost immediately, Shania's eyes sparkled at the challenge. She circled around to the back of the house, and a triumphant yell brought Miki and me following. The back door, though boarded, had been broken into at some point over the years, and it swung open easily. "Are we sure it's safe?" I wondered. Shania just grinned. "You gonna stay here if it's not?" she asked, and plunged into the darkness. And that's how it was inside. Dark. Shania and Miki flickered on headlamps and flashlights. I only had my phone light, so Shania pulled out a spare flashlight from her backpack for me. "Girl, it's just an empty house with old stuff." She squeezed my arm in encouragement. "Nothing to be scared of, unless you believe in ghosts." And she winked and laughed. A bold peal of laughter that lifted my spirits and made me jealous all at the same time. I didn't know a person could laugh in the face of fear like that. I didn't really believe in ghosts. I didn't believe, but was still scared of them. Was that pathetic? I smiled weakly and thanked her for the flashlight. Miki told me to quit being a baby and squeezed in past me, and all three of us entered the living room and looked around. It looked exactly like every old person's living room. The carpeted floor was a dark beige and stained with coffee here and there. A plush armchair sat facing an ancient television, the kind that looks like a boxy cube, not a modern flat screen. I almost expected to see antenna sitting on top of the old thing. Bookshelves and hutches held books, knickknacks, cups and glasses, and many years' worth of dust. Little ceramic figurines of children and pigs with wings and big-eyed frogs, and all sorts of odds and ends, looked out at us. It was cluttered, and a lot of it was broken. The wallpaper peeling and mold streaking the walls. Just a forgotten, lonely old house. Dang! Shania picked up a figurine from one of the shelves. Look at this stuff. Super vintage. But there's like collectibles and stuff we could take. You want to bring some back? Suggested Miki. I wondered aloud if that counted as stealing. Both girls looked at me, and I shut my mouth. Shania looked around, gesturing with her flashlight, and said, "Stealing from who?" She had a point. I couldn't really argue. Still, I don't know. Just feels kind of disrespectful. I mumbled. More disrespectful than leaving it all here to rot? Shania tucked a glass-eyed frog into her pocket. At least if we take some, someone's getting use out of them. Miki took out a bag and began filling it with some of the bowls and candle holders she thought might be crystal. I was pretty sure they were just glass, though. Shania was more interested in the figurines. I looked around, unsure what to take, and finally, my flashlight illuminated a ceramic lovebird sculpture. I don't know why I was drawn to it. It seemed handmade. The glaze wasn't perfect, and the wings were a little clumsy. I imagined it might have been a gift, not store-bought. Somehow the idea of a handmade gift, passed down and forgotten and then recovered, moved me. So I wrapped it up in some napkins and put it in my bag. I was still looking at the shelves, moving into the kitchen with its dirty and torn linoleum, when a scream made me jump. Back in the living room, toward the rear of the house, Miki was shining her flashlight on something. Shania with her, both of them whispering. Then Shania bent toward the floor. Approaching, I saw that they were looking at the staircase leading up to the second floor bedrooms. The thought of going up there filled me with dread, and my gut bunched with knots. But my entire stomach seemed to overturn itself when I saw what Shania's light was shining on. A dark stain just below the bottom steps. A person-shaped stain. There was the head, there were 2 arms. Okay, that's really freaky, said Miki. Shania, kneeling and grim-faced, was tracing her flashlight along the outline. You know what happens sometimes with old folks. They die and no one finds them for a while. The body just lies there decomposing. This is probably where she died. She? I echoed. Or he, but all these figurines and stuff make me think Grandma, not Gramps. But if we go upstairs, we'll find floral dresses hanging in the closets. I'm not going upstairs, I announced. Me either, declared Miki. Shania wanted to go. Carefully avoiding stepping on the body stain, she ascended the stairs. From up there, she called out to us about things she found. Bathroom is a mess. Yuck. Yep, lots of flower print. Stuff like that. Finally she returned, a dusty frame in hand, and offered it to Miki. It was a photograph of an elderly woman and a boy. Bet that's the old woman who lived here, and her family. I wonder why they didn't check on her when she fell down the stairs, said Miki. Who knows? Maybe they're dead too. Maybe they live out of state. Shania shrugged. Look at this neighborhood. Been emptied out a long time ago. Chances are, wherever her family lives, it's not close by. Come on, let's get out of here. Thought I heard something up there. Heard something? The hairs on my neck prickled. Like what? Like her ghost. Gonna yell at us for stealing, said Miki and laughed. Then she and Shania raced to see who could get out first, pushing me aside. I cried out, nearly falling on that stain. I almost touched it. Guys, wait! I yelled, running after them. Halfway out of the room, I'd swear I heard a sound. A voice calling to me. And I screamed, heart hammering, my voice ripping from my lungs in a shriek of utter terror as I rushed after the others and out to the car. They wouldn't stop teasing me the whole drive back. Your scream could have woken the dead, Shania exclaimed. Seriously, I thought something got you, put in Miki. I didn't tell them how I thought I heard an old woman's voice. They'd just laugh harder at me. Miki dropped me off back home, and Shania told me she hoped I had fun and wasn't scared too much. I smiled weakly and waved goodbye, and retreated up to my bedroom in my parents' house. I'm saving for enough to move out, but for now, I pay a small amount of rent while I work at my uncle's shop running the register. I felt ready to cocoon myself for a good week. This would make a good story to tell when I joined everyone for drinks, but it'd be a while before I'd be up for it. I put the ceramic birds on the windowsill, trying to decide if they were cute or just creepy. A shower took off the last of the grime and the chills, and by dinner time, I was feeling excited enough to share what I'd done with my friends. I snapped a pic of the birds and texted to the group chat with Yasmin and the others, explaining that I'd found the birds in an abandoned house and even seen the body stain where the old woman who owned them died. Lots of exclamations and emojis from everyone in response. Yasmin texted, "Whoa, dang girl, you gotta invite me next time." I hadn't been planning a next time. The thought of exploring more terrifying places made my pulse escalate, and not in a good, fluttery way. But if it impressed Yasmin, if it made me more interesting and less boring... Anyway, I tucked my phone away and went to bed feeling, for once, like someone who had stories to tell. Not the dull girl who looked after the shop and was so forgettably plain. The only name she could possibly have was Jane. No, I'd become someone else. Brave. Exciting. I had glorious dreams of dancing on tables at the center of parties, but something jolted me awake in the dead of night. I lay there, curled under my sheets, every hair on end. From somewhere downstairs came a soft wail, a moan. The old woman. The moaning continued. I pulled the pillow over my head and whimpered, too terrified to move. How did her wailing not wake anybody else? She was so loud. I don't know how long I lay there, wishing the wailing would stop before I drifted off to sleep again. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my window. My recollection of the previous night was hazy. I assumed the wailing must have been a dream. I even laughed at myself. Here I was, plain Jane, giving myself nightmares because I was such a homebody that the slightest adventure had me spooked. I headed downstairs for breakfast, and froze. On the wooden floorboards at the bottom of the stairs was a stain, the same stain we'd seen in the empty house. "Mom?" I shrilled. My mom rushed out of the kitchen. "Jane, what is it?" I pointed to the floor of the stairs, right where she was standing. Mom looked down, stepped back, accidentally trampling the stain as she examined the floor, and then looked back up at me, questioning. "What? Honey, what is it? The stain, I whimpered. Stain? She echoed. Dropped down to her knees, peering close. Where? She couldn't see it. She was right on it and couldn't see it. Never mind, I said. Hurrying back to my room, I snatched my phone, came back and took a picture of the stain to send to Miki and Shania. Except it didn't show up. I could see it on the floor, see it right there with my own eyes. But when I tried snapping a pic with my phone, nothing on the screen. Sweetie? Mom's brow knit in concern. Everything alright? Yeah. Yeah. I smiled feebly. Having lost my appetite, I went to work without breakfast. After my shift when I came home, the stain was still there. If anything, darker than before, but Mom and Dad went up and down the stairs without seeing it. I went upstairs and got the birds. Considered shattering them and scattering the pieces, but as I held up the little ceramic sculpture ready to drop it on my floor, pangs of guilt had me setting it carefully back down. I should return it to the house, I thought. Until then, I wrapped it up and tucked it deep into my closet, out of sight, out of mind. Hopefully once it was back in its place, the stain would disappear. The moans persisted every night, always around the same time. The stain persisted as well. As for Miki and Shania, they refused to take me back to the house to return the birds. They didn't want to go back, and didn't believe me about any of it. Especially after Miki came to my parents' home and couldn't see the stain. She asked if I was just making it up for attention. I'd have been angry, furious at my cousin for throwing such an accusation in my face, if I hadn't been so terrified in that moment because just behind her stood an old woman. Things got worse. The old woman appeared randomly in my house, always near the stairs. Sometimes I'd hear her come out of her room. Sometimes she'd be hovering by the window, looking confused. Other times she was looking right at me. One night I arrived home after midnight. I'd been out with friends doing my usual shift as the DD. No one really noticed how morose I was. My thoughts that night were on Yasmin and my social situation and wondering if I would ever break out of my own shell. When as I headed upstairs, a cold and clammy hand gripped my ankle. Shrieking, I ripped free. My shrill scream woke my mom and dad, who rushed out, Dad with his fists up, ready to fight whatever intruder was apparently murdering his daughter. I rushed into my room and slammed the door, sobbing. When I came out, there was no one there. Nothing. Just my parents looking at me, concerned. They asked me if I'd be willing to see a psychiatrist. I thought maybe a medium would be better, and I found one online who did a teleconference with me. She recommended the same thing my instinct had told me to do initially. Destroy the ceramic birds. I'd taken a personal item, she said. Something that meant something to the deceased. If this object was what had brought the ghost into my home, destroying it would free me. Next day when I returned from work, I retrieved the birds from upstairs. I'd decided that, rather than destroy them, which seemed disrespectful, I'd start by returning them to the house where I found them, even if it meant I had to go back there alone. But I'd just left my room and barely reached the bottom of the steps when cold fingers clasped my ankle. I shrieked, jerking free and rushing to the door. The ghost, trying to grab me. As I reached the front door, I spun back, glaring over my shoulder. I could see her now, the ghost of the old woman. She lay at the bottom of the steps, her fingers curled into claws and her face a grimacing snarl. Her mouth opened in a wail. I stood there for a long time staring. And then I came back over to the stairs, and when I knelt down, she grabbed my arm so tight. Her icy hand left strange imprints on my skin. I held the birds down to her, and with my other hand clasped hers. I don't know what gave me the courage to suddenly do this, but now I heard what it was she'd been wailing over and over again. "Help," she groaned. "I'm here," I said. Her hand squeezed tighter. "I'm sorry I ran away before. I don't know who gave you these birds, but they must have loved you very much. I'm sure they wished they could have been there for you." She was listening now, her mouth still a grimace of pain. I'm not religious and I don't know any prayers, so I just kept saying, "I'm here. You're not alone. Here are the birds. Here's my hand." I don't really know what else I said. My vision was blurry and I didn't realize that tears were streaming down my cheeks until I blinked and squeezed my eyes shut and reached up to wipe them clear. And when I looked down again, the old woman was gone. I was alone. Just me sitting there at the bottom of the steps with some dusty ceramic birds in my palm. The stain was gone. The medium told me I should get rid of the birds anyway, but I didn't. I went upstairs and put them back on my windowsill. They sit there still. I'm keeping them for someone who shouldn't have been forgotten. I've made a living off of exposing magic tricks. I'll admit I was never able to make a big name for myself on performing magic alone. I did alright with my partner, but I found that revealing many famous tricks and teaching others how to perform magic has become a far more lucrative career for myself. I'm always excited to be presented with a new challenge for a seemingly impossible trick. I take great pride in my ability to reveal even the most challenging of magic tricks. Until now, that is, because I've seen something that I truly cannot explain. I was recently at a book signing of mine. A decent crowd had showed up, eager to pick my brain on the current state of magic and my opinions on it. While signing, an old colleague of mine arrived. His name is Ronaldo Cruz. It had been years since I'd seen him. Without exchanging words, I greeted him with a hug. Ronaldo was a partner of mine back when I had first begun performing magic. Together we were the ravishing Ronaldo and Reginald. A joke we would share was that he was the ravishing one, and I was just Reginald. We were no Siegfried and Roy, but we had a respectable run on the Las Vegas Strip. It was not enough to make a full career on, but it got my foot in the door. After a few years of practice, we decided to go our separate ways. There was no animosity toward one another, but we had different philosophies. We both enjoyed learning the secrets of magic, but he believed that it should remain a secret. Of course, I did not follow that ideology. When I pulled him close, he did not seem to reciprocate any of it, and he felt cold. While I pulled back to take a good look at him, he was different than I once knew. His once tan and full face had turned white as a ghost. His face was sunk in, creating a gaunt appearance. I blamed it on aging, but this was certainly not the ravishing Ronaldo I once knew. One thing that did not change were his over-the-top green alligator shoes. They'd become sort of a staple of his look to go along with his ravishing character. "How have you been?" I asked. "I need your help with something." He responded. He didn't acknowledge my question, although his response told me that something wasn't right. "I don't want to talk about it here." He reached his hand into his pocket and extended a piece of paper over to me. I unfolded it to reveal a crumpled up photo of an old dive bar we frequented together. The name of the place was Andy's. A real quiet hole in the wall we'd go to if we wanted to lay low. A slight smile crept across my face. Certainly he's just messing around with me and just wanted to have a few drinks, I thought to myself. Immediately after agreeing to meet with him in 2 hours, he marched out the door of the bookshop. I arrived at Andy's about 15 minutes early and headed to our usual booth. Ronaldo was already there, halfway through his second whiskey on the rocks. When I sat down, I noticed that he kept looking around as if to see if anyone else was following us. Once I sat at the booth, I decided to break the ice with a simple question. "So Ronnie, what brings you back to Vegas?" He paused for a moment and looked into my eyes. I could sense there was fear and paranoia going on in his mind. I grew more concerned that he had gotten himself into a really bad situation. "I need your help, Reginald." His voice quivered slightly when he spoke. "You see, I saw something recently that I can't explain. It was at some traveling magic show back in Missouri." He took another drink from his whiskey. "It was nearby. I thought it'd be a fun little show." The performer's name was the Crimson Mask. He started off the show doing the basic stuff. Levitation, card tricks, and some sleight of hand. But during the final trick, he brought me on stage and... He paused again and took a larger drink from his glass. "I can't explain it. You know me, Reginald. I'm a skeptic and realist, just like you. But what I saw, it's not possible. For weeks I've gone through it over and over and over again, but there's nothing." I could tell by his demeanor and tone of voice that this was no act. Whatever it was he'd seen, it had truly startled him. "I'm reaching out to you because you're the only one I know who has a chance of solving this. Someone to prove that I'm not losing my mind." Whether or not he was losing his mind, his fear was real and I could not help but take pity on him. "All right, Ronaldo, let me help you. What is it you saw?" Ronaldo remained silent for a few moments before answering. "If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. It's something you have to see to believe." He slid over a small red ticket. It read, "You're invited to see the incredible Crimson Mark Magic Show March 21st. Show starts 7 p.m. Show ends 11 p.m. 808 Park Theater, Las Vegas, Nevada." On the back of the card, there was a handwritten phone number. "Once it's over, call me. But I warn you, Reginald, once you've seen it, there's no going back." He finished his drink, paid his tab, and left without another word. To ease his mind, and my own for that matter, I decided to track down this Crimson Mask character and observe what frightened Ronaldo so much. The show took place in a fairly rough part of downtown Las Vegas. It felt like walking into an old abandoned theater. There were some parked cars outside, so at least I wasn't alone. When I arrived at the counter, an elderly man took my ticket. He gave me an eerie smile and said, "Enjoy the show." It was a small crowd, but not completely dead by any means. I was seated in the center about 3 rows back from the main stage. When it started, a speaker over the intercom introduced the incredible Crimson Mark. His name sounded more like a superhero than it did a magician, but I digress. I suppose I can respect someone trying something a bit new. He appeared on the stage by a puff of smoke. Not an original entrance, but again, I digress. While my career is mostly dedicated to debunking magic, I cannot help but be a critic at the same time. The show began fairly typical. He wore an all-black suit with a metallic crimson opera mask with 2 black voids around the eye sockets and a black hood. He was silent. All of the dialogue in the show was done through the speaker. At first, he did the basics: levitation, card tricks, disappearances. all of them easily identifiable through trapdoors, well-colored cables, and good old sleight of hand. I began to smile. Certainly my friend Ronaldo was putting me on. Back in the day, he was never afraid to pull a joke on some of his friends. I was moderately amused by this thought. Until the last trick, that is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for the final act of the night, we'll need a volunteer from the audience. The voice on the speaker said. The entire place went dark, except for a singular spotlight on the top right balcony of the stage. It slowly panned over the audience until it landed on, you guessed it, me. At this point, I felt confident this entire thing was an elaborate rib for myself. The crimson mask was probably Ronaldo himself. I must admire the dedication he has had towards introducing this new character. After all, what were the odds I would be the one selected from the crowd? I was welcomed onto the stage and placed about 10 feet away from the crimson mask. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final act of the night, the incredible Crimson Mask will perform what he calls the double take. As we stood across from one another, he remained still and silent for almost a minute as some creepy piano music played over. Then he brought his hands up to his face and removed his mask to reveal himself. It was me. I rubbed my eyes because I was certain I was hallucinating, but I looked again. It was still me. It was like looking into a mirror. It wasn't a mask. It couldn't have been. It was too perfect. It couldn't have been a long-lost twin either. It was more like a perfect clone of me. My eyes, my nose, even a light scar above my left eyebrow from when I knocked my head on the swing set as a child. Down to the last detail. It was perfect. This wasn't right. In that moment I froze. I was completely spellbound. Not since I was a child had I felt something like this before. No, it's not possible. I must be hallucinating or dreaming. This couldn't be real. It's my face. It's my face. It smiled back at me. It seemed amused by my disbelief. The initial shock began to wear off and fear jolted through every vein of my body. It walked closer to me. I think I tried to move away, but I couldn't. It's like my feet had been welded onto the stage floor. It stood across me, inches from my face. It took my hand and placed it on its cheek. My cheek. The flesh was warm and tender. It was real. Whatever I was touching, it was real. I pulled my hand away, and the thing backed up about 5 feet. I turned away toward the audience, hoping that when I looked back, it would have gone away, that this momentary loss of sanity would return itself. But when I looked out into the audience, there was no one. The theater was completely empty. When I looked back, it was still there and it was still wearing my face. All I could say was, "What is this?" Then, just as it arrived, the crimson mask disappeared into a puff of smoke. I looked out into the audience again. There was still no one. All the lights and speakers came back on. Thank you for attending the incredible Crimson Mask. Please begin making your way to the exit doors and have a wonderful evening. I quickly snapped out of this frozen state and ran out of the building. I heard the sound of a malicious cackle over the speaker until I reached the parking lot. All of the cars I'd seen there before were now gone. It was just an empty lot. I bolted back to my apartment to try and make sense of this. I tried calling Ronaldo, but there was no answer. I tried to take a step back from the situation for a moment. There could still be a rational explanation for this. I tried looking up the incredible Crimson Mask, but I found nothing. I tried looking up the building's owners, but I came to find there were none, and that the building itself had been abandoned for nearly 5 years. For weeks, I went through everything I'd ever learned about illusion. I went through books, audio cassettes, VHS tapes, but there was nothing I could find that could rationally explain a perfect doppelganger. As rational possibilities began to fade, I began to look at irrational possibilities. Was I drugged, hypnotized, kidnapped and brainwashed? Did they finally perfect those Mission Impossible masks? Was it an android? I couldn't come to any logical conclusions. The only one that made sense was that I was going mad. For weeks I couldn't sleep, eat, or even go outside. In the mirror, I noticed my skin was losing color. My body and face were becoming more gaunt, just like Ronaldo. I attempted to reach him several times through the phone, but he never picked up. After a few months, I tried to forget about the entire ordeal and move on with my life, but of course, I couldn't. Strange things began to occur. I constantly felt as though I was being watched. Sometimes, I would see that thing again, usually in a crowd. It would be wearing my face, or that awful mask. I tried to pursue it, but it would disappear before I got too close. Sometimes it'd look like friends or family members of mine, but I could tell it wasn't them, just by looking at its smile. Everything that I once knew about the world had been challenged. My logical reasoning and understanding of the known universe could not help me here. I decided that I needed to find Ronaldo in the hopes that he would have some answers. Through a few associates of mine, I found that he was living in a small town in the Ozarks. I booked a flight there immediately. When I arrived, the exterior of his home was in pretty rough shape. His lawn was completely overrun with weeds. His front porch was covered in them. I knocked on the door. No answer. The door was unlocked. I wouldn't normally do this, but I was desperate and needed to see if he'd come up with any answers. I made my way into his home. Whole place smelled like rancid garbage. It was so horrid that I had to cover my mouth with my sleeve. I called out his name, but I heard no response. I walked into what appeared to be his office. The entire place was a mess of books, newspaper clippings, empty whiskey bottles, and scraps of paper. It was apparent that this incident had caused both of us to go insane in the search for an answer. As I was looking through his scraps, I felt something tap my shoulder. I instinctually turned my entire body to see what had touched me. It was Ronaldo's gator-skinned shoes. I couldn't process it at first. Why are his shoes hanging up like this? Then I looked up to see what they were connected to. It was Ronaldo. He had hung himself in his office with a leather belt. Immediately I called the police and told them what had happened. Most of it anyway. I decided not to share the full experience out of concern they'd throw me into a mental hospital. They told me he'd been deceased for a few weeks. In his home, they found a note. It was addressed to me in an envelope. It read as follows. I'm sorry for bringing you into this, Reginald. I truly believed that you could make sense of this, but I realize now that it's not possible. What I've seen is no trick. I've researched into everything imaginable, but have found nothing. I've seen that thing several times since I attended the show. Sometimes it'll look like me. Sometimes it'll look like a friend. And sometimes it'll just be a stranger. But I know it's there, just by the way it smiles. One time it even looked like my father, who's been dead for 10 years. This is not an illusion. It's real. The thing we've come across is beyond our comprehension. All our lives we've been experts at distorting the perception of reality in order to trick our audience. But this being is capable of actually changing it. I haven't been able to sleep or eat in weeks. Knowing something like that exists out there has forced me to live in a constant state of fear and helplessness. I cannot go on like this anymore. If you can, Reginald, move on from this. Try to forget it all and just move on with your life. But I know you, and I know that won't be possible. I've left you something else in the envelope if you wish to continue down this rabbit hole. There is no trick this time. Goodbye, old friend. God be with you. My heart sank to my stomach as I read through it. I couldn't believe this was real, yet some part of me remained adamant that there was still a logical explanation for all this. Despite my friend's warning, I knew that I had to find an answer. In the envelope, I found what he was referring to. It was a small red piece of paper, a ticket to another nearby show of The Incredible Crimson Mask. It's scheduled tonight at 7 p.m. It's 6 p.m. now. Congrats, Mr. Wooten. You're hired. Come in Monday morning and we will give you orientation, said the ecstatic voice on the phone. Thank God. My unemployment had just ran out and bills were coming due. I needed a job. It sure was difficult finding one too. You see so many nobody wants to work complaints, but hardly anyone is hiring. I laid out a first day business casual outfit, trimmed my beard, and awaited. I pulled into the parking lot the following morning to meet an enthusiastic HR rep. She led me to my supervisor, Mr. Hatch. Mr. Hatch, I want to introduce you to your newest employee, Mr. Wooten, she said as she waved me a goodbye to leave me with my new superior. Hello, Mr. Wooten. We're so excited to have you here. Let me show you your cubicle and show you what you will be doing. He walked me to my desk area and showed me countless training videos. Basically, I would be working in the customer service department for a blue-collar company that manufactures hubs for some of the nation's largest automotive companies. Sounds great, right? If you will, kindly log into your email and read your introduction email, and come see me if you have any questions, he said as he walked off. I logged on the computer and read the email. Hello, new employee. We here at Redacted look forward to having you as a team player in supplying hubs to our great customers. We take great pride in our product, but also in our commitment to maintaining a positive work ethic. In your work desk, there is a copy of our standards and rules. We have a very strict code of conduct, but I'm sure you will agree it is for the best. While we do understand it is difficult to remember all the rules, we encourage you to study them frequently. Make flashcards if you must. If you have any questions regarding the rules, please contact your supervisor, who will be happy to elaborate. Unfortunately, we have a strict no rehire policy. Thank you. Axel Sharp, Plant Manager. There was also a link in the email that showed me a cartoon umpire do a 3-strike count, and then a lumberjack hit a man with an axe. It was hilarious, as it was extremely pixelated like an old video game. Well, that's what's interesting. I figured I may as well thumb through the book. A lot of the rules made sense. Rule 7. We do not discuss politics in the workplace. Rule 22. While it is okay to talk sports, the conversation must end before arguments arise. Rule 31. No personal cell phone use while not on break. And then some of them were odd. Rule 45. Keep an extra change of clothes in your locker should you have a spill. Rule 1. Always keep a smile on your face. This helps keep the rest of the rules easier and boosts everyone's mood. Strange, I thought. I did consult with my supervisor, and he assured me that the rules are a lot, but they are for the betterment of the company. That accidents do happen, and rules do get broke. After 2 strikes, a consultation with the plant manager happens. 3 is a termination. Strikes came off after a year of incident, which I thought was harsh. He also reminded me to fix my shirt as it was becoming untucked. The following weeks were going okay. I was getting a hang of the job. The pay was decent and I had made a couple commissions. We were called for a mandatory plant meeting. In walked the plant manager. Mr. Sharp was a very tall and stout man. He is built like a tank and had some python-like arms. He was wearing a red flannel tucked into his khakis. Well, thank you for coming in, crew. As many of you know, we always have a meeting regarding employees getting terminated. However, there is a new employee. Will you say hello to the family, Mr. Wooten? He winked. I gave a generous smile and waved to the room. Thank you, Mr. Wooten. Now, we are going to bring in Mr. Butler into the room and refresh everyone on our rule policy. Bring him in, Mr. Inning. A short man wearing a Dodgers hat. Hats were okay on Fridays. Brought in a man duct taped to a chair. The man was bleeding and bruised and sniffling. I recognized him. That was Mr. Jinx. He was one of the blue-collar guys that ran the CNC equipment. On August 4th, Mr. Jinx microwaved salmon in the break room, breaking Rule 17. The crowd booed. On October 19th, he was 1 minute late clocking in. Need I remind everyone? Please give yourself extra time to get here. Our attendance policy doesn't allow tardiness. Rule 2, and finally, he jammed his finger today while operating equipment and used a swear word, breaking Rule 11. You guys know what we do. Ax 'em! My coworkers yelled in unison. I sat there nervously as I felt a pit in my stomach. Inning handed Sharp an axe, and with one swift motion, Mr. Jinx's head was rolling towards me. I screamed and began to faint, hearing Mr. Inning yell, "Wooten, strike one." I awoke in the nurse's office with a cold towel on my head and a ginger ale in my hand. "Welcome back," I heard from Mr. Hatch. "Thought we lost you there a second." "I need to go home," I said as I tried to stand up. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Wooten." He said coy-like, "You wouldn't want to get 2 strikes on the same day. You already got one from Rule 18, making a disturbance. Here, let me help you up. Go change your clothes and get back to your station." I worked the rest of the day and looked through the book again. Rule 100, no quitting. Rule 87, no whistleblowing to outside sources. Rule 49, no coming to work sick. You get 1 sick day after a year. Rule 99, no unionizing. Talks of unionizing, gathering outside of the workplace. Rule 27, mandatory overtime is a termination automatically if missed. The next few months I was doing okay. I went to several more axings. I even cheered with my coworkers. I reminded people to smile and clean their appearance. But then one day, I got strike 2 for taking too long of a bathroom break. Rule 61. I was brought into a meeting room with Sharp, Inning, and Hatch. "Mr. Wooten, we're here to discuss your disciplinary actions. As you are aware, we have a rule book for a reason. You've broken 2 rules and you've still got 7 months until the first one comes off. I don't want to remind you, but you've seen the meetings. You've seen the axings. Good help is hard to come by, and we can't keep employees because you guys think you can do what you want." "Mr. Sharp, if I may," I tried to ask. He waved his finger. "You need to understand how serious our rules are, but I will let you explain. Why were you in the bathroom for 3 additional minutes?" "I'm not sick, but my stomach is upset. You see, I had this turkey sandwich, and it didn't agree with me. I'm so embarrassed, and I'm sorry." Mr. Inning piped up. "Maybe you could fast rather than eat on company time. That would be a true team player, and it would save you from getting tummy aches." Excellent idea, Mr. Inning, said Sharp. Now Hatch is going to discipline you here. Will you remove your shirt, please? My shirt? I asked. Yes, the next 3 minutes won't be a rule-breaking time. Please refrain from profanity to the best of your ability. I removed my shirt and Inning held my hand. One more strike and you're out. Hatch came up with a branding iron that was red hot and stuck it to my chest. I screamed at the intense pain I was feeling as tears rolled down my cheeks. Inning quickly covered my mouth and grinned. They beat me a couple minutes. At the end of the period, Sharp looked satisfied. Well, I feel this was a productive meeting. I think Mr. Wooten here will remember his lesson and not break any more rules. Plus, he is showing his company pride. He was referring to the company logo that was burned into my skin. Nearly a year from my initial strike was almost up. I had seen 20 axings. I worked overtime, missed family gatherings to attend family functions, and was even leaving the house very early to make sure I had an extra hour in the parking lot so I wouldn't be late. But some things are out of control. A traffic jam, a city bus had flipped on its side and blocked the road. I took back roads, sped but was caught by a trooper going 20 over. After a stern talking to and a ticket, I sped off again once I knew he was gone. A school bus stopped to let kids off, but I ran past it. I ran stoplights and cut off a few cars. I made it to the parking lot and looked at my clock. 1 minute late. 1 minute late. That's strike 3. I saw the security guard point at me and, on his siren, yell for me to come in, but I U-turned out. I just made it past the gate before it could pin my car in. I heard Inning yell at the guard, "You let him get away. That's strike 1 for you." HR has all my info. They know where I live. I drove past my apartment to see the security guard waiting by my door the following day. The only choice I have now is to run. I won't share where I'm at. You never know where internal affairs are. Everyone feels lonely sometimes. For me, last night struck a little harder than usual. I'm not sure why it did, but it led me to downloading Tinder. When irrational thoughts get to you, you start to think of irrational solutions to your problems. I figured I would get on Tinder and swipe the night away, as it seemed like the easiest way to fix my problem. I have always believed that dating apps aren't made to pair you with a potential lover, but rather to make you feel insecure, so you spend more time on the app. Because of this, I was surprised to find a girl called Jessica who had liked me back within 10 minutes of me using the app. I felt like she was fake at first, but I'd rather find out than contemplate about the possibility, so I texted her. She responded within a few minutes, and we started talking. What felt like minutes of talking had turned into hours. When I looked at the time, I was surprised to see that it was 1 a.m., so I told her that I had to sleep because I had to wake up early for work in the morning, but that I'd love to text with her again. She replied, "Oh, yeah, no problem. If you give me your phone number, we can get off the app." And then she added a smiley face. Without hesitation, I gave her my phone number and went to sleep. I woke up and started the day as I usually do. I ate breakfast, took a shower, brushed my teeth, and got on my way to work. I've worked for a newspaper for over 5 years, where I get to write about all types of things. Today I had to write about a man who went missing not too far from where I live. He was 2 years younger than me and lived alone. It's been 2 weeks since his disappearance, and the local authorities decided to use the newspaper in hopes someone would have more information. As I was finishing up the story about the missing person, I got a text message from the girl. She asked me how work was and if I had anything to do that evening. I caught myself smiling at the text message and ridiculed myself for already being head over heels for this girl, despite not having met her in person. I always tend to get attached to people too quickly, which is usually why my relationships don't go as I would like them. Because of this, I cursed my mind for feeling this way. I waited a few minutes before answering her text, because I felt like it would make me seem more mysterious and busier than I actually am. I'm not sure why, but I figured it would be better than replying within 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm free. Getting off from work soon. What do you have in mind? I sent the message and went back to finish the news article. Once I had finished it, I sent it to my boss for confirmation and left work for the day. When I looked at my phone, she replied to my message. How about you come over to my place for an hour? We can chat and have some fun. Without hesitation, I quickly opened the chat and replied, completely disregarding my previous strategy. That sounds great. I'll be on my way soon. A few minutes after that, she sent me her address, which was not far from where I lived. It's about a 15-minute walk. As I made my way to her house, I was imagining all the possible situations that might occur, any conversations we might have, and what the best responses would be. I arrived at her house 10 minutes earlier than she said, but being early is usually considered a good thing. I knocked on the door of her house and waited for a little bit but got no response. I grabbed my phone and told her I was at her house. While waiting for a response, I decided to look around the house to see if maybe I could see her through one of the windows. I made my way to the back of her house and quickly found myself standing in the garden. Standing in the garden, I immediately noticed something odd. It seemed like she had done some digging a few days ago. I figured she had tiles in her garden which she decided to remove. Before I had the chance to think about it any longer, I heard her voice yell at me from a window above me. Oh hey, you're already here. Let me open the door. I waved at her awkwardly and was startled by her sudden appearance. I quickly regained my composure and made my way back to the front door, where I was met with her beautiful smile and a gesture for me to come in. You want something to drink? She asked. Some water would be great. Thanks. I replied awkwardly. I forgot how shy I can get around people when it's not over text. It's a whole different experience for me. I could tell she picked up on it. And she was amazing when it came to talking to people, because she managed to make me feel at ease quickly. She handed me my drink, and we started talking like we had the night before, the only difference being that this was face to face. After talking for a bit, I asked her if I could use the bathroom. There's one right down the hall, she said, pointing to the general direction. I stood up and made my way to where she was pointing. The bathroom seemed to have been recently cleaned, and the smell of bleach was more than noticeable. But other than bleach, I could also smell something else. Something rotten. I made my way back to the living room and said, Hey, I think some animal might have died near your bathroom. As I turned the corner and looked at where I last saw her, I was met with nothing. I also did not get a response, so I called out her name. Jessica? There was a brief pause, but then she replied, I'm in the kitchen making snacks. Something about the way she said it made me feel uneasy. I can't explain why, but perhaps it's because of all the stories I've heard online about this type of thing. I slowly made my way to the kitchen, peeking my head around the corner, and what I saw left me stunned. She had smeared blood under her eyes, and was holding a kitchen knife in her right hand. Though I felt unable to process the situation I found myself in, my fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and I ran to the front door to open it, only to find it locked. What's the matter? I thought you wanted to have fun, she said in a playful voice. In a frenzy, I ran upstairs and desperately tried to open any of the windows, only to find out that she had locked all of them. I heard her make her way upstairs, giggling and singing. I cursed myself for being so careless. I should have known better to meet in a public place. I tried to think of any way out of this situation, which was when I realized the window she had yelled through might still be open. Maybe I could use that window to get out. I quickly ran to the side of the house where the window was to push my luck. To my surprise, the window opened, and I saw my chance to escape. I could hear her yelling no as she was inches away and running towards me. Realizing I had no time to hesitate, I jumped out of the window and landed on my back. Though the fall was painful, I was still able to get myself on my feet. I ran to her neighbor's house and frantically knocked on the door. An older couple opened the door and seemed rightfully confused by my frantic look, but realized I needed help, so they let me in. They allowed me to use their phone to call the police and offered me a cup of tea to recover from what had happened, which I explained to them. This was when the pain in my back started to become worse, as the adrenaline in my body was slowly becoming less and less. Within 10 minutes, I heard police cars outside. One of the policemen knocked on the door and asked me what had exactly happened. While I was explaining to him everything that had happened, the other cops kicked the door in after Jessica did not open the door. A few minutes later, the cops came out of the house with her laptop, a blood-filled bottle, and a cup of fingernails. The only thing that seemed to be missing was Jessica. She probably left as soon as she realized I would call the cops. I got the medical attention I needed and was offered a drive back to my house by one of the policemen. I was completely exhausted and fell asleep within a few minutes. I took some days off from work to recover from what had happened, because I felt like I needed some rest. A couple of days later, I learned that Jessica had been a part of an online cult which seemed to worship Satan. I had also found out that I wasn't her first victim. The man I had written about in the newspapers, who had gone missing, had been found buried in her garden. After some DNA tests, they confirmed that the blood and fingernails they found were his. I have deleted Tinder since then, and decided to never download it again. There's still no information about where Jessica is, but I'm glad I never gave her my address. The morning I woke up to find my girlfriend Ava was gone was like a splash of cold water to the face. At first, I thought she had left for an early shift at her job at the diner in downtown Eldridge, a sleepy little town that rarely saw anything more exciting than the annual fall fair. My phone was dead, which was odd because I could have sworn I plugged it in the night before. After rummaging through the drawers for a charger and giving it some juice, the date flashing on the screen made my heart stop. February 17th, 2024. That couldn't be right. Last night was February 16th, 2023. I stumbled out of bed, my heart racing as I dialed Ava's number, only to be greeted by the cold, impersonal tone of a disconnected line. The streets were just as confused and silent as I felt. Neighbors milled around, some in tears, others with a dazed look I probably mirrored. It wasn't just Ava. Others were missing too. We're doing everything we can, the sheriff assured everyone at the press conference, his eyes hollow, reflecting a year of question with no answers. The police investigation stirred up more confusion than clarity. The only common thread was the last thing anyone could recall, a thick, unnerving fog that had swallowed the whole town. Hours turned into days, and with each passing moment, the weight of our collective amnesia pressed heavier. Then the visions started. At first I thought they were nightmares, fragments of a subconscious trying to make sense of the nonsensical. But when I overheard Mrs. Henderson at the grocery store whispering about the shadows she'd seen in her dreams, I realized these weren't just personal demons. Others were all seeing them as well. In the days that followed, a makeshift support group formed. We were a band of the bereaved, each of us missing a piece of our lives, desperately searching for answers in a town that had none to give. We met in the back room of Eldridge's library, a space generally offered by the librarian Sarah, who was missing her husband and children. The meetings began as a way to share information, any leads that the police might have overlooked, but they quickly devolved into something much darker. It was during one of these gatherings, under the sterile buzz of fluorescent lights, that we first spoke of the visions. As the meetings unfolded, a shared narrative began to emerge, pieced together from the fragments of those gathered in the dimly lit back room. It was a story that seemed too bizarre, too otherworldly to be anything but the collective imaginings of a town gripped by loss and confusion. Yet the details were too consistent, too vivid to dismiss outright. Every account converged on a single scene, a clearing in the woods, enveloped in a fog so dense it felt alive, almost sentient. None of us remembered how we got there, yet the place was eerily familiar, as if it had always been a part of the town's landscape, hidden in plain sight, and at the center of the clearing stood a large stone altar, ancient and worn, its origins lost to time. The memories were fragmented, like shards of glass reflecting pieces of a whole we couldn't quite grasp. But as we shared, the picture became clearer, and a chilling realization settled over us. We had all been there, standing in a circle around the altar, our hands joined in a pact we could scarcely comprehend. As the conversation spiraled deeper into the shared darkness of our memories, I found myself speaking without thought, my voice a stranger to my own ears. "It was the only way," I heard myself say. "The only way the fog would let the town go." The room fell into a hushed silence, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. Then from the back, the voice of my neighbor Tom cut through the quiet. "Can you still taste them?" Those 5 words were like a key turning in a lock I didn't know existed. A floodgate of memories opened, and with it came a rush of visceral, undeniable truth. I was back there, in the clearing, the fog caressing my skin with cold fingers, and there in my hands was flesh, cooked human flesh. The horror of the realization was paralyzing, but even as my mind recoiled, my senses betrayed me. The taste, the texture, it was all there, horrifyingly vivid. As if watching through someone else's eyes, I saw myself take a bite, the act so barbaric yet so achingly familiar. And then I saw it, the remnants of a tattoo on the charred skin. The revelation hit me like a truck, sending me spiraling into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The words, "Ava loves Hunter," inked on the charred forearm were unmistakable. My stomach revolted as I hunched over, the contents of my gut splattering onto the cold library floor. The world didn't just spin, it capsized, plunging me into a dark sea of guilt and disbelief. As I tried to catch my breath, grasping for air that suddenly felt too thick to breathe, Sarah's screams tore through the eerie silence of the library. Her cries, raw and filled with an agony that words couldn't possibly capture, echoed off the walls. She collapses into a heap on the floor, her body racked with sobs that seemed to shake the very foundation of the room. "I ate them," My God, I ate my children. It started with an accident. A tiny one. My heel striking the curb at just the wrong angle, twisting the bones till they popped. The doctors wrote it off as a minor strain, sent me home with a pat on the back and a script for painkillers. It was my brother, a math major, who pointed out the coincidence. So it happened at the intersection of 1st and 28th Street, on the 128th day of the year. Freaky. He waggled his eyebrows at me. What time did it happen? I'd taken a late lunch, worked a bit in the cafe before heading back to the office, gotten back shortly before 1:30 p.m. His eyebrows flattened. Seriously? Weird. I didn't think it was weird. I would have forgotten about the incident completely if it hadn't been for what happened 2 months later. I'd only lost my focus for a second. Normally not an issue, unless you're behind the wheel on the interstate with a four-wheeler pummeling in your direction. I'd wrenched the wheel, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision. I veered over to the shoulder and waited for the smell of burnt rubber to leave my nostrils. When I chanced to look at the dashboard clock, it read 1:28 p.m. I twisted around just in time to see the four-wheeler disappearing around a bend in the highway. Its license plate? FYU 128. That night, I made a list. Accidents, mistakes, plain bad luck. The time I sublexed my patella on the soccer field in 3rd grade, or got trapped on a roller coaster for 6 hours following a park-wide power outage. The time I learned I qualified for a full-ride university scholarship the day before the paperwork was due. The little things. Misplaced valuables, cracked iPhones, unpleasant surprises on tax day. Didn't need much. They might have happened on 128, or in the 128th house on the street. The only college class I had to retake held its final exam in classroom 128. Which might explain how I failed a test I'd spent 6 weeks studying for. The bigger ones, bad breakups, terminal medical diagnosis, deaths in the family, seemed to need a confluence of symmetries, date aligning with time or address or coordinates. The greater the influence, the worse the outcomes seemed to be. My friends always joked that I was unlucky, a lightning rod for misfortune, but it wasn't that at all. I was being targeted. I rang up my brother. He might as well have been sitting across from me for how clearly I could read his expression of concern. Targeted? By who? Do you remember the day Dad died? It took him a second to process the emotional whiplash. Yeah, but what? It was January 28th. I called the hospital. Guess what room number he was in? Aaron. I surged on, determined to get my story out before he had me committed. I'm just saying, you hear some numbers are more common in the universe than others. Some weird quirk of nature that nobody really understands. Or people see the same number over and over and claim it has some spiritual significance, like angel numbers, or the Fibonacci sequence, or Benford's Law, or schizophrenia, he suggested. Shut up. Here's my theory. There are entities, intelligences, whatever you want to call them, that express their will under certain conditions. In my case, the appearance of a specific sequence of numbers. Just pretend for a second that it's possible. What would you do? I'd roll over and wait to die. Statistically speaking, there's no way to avoid a number. Numbers are the blueprint for everything, you see. They're the language of nature. They're... He stopped himself. Realizing too late that he'd allowed himself to get swept up in the intellectual exercise, he cleared his throat. But this isn't about reality. This is about your perception of it. What do you mean? Well, let's take the accident. Do you remember how fast you were driving? I don't know, 80? Do you know how many kilometers per hour that is? I felt a chill walk slowly down my spine. Exactly. And if you wanted to take it further, how many times do you see a 128-degree angle, or read the 128th page in a book? The point is, you're not aware of these instances, so you don't experience any bad luck. And anything that is affected by your perception, not the undeniable fact of reality, has to originate inside your head. Or, I suggested, you just made it easier for it to find me. As I stared at my phone, a pop-up alerted me that the 49ers had won by a landslide score of 1-28. My weather app notified me that it was raining again, coming up on 1.28 inches of rain. I had a missed robocall. 128-555-3647. I was still staring at the screen when lightning split the sky in two. A freak accident. That's what the news outlets called it. Vox did an article about it. You might still be able to find it floating around the internet somewhere. They called me the girl who lived through lightning, but that's not really true. The lightning didn't hit me. It hit the roof, cracking the house open like an egg and spilling singed shingles all over the front lawn. I knew I couldn't stop coincidence. I couldn't avoid the manifestation of this thing, this entity, any more than I could stop the march of time. But I could try. My brother was right. If I didn't know when the door was open, it couldn't come in to greet me. I destroyed all the clocks in the house, defaced too many books to count, and burnt the offending pages. Then I booked a last-minute flight to somewhere I was unlikely to find a clock or license plate. There are precious few of those places left. I should probably explain why I'm writing this. At this moment, I'm sitting on the plane as it descends through the dense black clouds. Thank God for in-flight Wi-Fi, or what could very well be my last words would be lost. I'm scared. I feel the vice enclosing me, an incredible pressure building. We're finally breaking our holding pattern. Well, it circled in the sky, waiting for the storm to clear. A flight that was supposed to touch down well before midnight on January 27th altered its arrival date to January 28th. We're approaching 12,800 feet, and I can't stop staring at the little screen in front of me, announcing the latest update to our flight details. Our estimated landing time is 1:28. Wish me luck. Please. Not to brag or anything, but I'm an exceptional human being. Not only am I intelligent, I'm also handsome, charismatic, and humble. So, to think this horrifying incident would happen to such a great guy like myself, honestly shocks me. My story begins in the summer of 2022. I just finished my sophomore year at one of the top universities in the country. I had a girlfriend named Alexis. Her family was poor. She could only afford to go to a community college. She also had to work part-time at a fast food restaurant. This is where I met her. Stupid girl, but she was hot. Also, she was very quiet and reserved. So she had some positives. I planned on upgrading from her after I got my degree. The only other friend I really had was my college roommate, Troy. He was a complete dork. He was really into ghosts, demons, and other superstitious stuff. His family was incredibly wealthy. He would show me pictures of his mansion. He would say some really weird stuff like there's a demon living in the mansion, that it lives in the basement but comes upstairs at night and bangs on his bedroom door all night long. He says he never leaves his bedroom at night because the demon kidnapped his grandfather. Anyway, I had 2 weeks until I started a summer internship. I wanted to spend time with Alexis, but she seemed to be getting bored with me. I then thought of an idea. I remembered Troy saying that he was taking a trip with his family to Japan the whole summer. The mansion would be completely empty. I could take Alexis to the empty mansion and impress her by saying it's mine. When Troy took a shower, I rummaged through all his stuff and eventually found the key to the mansion in his coat pocket. I wasn't stealing it, just borrowing it for the summer. The next day, I took her to the mansion. I started giving her a tour. At one point during the tour, I thought I heard a noise coming from the basement. Sounded like someone moaning. It's probably my imagination, I thought to myself. After I gave her the tour, I asked, "So, what do you think?" She gave me a smile and disinterested look. "It's nice." Her disinterest annoyed me. She lived in a bad neighborhood. Here I am, wasting all my time showing her a proper house, and she has the audacity to show disinterest? Anyway, we decided to spend the night there. We watched Netflix all night long and fell asleep on the couch. I woke up around 2 a.m. For some reason I felt uneasy, like someone was watching me. I was still half asleep, but I started making out a dark figure standing across from me on the couch. "Alexis?" I asked. But then I looked to my right. She was still sleeping next to me. "Troy? No, he should be in Japan." My eyes started to adjust. The dark figure was humanoid in shape, but at the same time it was obviously not human. It was skinny, around 8 feet tall. Its arms and legs were disproportionately long compared to the rest of its body. The figure started making a moaning noise, the same one I heard in the basement earlier that day. Alexis woke up from that noise. It's then that I realized that this was probably the demon Troy was talking about. I thought it was complete BS, but here it was, right in front of us. "What's wrong?" I heard Alexis ask me, but I was still fixated on the demon. Alexis followed my eyes and screamed with terror when she saw the demon. The demon started walking towards us. I shoved Alexis at the demon to distract it. I then sprinted for the exit. However, the mansion was so big and it was pitch black that I didn't know where I was going. I just continued to run, hoping I could find the exit. I eventually tripped and fell over. I started to feel sorry for myself. Why was this happening to someone as exceptional as me? Why not Troy? Dude's a loser. Or heck, it could be anyone. Why was this happening to me? I started crying and accepted my fate. A few seconds later, I felt a hard slap on my face. I looked up. It was Alexis. "You," she wailed. "You were going to let that thing kill me so you could get away." I was astonished by what she was saying. She never acted this way. She was always very reserved and polite, and she just physically assaulted me. I was furious that she would treat me this way, but I regained my composure. "I demand an explanation. How did you get away?" She looked enraged. "That's what you ask me? Not that you're glad that I survived, or how I'm doing after you left me to die?" "You're exaggerating. I didn't leave you to die," I retorted. "And it's not like you contribute anything relevant to society like me." She looked at me with disgust and said, "That's it. I'm done with you," and started walking away from me. This completely caught me off guard. Why was she being so selfish? I'm destined for greatness. She is a community college student destined for mediocrity. My future is much more important than hers. She should be putting all of her effort into making sure I survive. But here she is, walking away from me. What, you think you can escape without me? I said mockingly. We both know you're too stupid to survive without me. You need me. She continued to walk away without a word. Fine. I don't need her anyway, I thought to myself. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness. I started to realize that I was near the kitchen. The kitchen has a window. I can escape through the window. I started feeling my way through the darkness until I reached the kitchen. I tried to unlock the window without success. Looking around, I found a pot on the kitchen table. I used it to break the window. I grinned. Sweet freedom. She should have stuck with me. I started to crawl through the window to the outside. I was almost all the way out when something grabbed my right leg. It was the demon. It was pulling me back inside. I was wiggling my leg, trying to get my leg loose, but the demon's grasp was too strong. The demon was slowly pulling me back into the mansion. To my bewilderment, I saw Alexis. She was already outside and she was walking away from the mansion. Alexis! Alexis! I screamed again and again as the demon was slowly pulling me back inside, but she couldn't hear me. Alexis! I cried. My whole body was back in the mansion now. The demon dragged me through the pitch darkness. I cried in horror. What was it going to do to me? I started to realize that it was taking me downstairs. It was taking me to the basement. 2 years later, I'm still trapped in the basement. The only company I have is the demon and Troy's grandfather, who was also kidnapped. Turns out the demon is lonely, and that's why it kidnapped the both of us. The demon has a laptop, so that's how I'm posting my story here. I sometimes go on Alexis's social media. Turns out she now transferred to MIT and is doing very well for herself. As for me, I'm bored to death. All I do is play Monopoly with the demon and Troy's grandfather and surf the web. How could this happen to me? I had such a bright future. I'm an undergraduate civil engineering student at a college. I won't say which one specifically, but it's in the northeastern United States. I share my apartment with one other person, Hall. She's a biomedical engineering major. Neither of us were perfect roommates, obviously, but I'd say we're pretty good friends, having bonded over the difficulty of freshman year engineering courses 3 years ago. 2 nights ago, I was sitting on our couch when Hall came out of her room, looking ready to head out somewhere. Where are you headed? I asked absent-mindedly, focused more on the Mario Kart race I was currently winning than on her. Dr. Evans sent out an email the other day. She's running some kind of extra credit lab tonight. Marshall, I swear to God this is going to suck, and I don't really want to go, but I could use the points. She replied, sounding tired. Alright, have fun, I guess. Whenever you get back, I'm pretty sure you're legally obligated to play a few races. I gestured at the TV as I crossed the finish line in first place. Yeah, sure, as long as you're cool with losing. She answered, already halfway out the front door. I got back to my game after she left. I played for a few more hours, tucking this weird late-night lab she mentioned to the back of my memory. I know she had mentioned that she was practically failing this Dr. Evans class. It was like an epidemiology class or something, so I could at least understand why she needed the extra points. But it had to have been around 8:30 p.m. when she left, and having a lab that late was definitely not normal. I lost track of time for the next few hours, and before I realized it, it was almost midnight. I headed over to the kitchen, threw a frozen meal in the microwave, and thought about texting Hall to make sure she was okay when I heard the front door open. I looked out to the living room, and there she was. She looked like a mess. Her hair was wild, and she was all scratched and bruised. A large blood stain on the front of her t-shirt. "You okay? You look like you got in a fight or something," I asked, worried, as I reached into the freezer and tossed her an ice pack. The ice pack flew through the air, across our living room, and smacked into her chest before falling to the ground. She made no attempt to catch it, instead standing still and staring at me wide-eyed. Then she gave me a wide-open mouth smile and walked to her room. The way she moved was wrong, though. Every single movement was incredibly sudden and jerky. I figured she was tired and maybe tripped and hurt herself or something. I don't know. I asked her multiple times what was wrong, if she was okay, and about 100 other things to that effect, but she didn't reply and just stayed in her room for the rest of the night. I assumed she just needed a break and went to bed shortly after. The next morning, I rolled out of bed around 10 a.m. and started getting ready for class. The whole time I got ready, Hall's door stayed closed, her room quiet. I figured I'd let her sleep in without being disturbed. I went to all my lectures that day, which caused me to return to the apartment at a little after 5 p.m. The door to Hall's room was still closed, and her backpack was still exactly where it was that morning, so it was safe to assume she hadn't gone anywhere yet. "Hall, you need to come out at some point, or I'm gonna assume you're actually dead," I yelled from the living room. "Could you at least say something so I know that you're okay?" I waited for a moment, hoping I'd at least hear a grunt in response or anything indicating she was fine. After about a minute of waiting and getting nothing, I decided I was going to check on her. She's been known to sleep in sometimes, but this seemed a bit excessive. I went over to her door and knocked, a reflexive courtesy, I guess, but after the very first knock, the door swung open, and Hall was standing there staring at me. Once again, her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, in a over-exaggerated smile. I won't say it wasn't a little creepy for sure. "Hall, about time you answered. Starting to think something was seriously wrong," I said with an edge of irritation creeping into my voice. "Yes, I am fine now," she answered slowly and deliberately, as though considering every word in her response. "Alright, do you need anything? I mean, you looked seriously messed up last night. What happened?" I had about a million more questions about her behavior the last 12 hours or so, but she already seemed kind of drained and I didn't want to overwhelm her, so I just settled for those two big ones. I tripped at the lab and smashed some glass. I am going out now. I am so hungry. She responded, her words again distant and deliberate. I muttered out a quick protest, insisting that I would go out and get something to eat, and she could just chill in the apartment, since she didn't look much better than she did the night before. To be honest, she arguably looked worse than the previous night. She was still in her blood-soaked clothes, her eyes looked tired and cloudy, and her skin had noticeably paled. And yet, despite all my complaints, she completely ignored me and headed out the door. I just sort of stood there, stunned for a second before realizing she didn't take her phone with her. Usually I wouldn't have cared and let her figure it out on her own, but with how she had been the last day, I didn't want her to pass out or something and not have her phone to call for help. So I grabbed her phone, threw on my coat, and realized I didn't know where she's going. I almost texted her to ask her where she was headed, then realized, oh yeah, I have her phone. So I kinda just wandered around campus for a bit, checking out the 2 or 3 places I thought she might be, namely our favorite hole-in-the-wall Chinese restaurant and the nearby Chipotle, but had no luck. After about an hour of searching, I couldn't find her, so I headed home and gave campus police a call to let them know to be on the lookout for her, just to be safe. A few hours had passed, and the only updates I had gotten from the campus cops were basically that they had heard nothing. I waited on the couch until around midnight, hoping she'd come home at some point, and I accidentally fell asleep. I was woken up suddenly at a little after 2 a.m. by a scream, high-pitched and agonized, ringing out over and over. The voice didn't particularly sound like Hall's, but I would have been stupid not to check it out, so I immediately grabbed the knife we kept by the door and headed out behind the dingy apartment building. As I was rushing out, the person kept screaming, pleading for help from anyone and anything. I whipped around the corner and looked down the alley behind the building, and what I saw was hard to make out initially, but when I did, it sickened me. I did see Hall, but she wasn't the one screaming. The one screaming was another guy who lived in the building, maybe like 2 or 3 units down from Hall and I. I think his name was Henry, maybe. Whatever his name was. He was laying on the ground, limbs splayed, and it looked like one of his legs was broken. Hall was on top of him, teeth digging deep into his stomach, tearing into him like a starving wild animal. Blood sprayed out of his body, with him screaming and trying to fight Hall off to no avail. After what felt like an eternity, he fell limp and lifeless. Seemingly satisfied with what she had done, Hall regurgitated something up into the open wound where his stomach was. It looked almost like a golf ball, but made of some fleshy material with veins running along it in all directions. I'm ashamed to say I maybe could have helped the poor guy. Based on his screaming, he was alive for the majority of that. I had a knife, I maybe could have gotten Hall off of him, but I just couldn't bring myself to help. I just hid around the corner, trying not to have a breakdown. After she was finished, she waited there for a long, drawn-out minute. Then his body started to move with the same jerky motions I had seen Hall moving with before. Almost like a puppet being drawn up by its strings. He stood up, seemingly undisturbed by his bleeding gut or broken leg. "I feel much better," he muttered in a similar glossy, distant cadence. "Good," spread the feeling. Hall replied to him, still not sounding or speaking quite like herself, but sounding much closer than she did before. That's the thing that worried me most. She seemed much more coherent, and better at sounding like herself. Just as I was about to run out of there, ready to run from whatever terrifying attack I just saw and never come back, Hall's phone went off in my pocket. Her loud ringtone that I had heard 1,000 times now ringing out through the otherwise quiet night. I silently swore and tried to quickly silence it. Both Hall and the other guy's heads snapped in my direction immediately, catching a glimpse of me before I could finally duck back around the corner. "Marshall, was that you?" The thing that had replaced Hall called out, and she slowly started walking up the alley towards me. "We can make you feel better," the other one called out, its speech still noticeably worse than the one that had replaced Hall. "Marshall, it'll be good for you," the first one called out as she continued to move closer. I was paralyzed with fear for a moment, trying to will myself to run with no success. It was only when Hall was about halfway to me, and she started running, did my fear paralysis shake off. I ran away from the apartment, dropping her still ringing phone as I did, and they both broke off in a dead sprint after me. I think Hall was keeping pretty good pace with me too. I was too scared of what I'd see to look back, but I could hear the footsteps slamming behind me, closer than I'd like. The other ones, whether he could feel the pain or not, his leg was still broken. It took about 3 or 4 awkward steps towards me before its leg buckled, collapsing in a heap on the ground. After running through the streets that were only kind of familiar for 5 minutes, I got tripped up on myself and fell to the ground hard. The thing that was imitating Hall was on top of me instantly, clawing at my chest with her nails and trying to fully pin me down. Panicking, I lashed out with my legs and planted a foot in Hall's chest, knocking her off of me for only a few seconds. The few seconds was all I needed to grab the knife and plunge it into her upper thigh over and over again. Feeling confident that she could no longer chase me, but not wanting to stick around, I continued running for another 20 minutes, fueled by nothing but cortisol and adrenaline. I ran until I got to my friend Devin's dorm on the other side of campus, and frantically pounded on the door until he let me in. I must have looked terrible, panicked and bleeding from my partially sliced open torso. Devin could tell that something was up and told me I could stay with him for a few days. I thought about calling campus police, but thought against it, as it would probably incriminate me more than anything else. I needed to get away from that place. I don't know if something happened to Hall at that night lab she went to, or if the night lab was even a real thing, but I just need to get out of here. I don't know if these things are going to spread the feeling to the whole campus, but I'm not staying around to find out. My name is Eric. Well, it's not my real name, but it's my alias. I'm a known writer to some niche horror communities. I'm also still in college, but I live alone most of the time due to my ever-traveling parents. From the outside, it's easy to tell I don't talk to many people. So much so, I even think that it'd be a great challenge to find someone who knew me. I'm also a huge geek, and this will have some importance. But we'll get to that. Since I was little, I've always consumed horror media. I was more so exposed to it at first, if anything, but despite being traumatized every so often, it stuck with me. Would I show my future children the horror movies I was shown? Nope. I did seek out creepypastas in my early years despite being terrified by these short horror stories. Yes. Consuming these stories was just part of the fun, but I also liked imagining myself in them, and creating my own stories which were inspired by them. I told myself throughout these experiences that I'd never be a victim if it were me. Whether it was a slasher, if there was a monster, or anything. If I could fight, I would. How exhilarating. A brave hero making a last stand against impossible odds. Sure, they might die fighting a giant machete-wielding monster, but they'll look cool in the process. Anyways, there was a girl I met at the supermarket about 3 weeks ago. She was pretty, looked no older than me, and was overly nice. On any other occasion, this would have been an absolute win, and just maybe I could sleep without feeling so alone for once. The way we met set off an alarm in my head, however, and for some reason, I didn't want to celebrate just yet. Please don't call me a loser. I haven't gotten to the geek section yet. The way we met felt a little forced. It was a cliche of bumping into a girl and picking up her books, but in this case, it was a basket of groceries. Her mannerisms were forced, or so I thought at least. She asked me a lot of basic questions, like my name and about family and whatever, things I would normally lie about and such. To my surprise, she caught me off guard with one question when she asked if I was single. When I obviously answered yes, she looked relieved. Now, I'm not a bad-looking guy, and even then, that doesn't matter all too much from the couples I've seen online or wherever. But her reaction embarrassed me a little. I also noticed beforehand that I was talking about myself. It felt like as if she already knew all that I told her. Like, this was old information to her. I don't know how else to describe it, but she wasn't pleasant to be around overall. I don't think I did anything wrong in this interaction, nor did I overshare or say anything suspicious, but afterward, I couldn't help but feel odd. If you can put two and two together, I think we all know where this is going. This was my first time meeting her, but I doubt it was her first time meeting me. I think, as in, I can't confirm it, but I basically believe she's been stalking me for a while at this point, speaking retroactively, of course. At some point, I started to notice faint scratches near the front of my door. I have one of those doors where mail can be slipped through a lot, and recently the floor was getting covered in marks where the mail would drop. I didn't think much of it then, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was using an instrument of sorts to grab my mail through the slot, causing scrapes across the floor as she did so. The suspicious activity finally crossed my threshold when I compared the pictures of successfully delivered packages versus what I saw when I arrived home to bring them inside one evening. The package was slightly shifted from how it appeared in the picture, with several small pebbles clearly not matching up. Call me paranoid, but we aren't in a windy season. The package also opened a little easier than it should have, but maybe that's just me being me with my overthinking tendencies. Either way, from that day forward, my packages were normal. I made sure of it. It's creepy, but she must have caught on that I was catching on to her specifically. I doubt she thought that. Heck, I'd forgotten entirely about her by then. I have far too many things on my mind at all times of the day. Remember how I said my parents are always traveling? That was a bit of a lie, but I don't think it's worth explaining, or rather, they aren't worth talking about. I bring this up because I used their old room as a studio to work on several hobbies of mine, whether it be writing, drawing, or scrolling through various online communities. At the time, I was reading a story posted on a website about a protagonist who obtained the bad habit of people watching. But it was then that I heard my front door from across the house creak open and shut in the span of a second. My spine felt as if it were caressed by a ghost, but I kept my cool as much as I could, unable to forget about the odd occurrences. I truly thought someone finally had entered my house. In my studio, because I'm a geek as briefly stated earlier, I have a katana and a ninja sword type thing. Ninjas aren't real, I don't think, but I only recently figured out what this sword is meant to be, just so I could attempt to describe it here. I bring this up because I trust the sword over my katana any day of the week. The katana I have is from a mall. It's sharp, yeah, but swinging it isn't comfortable at all. The ninja sword is very sharp, probably sharper, and much easier to swing. The only downside is that it's about a foot shorter than my other blade, but beggars can't be choosers when someone just entered my house. My studio room is at the very back of the house, opposite of the front entrance. When entering the house, you need to walk through the hallway, keeping straight and passing up several rooms. The kitchen is on the left and living room on the right. Then you'd reach my studio. With my sword in hand and a hollow feeling in my chest, I gently opened the door and stared at the front entrance, wondering if I could see any signs of someone entering. Although I couldn't confirm my suspicions visually, I could tell that the door was unlocked as usual. From the corner of my eye, from behind the counter that was not far from me which separated the kitchen from the living room, I saw a silhouette charging at me. I met their gaze instantly, seeing a girl running toward me with an axe you'd buy at the supermarket. She swung the back of the axe toward my face, and I was barely able to dodge backwards with a large leap. She stood still after that initial swing hit the wall. She probably barely recognized that I had a sword in hand. I seemed to have forgotten up until then myself. In front of me was a girl about my age, a little shorter than me, who had blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a backpack strapped over her black sweats. Even her sneakers were black. I could also make out the handle of a knife that crudely stuck out of her pocket. It took me a second, but I realized that this was the same girl from the supermarket I'd met a few weeks back. As for me, I couldn't move. My mind was working, but my body stood frozen as I looked at her. Sleep paralysis is the best way to describe what I was experiencing. Not being able to move, but being very capable of thought. Watching as a monster stalks you, while being unable to defend yourself. She was a girl with a small figure who held an axe. She looked innocent, but her intent was to kill me, and it disturbed me greatly. I could audibly hear my heart pumping blood throughout my body, and my chest felt a mix of tightness and emptiness. My palms were basically dripping with sweat, and my legs wanted nothing more than to drop. I tried speaking but couldn't. All that escaped were cackles that were audible only to me. I could only imagine how stupid I looked from her point of view. After what felt like an eternity of helplessness, I could move again. Right away I tried speaking but still couldn't. If anything, it made my body feel weaker, so I gave up talking altogether. I didn't know why she was here with murderous intent, but what I did know was that by looking at her face, I could tell she was pumped with adrenaline too. The sword I held was shorter and lighter than the axe. I felt confident enough in my abilities regardless, and even then, she wasn't scary in nature at all. As I said earlier, it was the context of the situation that disturbed me, not her. If she were to swing at me just as she did moments ago, no doubt I could dodge and counter her. I was only concerned if she were to perform an overhead swing once the axe weighed much more than my sword, and even then, blocking an axe looked tricky to me. She did exactly that and charged at me with the axe raised over her head. For a second I saw her smile, maybe from nervousness or from pleasure, but regardless I didn't like it. My mind basically said, screw it, and I stood my ground, taking only one step into her as she swung downward on me. I aimed for right below the blade, and as expected it crashed down on me. Still, I resisted enough for her blade to only bump the flesh between my neck and shoulder, there not being enough force to cause a cut. I had her exactly where I wanted her, and there was no doubt in my mind that I'd won. I let go of the sword with one hand and grabbed her axe that was over my shoulder. I jabbed my sword into her chest, just below the collarbone, just deep enough to scare her. I didn't see her as a real threat anymore, despite my body still shaking, and I didn't want to hurt her too badly. I should have taken the axe away from her completely, because as she jumped back in pain she tugged on it, causing a piece of its blade to hook the part of my back it was hung over. I could tell it cut me, but I was able to regain control by pulling it back toward me once more, this time swinging it to where it was no longer behind me. From there I kicked her back and was surprised at how far she fell backward. As she got up, she unhooked her backpack, sliding both straps off, and promptly took the blade from her pocket. There was a smidge of blood on the tip. No wonder, looking at the way she kept it in her pant pocket. Still, she ran at me again but couldn't dream of touching me. I swung twice, once slicing her arm, and the other the back of her wrist. She dropped the knife as blood trickled down, falling onto my tile flooring. Even though I was winning, my body felt otherwise, and fear began creeping its way into me for the second time as I stared at the scene. Am I really doing this? Could I really have just died? What would she have done to me? Had her axe landed at first? She darted, thankfully not at me but toward the hallway, leaving her blood-stained backpack, knife, and axe behind. I felt more vulnerable once the door slammed shut, because I couldn't help but think that she'd come back in. She never did, though, and I stood there for 2 hours attempting to comprehend all that had transpired. I made sure to lock the door, even the lock at the top, and brought a new change of clothes into the bathroom along with the sword. I took a long, warm shower, replaying the scene in my head over and over again. My wound only stung for a second. I guess the axe barely hooked, maybe less than a millimeter deep into my flesh. Afterwards, I cleaned up the blood, annoyed at how much there was on the floor. Soon after, I opened her backpack and found an assortment of items, things I'd rather not think about. One in particular that I will bring up, however, was her phone. The camera on my front porch, which had been turned off due to laziness up until the package incident, caught her face the day she snuck in. I took a picture of her and used it to unlock the phone's facial recognition lock. Since then, I grew obsessed looking at the various photos of the girl who tried murdering me. It was thrilling to know that she failed, and that she was living in fear, knowing very well I was alive. In just hours, I'd read all her texts, all personal notes I could find, and scrolled through her socials. She was a normal girl, which confused me but added to my amazement. I wanted to learn everything about her. My blood was screaming her name. It was just like the horror novels I've read/written, and it wasn't long until I came up with the idea to finally meet this devious mistress. I was able to find wireless earbuds connected to her phone that had their tracking setting enabled. How ironic that she was so nonchalant about being tracked. I've been keenly watching her in person these past few days since then, as it didn't take long to find out where she was staying at. You seem so interesting, and I'd like to know you better, which is exactly why I'm going to leave this note at your front door. Don't bother throwing away your earbuds and fleeing. I already have a few ways to find you regardless. This isn't my first time doing something like this, but it might be my last depending on how this goes. I hope this doesn't come off as too weird, but I think you can forgive me seeing how you swung an axe at me. I don't know why you chose me. Maybe you know something, or things, about me that I don't want you to. But I'm not holding my breath on whether you'll phone the police based on that information. After all, we both have some things to hide, don't we? Otherwise, I would have simply called them by now. With love, and maybe more. Eric. P.S. This has all been therapeutic to me, and maybe I can share how I really feel when we meet up. I don't really know where to start. One night, being kept up by the smashing of hail against my window, I had the idea to see what would happen if I texted my number from a phone in a lucid dream. I'm quite experienced with it. I practiced while I had nothing else to do during the pandemic. But after that idea sparked in my head, the dream I had that night had an indescribable sense of danger, as if I shouldn't, under any circumstances, have been doing what I was doing. It just felt wrong. As I drifted off at around 3 a.m. into, well, I don't know if dream is the right word anymore. Heck, I don't know if there is a word for it. Like hell, or some sort of parallel universe we can only access when our consciousness isn't in the one we know. Anyway, apart from the weird sense of danger, it was all kind of normal. First, I played around a bit, floating through my house, using the comebacks you only think of after an argument. Then I remembered what I was there for. I picked up a phone, typed in my phone number. It actually took me a few minutes because, you know, how it's pretty hard to read properly in dreams. After starting a WhatsApp conversation with myself, I texted hi and thought nothing of it. Then after I enjoyed myself some more, I woke up to my alarm. Of course, I dreaded having to go to work in the morning, having not fell asleep till 3, but regardless I got up and started to get ready. I tried to connect my phone to my car's Bluetooth speaker. A rush of pure mortification made my blood run cold, as I read a text message from a random number at 5:01 a.m. saying hi. After the initial rush, I thought maybe I was overreacting. After all, it's a pretty generic text message. When I finished work at 4 p.m., I asked around if anyone knew the number, to which my answer was no. Weird, but not enough for me to think anything of it. Going back to sleep that night, I thought I'd try again out of curiosity. It felt a bit more dreadful this time, almost like I was being watched. And my once familiar home, which I lived in with my family, a wife and 2 kids, was deserted. Paint peeling off the walls, black mold everywhere, like an abandoned house. However, being the idiot I am, I reached for my phone, typed in my phone number, and typed an indistinguishable text, 1161. This is Dream Me texting 2812. As I put the phone down, I caught myself out of the corner of my eye. It seemed pretty tall. Humanoid, but evasive. I thought I'd best just wake up before my thoughts affected the lucid dream. I guess you could say this is when it all started. When I woke up that Saturday, I once again received a text message from the same number, reading 1161. This is Dream Me texting 2812. I froze in shock. Have I made the next best scientific discovery ever? Or have I found a way to enter a parallel universe through dreaming? Neither. I gave them a way in. My family weren't home that morning. A deafening silence rang through the house when I put my phone down and got up to go to the bathroom. And there it was, a message in blood on the mirror. We woke up with you. But that wasn't the worst of it. I pulled back the shower curtain to reveal my wife and 2 kids dead, with their throats slit in the bathtub. I got in my car and drove, and that's the worst part. I've been hiding in the woods for a month now. No one has come looking. And these things, they are 9 to 10 feet tall, humanoid with extremely long arms, razor blades for fingers, and the more I look, the more they seem to be stalking me. Let this be advice to anyone who sees this. Don't let them in. Living on this street has always been synonymous with peace. My name is Lucas, and just like my routine, my life unfolds peacefully in a small town. I usually take long walks amidst nature, bask in the sun, and enjoy life as I work from home. However, my family is the opposite. They thrive on hustle, noise, and crowds. Personally, I don't know how they manage it, but since the feeling is mutual, I let it be. Because of this, I moved here and adopted a cat to not feel so lonely, and it was one of the best choices I ever made. Mr. Munchkin was perfect, almost human-like in intelligence. He knew how to take care of his business in our backyard, burying it far away from home, and he even hunted some rats or other animals that might steal food. As I said, small-town life. His company was comforting, especially on silent summer nights when I sat on the porch, gazing at the stars in the clear sky alongside him. However, things began to change. A new family moved into the house next door. The Petersons. They were normal. Too normal. That's what bothered me. I saw them arriving in their moving truck, a father, a mother, a son, and a daughter, all impeccable. The father in a well-pressed suit, the mother with a radiant smile, wearing a flared dress and an apron, the son with his school backpack, a uniform from some baseball team, and the daughter in her princess dress. It was what one would expect from a movie family, like asking an AI to create a family without giving specific details. It was somehow eerie. The following days were as usual, with Mr. Munchkin patrolling the backyard and me working on my projects. However, I began to notice small changes. Mr. Munchkin started to act more reclusive, skittish. He used to come running to greet me when I came home, but now he seemed to avoid my presence. Not just mine. He stopped visiting the yard as often. I even had to buy a litter box, since it had been a while since I had to worry about that. Initially, I attributed this to some minor incident, or maybe the presence of the new neighbors, perhaps an indisposition. Speaking of the Petersons, well, I'm not one to pry or anything, but it was hard not to notice. They were rarely seen leaving the house, almost always keeping the curtains closed. At night sometimes, I heard murmurs coming from their house, as if they were talking quietly. The last straw of oddity was when I saw Mr. Peterson sitting in the backyard, alone on a full moon night. He was facing away from me, but his rigid posture and the way he remained motionless sent shivers down my spine. It seemed like he was staring fixedly into the darkness. Disturbing. The next day, Mr. Munchkin disappeared. I was worried because although, as I mentioned, he did his patrols, they were always within our property, behind the fences, and he always came back every night to sleep at my feet. I decided to search for him around the neighborhood, calling his name in vain. I asked the neighbors, except the Petersons, but no one had seen anything. I was truly desperate. I knocked on the door of the house next door, hoping to find some clue in the last place I wanted to be. Mr. Peterson answered, with his customary smile, hair clinically aligned and mustache brushed. When I asked if they had seen my cat, he hesitated for a moment before responding. "Oh, Mr. Munchkin, is it? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I've seen him around here, but we'll keep an eye out, okay? I'm sure he'll turn up." His response was polite, but there was something off. He finished speaking and stood there, still, inert, looking at me. A strange feeling that something was wrong. Still, I thanked him and stepped back. Despite Mr. Peterson's seemingly reassuring words, a sense of unease settled within me. His smile seemed forced, and his eyes moved rapidly, making me uncomfortable. I might be becoming paranoid, but something about that encounter wasn't right. I decided to follow my instinct, and that afternoon, when the street was deserted and the Petersons were out, I decided to investigate. I saw their car turning the corner at the end of the street, all four of them inside. Silence reigned in the house. I cautiously entered their backyard, feeling guilty for doing so, but the concern of Mr. Munchkin and the thought of what might be happening to him outweighed my hesitation. The house was as immaculate inside as it was outside, with furniture and details that seemed to have come out of a home decor magazine. It was such an artificial perfection that I felt like I was in a sitcom set. As I rummaged through the rooms of the house, however, the feeling of being watched haunted me. Every sound made me shudder. Every shadow made me jump. I looked through the living room, kitchen, even ventured into the bedrooms, where I was disturbed to see what Mr. and Mrs. Peterson had hidden. Numerous family portraits. I almost closed the door in shock when I saw the gaze of all of them was directed towards the door. I began to notice something strange about them. In all of them, the people were the same, but the surroundings weren't. Wow, you might be thinking. What's so strange about that? Wouldn't it be weird to have thousands of photos with the same setting? And you would be right, but this case was exceptional. The photos seemed very, very old. There were things from the 80s, 70s, 60s. I even found a hand-painted portrait from that time before the photos, and in all of them, they were the same, as if they didn't age. It was when a noise snapped me out of this trance. A muffled, low but unmistakable sound. A meow. I was tense but also relieved to hear the meow. It was proof that Mr. Munchkin was somewhere around. I followed the sound and it led me to a fearful place, one that I had been deliberately avoiding. The basement. The meows intensified as my steps approached. I don't know how many of you have cats, but they meow differently depending on the situation, and my little feline friend was meowing in fear. It was urgent. I opened the creaky door, greeted by a gust of hot, humid air, a strong smell of mold. The stairs creaked under my feet as I descended slowly, my accelerated breath echoing in the emptiness. I followed the meow, now clearer. I supposed he was huddled in a corner, scared, so I began to head towards the back of the room. But then, my eyes started to adjust, slowly, to the darkness. I stopped walking. My heart raced. I had to appear calm, but now, panic had consumed my mind. My chest began to heave as I breathed in more and more of that intoxicating air. I saw, with the little light I had, a figure, strange, contorted, but much larger than a cat. It had something resembling a head, which began to turn towards me. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt they were on me. I saw it move, opening its mouth, and then a meow sound echoed from its throat. This time I could hear it clearly, and it was much deeper, distorted. "I'll be back, Mr. Munchkin." I stuttered as I backed away, still facing the thing. But when I saw it move, I ran without even looking back, slamming the basement door and jumping out of the side window of the house as fast as I could. However, my great panic came now. As I jumped over the Petersons' fence and finally entered my backyard, I saw a furry, small, curious figure on the balcony railing. It was Munchkin, wagging his fluffy tail. He looked at me, tilting his head in curiosity. I looked back, seeing the fence, imagining what was on the other side. I ran upstairs to where my cat was. He snuggled against my hand, purring. "Where have you been, buddy?" My phone vibrated. It was a message from the lady from the next street, Lord's. "Hey dear, your cat showed up here this morning, but I couldn't reach you. I gave him food and helped him over the fence. I saw the lights turning on. Are you home? Is he okay?" "Yeah, Mrs. Lords. Thank you so much." I closed the phone. Now me and Munchkin are here on the second floor. The sun has set, and now we only have the pale light of the moon. It's one of those warm nights, but we're not looking up at the sky, but down. The Petersons' car is parked in front of the house. They've been there for almost an hour now, sitting motionless like dolls, except for Mr. Peterson, who is now staring directly at us. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Thunk, thunk, thunk. That's Pepper at the back door. Oh no. I lurched forward from sleeping position and swung my feet from the couch to the tiled floor of the living room. My phone, which must have been laying on my chest while I napped, catapulted towards the end of the couch where my feet rested a second ago. I was standing before my eyes fully opened. How long had I been asleep? And, more importantly, how long had I left Pepper in the backyard? The living room was dark. The whole house was. I looked towards the kitchen and saw that even the lights above the stove, which I always kept on, weren't shining. The oven display below, even absent, its little neon green strikes spelling out the time. The power must be out. As if to punctuate that thought, a silent flash of lightning illuminated the living room, bathing everything in electric white. In that second, I saw Pepper's silhouette outside, tall and strong and pressed against the sliding glass door. His sleek, muscular Doberman build propped up on one back leg. He'd lost the other to an infection last year. and patting urgently at the door. Scritch, 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 thunk, thunk, thunk. That obnoxious, oversized collar I'd gotten him tapped against the glass as he pawed, begging to be let in from the rain. It's raining. He's been out in the rain for God knows how long, and I've just been laying here sleeping without a care in the world. I stepped across the living room to the door, still in that hazy place between sleep and awake, fueled by muscle memory and instinct instead of conscious thought, but without the need for light because this was common to me. 3 steps, hand to handle, pull right, Pepper barrels in or out, and he did. As soon as the gap between the door and the frame was big enough, Pepper squeezed through into the living room. Instead of launching straight onto the couch upon re-entry, which seemed more a rule than a routine at this point, he hightailed it past me, turning sharply where the little breakfast bar ended, and into the corridor which ran through the kitchen and into the dining room, nails clicking on the tiles as he went. Then came a creak, the basement door swinging outward, undoubtedly nosed open by a sopping wet Pepper, followed by quick, hollow thumping as he descended the haphazard wooden stairs into the unfinished basement. A roar of thunder crashed through the half-open sliding glass door and I slammed it shut. The entire series of events, waking up, noticing the power was out, letting Pepper in, and hearing him scurry down into the basement had probably taken 25 seconds start to finish, but now the urgency had bled out of the situation and I stood alone, or so I thought, in the living room, rubbing the last crumbs of sleep from my eyes and ready to rejoin the world of the entirely awake. He must be real upset with me. I began brainstorming ways to make it up to Pepper, to apologize in dog language for leaving him out in the rain, and all of them started by coaxing him out of the basement with a handful of treats. The dried salmon skin probably, stinky, high-reward stuff. It was still nearly pitch black in the living room and my eyes hadn't yet adjusted. I moved back towards the couch, leaned forward, and plopped an open palm onto the cushion, sliding across the fabric in search of my phone. Its flashlight would help me find the treats, and the treats would get Pepper out of the basement and into a warm towel. My hand groped across the center cushion and down towards the far side of the couch where my feet had been resting a moment ago. And there they bumped into something. Something warm and smooth and trembling. Whatever it was recoiled slightly when I touched it, but settled back into my palm. Then I felt a cold, inquiring touch on my cheek, followed by the wet slap of a tongue and the pungent smell of kibble breath. Pepper? I was awake now, and it all rushed back to me. I had let Pepper back in before the storm started, before I drifted off to sleep on the couch. In fact, I'd had to move my legs out to make room for him between myself and the backrest. And now, with my eyes adjusted to the dark, just enough to see outlines, I could make out his shape, coiled into the far corner of cushions with my hand on his haunch. But his nose wasn't pressed to my cheek anymore. It angled instead to the dining room where Pepper had just run. But Pepper's right here. The whole thing flashed through my head again, waking up, seeing Pepper at the door, letting him in, and hearing him hurtle through the house and into the basement. Was it even real? Some half-awake sleepwalker's dream, maybe. I saw my phone then and snatched for it, flicking on the flashlight as quickly as I could. Sure enough, there was Pepper on the couch, pressed tightly into a defensive posture and trembling terribly, glancing back and forth between me and the dark outline of the dining room archway. He's just scared of the thunder. I made the rest of it up, right? To be sure, I dropped the beam of light from Pepper to the floor, swiveled around and began tilting my phone towards the back door. Brown, muddy paw prints. I gasped and moved forward, hunching over even more to get a better look. They were there all right, clear as day, and they looked like peppers, not only in size but in gait. I could see that there were only 3 paws. Quick math, that's 3 legs. And then I remembered seeing the big collar on him while he was outside, and hearing it clunk against the glass as he pawed away at the back door. They were Pepper's paw prints, and they did arrow towards and around the breakfast bar. He ran downstairs and then snuck back up. I just didn't see him. The mud had all stamped off by then, too. That's why there's no return trail. It's funny how our mind comes up with impossible explanations to keep us sane in the face of the unknown and the unnatural. Still, I began to walk along the path of paw prints, hunched over with my phone held down almost to the ground, looking like some sort of Sherlock Holmes caricature. I don't think I really wanted to, and I don't think I was being brave, but maybe I was. I just wanted answers. Not just my answers, the right ones, the safe, normal ones. Just past the breakfast bar, the prints started looking different. At first I thought they were just smudging, that most of the mud had already stamped off into the tile, just as I'd expected, my dear Watson. But that didn't seem quite right. No, not smudging. It was more like they were changing, elongating on some and widening on others, digits growing longer, and the entire print becoming larger as I moved further down the line. And then I was through the archway and into the dining room, turning left to cast light down the basement stairwell, and on the stairs leading down into the dark. They were no longer Pepper's paw prints or unknown smudges. They were human, prints from bare hands and feet. Whatever had run down there certainly wasn't Pepper. What did it look like now? I snapped to attention, but kept the light shining down the stairs, fully expecting someone, or something that only looked like someone, to vault up towards me. "What do you want?" It was the only thing I could think to say, and it came out more of a whisper than a question. There was an eternity of silence, no more than a few seconds long, and then a response floated back up the stairs, sounding almost like last words wheezed from the throat of a dying man. "We don't like the rain either." Any bravery I'd contained up to that point evacuated me with the contents of my bladder. I turned around and floored it back into the living room, grabbed Pepper, the real Pepper, by the collar and dragged him out of the front door, through the rain and into my car, where I called the police, and where I'm writing this now. In hindsight, I should have just told the dispatcher that I had an intruder, but I was so frazzled and confused and horrified that I just blabbered the whole thing out. She was nice enough to let me finish, but just told me to eat something and get some sleep before hanging up. So here I am in the driveway, sitting in my car with my shivering Doberman on my pee-soaked lap, too scared to go back into my house, but with nowhere else to go, and looking for help. What did I let into my house? And how do I get it out? Uncle Felix was always the kindest man. He'd bring me and my little brother, Scotty, a present every time we visited. Always interesting things. A rope necklace with what he claimed was a dinosaur knuckle hanging from it. A real pearl he'd found on one of his many overseas trips. And who could forget the taxidermied rat dressed in a tuxedo that Mother threw out? He had a square jaw, a bald head, and a loud laugh. Always a slap on the back for Father, a kiss on the cheek for Mother, and Aunt Cal would follow him in beaming with a Tupperware container of pasta or lasagna. Uncle Felix was the sort of overly friendly uncle that would merit a raised eyebrow if mentioned. It was always seen as creepy for an uncle to love his niece and nephew. But Felix and Cal had no children of their own, and they were more like second parents to me. The news that Felix and Cal were taking a trip to the Great Basin Desert was no surprise to me. They were always off somewhere. In fact, I did not know until they had left. But once their week-long trip turned into 2, then 3, the missing posters began to sag in the rain, and the police report went stale. 2 weeks ago, Mother and Father were about to prepare us for the news that Felix and Cal might never return, a fact I had already accepted but Scotty had not. When the phone rang, Father sighed and got up to answer it. His voice turned from disbelieving to relief, then worry. He took the phone upstairs to his study, where he continued to talk in a hushed whisper. Scotty, Mother, and I all sat at the kitchen table, waiting for news of what was happening. Father called Mother to come up. About half an hour had passed. I could hear raised voices. When they came down, Father herded Scotty and I into the kitchen for a family meeting. He sat us down with a very serious look on his face. Uncle Felix has returned from the desert. He was found wandering in Alaska, disoriented and lost. Auntie Cal has not been found yet. Felix has been in hospital for 3 days, and he'll remain there for 2. After that, he'll be coming to stay with us for a while. Scotty and I were happy Felix was back and would be staying here, but the loss of Cal was a shock. Scotty began to cry. I held him. The desert was not kind to Uncle Felix. You are not to ask him any questions about what happened there. Mentioning Auntie Cal around him is strictly forbidden. Do you understand me? We nodded. We had never seen our father like this. So urgent and snappy. Felix has a small scar on his face now. You are not to ask him about this either. And if you start seeing anything, if anything changes, you tell me. Do you understand me? The night before Felix was going to arrive, I was eavesdropping on Mother and Father, arguing in hushed voices in their room. What else was I to do? They refused to give me any more details. I told you this is a bad idea. We are putting our children in danger. He is my brother, Kate. We take him in no matter what. He got lost in the Great Basin and ended up in Alaska. Something terrible happened, and to bring Felix here is dangerous. What if we get displaced too? You should have taught Lee and Scotty about this, about what happens to people in your family. This is over. It's settled. I know how to be more careful than Felix. If something arrives with him, if something tries to displace us, I will stop it. Did your dad teach you that? The crazy one who tried to fight them? He got marked, just like Felix. And then they came for him and you and Felix. Do not bring Dad into this. Father's voice had a hollow danger in it that ended the argument. I crept back to my room. For the first time, I did not feel entirely safe. Not at all. That argument was proof that my parents may not be able to protect me and Scotty. I was afraid. Scotty and I watched out of my window the next morning, waiting for Felix's car. A few passed our house that looked similar to his, but my nervous excitement fizzled out as they kept on driving, until, at last, a taxi pulled up and a tall, broad-shouldered man with the hood pulled up on his sweater climbed out. Scotty and I fought over who would be first to greet him. Father broke us up and answered the door. Felix stepped inside, and I rushed to hug him, but stopped when I saw his face. A small scar? Father had to be joking. The entire left side of Uncle Felix's handsome face was burnt. His left eye was missing. His ear was gone, and worse by far, the scar had melted his cheek to the bone, so that his teeth were exposed, twisting the left side of his mouth into a permanent, mangled grin. The flesh surrounding it was a raw pink, tight and shiny. Scotty gave him a trembling hug, as did I. It was still kind old Uncle Felix, even though he was scarred, even though he did not hug us back, or crack a joke about Father's thinning hair, or even smile. Dinner was eaten quietly. We brushed our teeth. We went to bed at the time we were supposed to. Something was wrong. Something I couldn't fix. Uncle Felix's eyes were hollow, his breathing slow. A terrible sadness hung around him, a darkness that blocked out light. I cried that night. It felt as though I had lost Felix as well as Cal, even though he was here. I tried to close my eyes and go to sleep, but something woke me. It was only a slight disturbance, nothing more, but my eyes snapped wide open. I sat up in bed and stayed like that for some time. I needed fresh air, I decided. My window jammed, and while I stood there trying to rattle it open, I glanced outside. Something was there, just beyond the tree line of the forest that stretched for miles behind my town. It was almost invisible, crouching in the rippled moonlight filtering through the trees. I could only see half of it, the trunk of an oak tree almost obscuring it. I caught a glimpse of a pale shoulder and a flash of black feathers. It wasn't looking at me, its vision instead fixed on the patio. I hadn't noticed, but Uncle Felix sat there, lounging in a deck chair, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He didn't see me. He was staring back at the thing, defiance in his remaining eye. What was he doing? The patio door flung open and Father rushed outside. He grabbed Uncle Felix by the shoulders and shook him. He was yelling something I couldn't hear. Father hurried him inside, casting a fearful glance towards the forest where the creature was now gone. Father's instructions the next morning were clear. Do not leave the house, under any circumstances. Scotty didn't understand why. Mother sat in stony resolution, and Uncle Felix looked annoyed. It turned out, we didn't need to leave the house. The thing found us anyways. I woke with a jerk in the middle of the night. Whatever had woken me was still there. I could feel it, a presence that scraped against my mind. My closet door was ajar, the horrible cliché I had seen too many times in horror movies. I didn't want to look, but I had to. It was crouched half inside my closet, moonlight from the open window glinting off its puffy, pale skin. It was swollen, bloated, like it had been soaked in water. Molting black feathers were stuck in its shoulders, like the creature was made of clay and someone had poked them roughly in, leaving spaces in between. 2 black eyes bulged like tumors from its face. It waved at me. A sick, sour taste spread up my throat. I raised my hand hesitantly, before changing my mind. Its pulpy features twisted into a frown. I was about to call for Father or Mother, but Uncle Felix opened my door. The creature's face lit up with a gleeful grin when it saw me. Felix walked calmly into my room, picked me up and slung me over his shoulder and walked out. I did not struggle, nor did I ask what was happening. I trusted Uncle. The second we were out into the passage, Uncle Felix sprinted. He ran with me out the front door. At this point I began to scream, and threw me roughly into the back seat of Mother's car, where Scotty sat also, tears running down his cheeks. Felix ran back into the house, leaving the car door open. I slammed it shut. Did you see it too? Scotty's voice wavered. All I could do was sit in silence. I was also crying. Mother shoved me into the middle seat, then sat behind me. Father drove and Uncle Felix tore at his nails in the passenger seat. Father's gun rested in his lap. When we ran out of gas, it was nearly 2 a.m. Father recited every swear word he knew. Mother dug her nails into her arm until it bled, and Felix rested his head on his knees. You are not to leave the car. Felix hissed at us. I will handle this. You were marked by it. You leave this car, you won't come back. Father sounded so angry that I feared the gun lying in his lap would come into use. The worst thing that could have happened next promptly happened. Scotty, poor terrified Scotty, flung his door open and ran into the night. What I did next made our situation much worse. But what else was I to do when my 8-year-old brother was out there alone? I ran after Scotty. The darkness was disturbingly thick, like clouds of swirling tar. I screamed for Scotty over and over again. A faint howl was my only response. My throat was raw. A stitch in my side doubled me over and my lungs felt fit to explode when I came across Scotty. He was lying on the ground, his arms covering his head, and above him, hundreds of birds, all black crows, ravens, blackbirds, starlings, dive-bombed him. Their shrill caws tore the night in two, their beaks and claws cutting into Scotty as they dived at him. There were so many that it was as if the darkness had come alive, a shrieking, whirling cloud of feathers. I tried to run to him, to help, but the birds drew me back. My arms bled where they had clawed me, and when I saw it, in a gap between two wings, in the center of the swirling cloud of black, a single white bird hovered. Where its wings met its body, there were black feathers. Its eyes were black too, like shiny glass. They were fixed on the darkness behind me, where Uncle Felix skidded to a halt. His scar made the left side of his face look ghastly in the low light. "Come for me." Felix's voice sounded so broken, so sad. The white bird dived for him. The screaming black flock followed closely behind. Felix ran. I went to Scotty, who lay whimpering, bleeding from hundreds of puncture marks where the birds had attacked him. I heard running footsteps. It was Father, who picked up Scotty and I, and tore back to the car. He bundled us into the back seat. "Kate?" Mother was loading the shotgun, walking back the way we had come. The darkness yawned around her, swallowing her like a greedy mouth. "Stay there," was all she said to us. 10 minutes passed. 15. We sat in the back seat, Father in the front. We stayed deathly silent. I had so many questions, but they were stillborn as I changed my mind each time I opened my mouth. I heard a shot, then another. After 20 minutes had gone by, something shifted in the darkness. It was Mother, a grim expression on her face. Blood trickled from her nose. A bird hung from her hand by its feet, a gaping, ragged hole in its chest. Red blood was tarred across its white feathers. Mother threw the shotgun into Father's lap. She slammed the bird down onto the dashboard. "I'll sleep in my own bed for the remainder of tonight." I write this at my window, watching the bonfire Mother and Father have lit. They're burning the white bird's body, and Uncle Felix's things too. Scotty sits beside me. The birds cut his arms and chest up pretty bad, but they didn't get his face or neck. He's upset that his favorite shirt got torn up. I'm upset that Uncle Felix won't be coming back. My closet door is shut, in case you were wondering. Scotty's favorite toy, a stuffed raven, the last gift Uncle Felix gave him, is being burnt too. He doesn't want it in his room. Father has promised to tell me more about what happened. Scotty will know too when he is old enough. I'll edit this if I get the chance. The branches crawled up to the heavens, folding over one another, blocking any sunlight from reaching the ground. It was oddly quiet, save for the commotion of my friends, as the common squawks of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves caused by mammals were nowhere to be found. As Max and I were draping the tarp over the tent, Sarah was setting up the chairs, which now circled the pre-made campfire. Penny, meanwhile, sat on a bench, her face shoved into a generic fantasy novel. The three of us exchanged a glance, watching the blonde's lips subtly open and close as she read along the page. She was so engrossed in the book that she didn't notice Sarah slithering behind her. She grasped Penny's shoulders, causing her to flinch and let out a squeak. She dropped the book, which landed unceremoniously in the dirt, before turning around and glaring at the perpetrator. "Don't give me that look," Sarah chuckled, raising her hands defensively. "You're in a camp with all of your friends, and the best thing you can think of doing is reading a book? Penny, no offense, but that's lame." Penny, who was already fidgeting under the gaze of the group, began wringing her hands together, biting her lip. She turned away, refusing to make eye contact. "I didn't want to come here anyway," she murmured under her breath, her attempts to hide her frustrations less than successful. I let out a sigh, leaning on the opposite side of the bench from her. She immediately tilted her head up, teal eyes piercing through my gaze. "Alright, listen. How does this sound? You can decide what we do today." She perked up at that, though her expression was still laced with uncertainty. "Really?" Her voice teetered between excitement and skepticism. "Yeah, really," Max ushered, trying to give me a look that told me to reconsider my tactic. I simply shook my head, silently telling him I knew what I was doing. He rolled his eyes but yielded, crossing his arms. "Well, I guess I've always wanted to see you guys hunt." She trailed off, her nails swiping at the bits of dead skin hanging off her fingers. Sarah's face twisted in confusion, tilting her head to the side. "Hunt? Like hunting deer or something?" "Yeah, or rabbits. Anything, I guess." Max laughed at the suggestion. "Well, we'd have to leave camp for that. Are you sure that's what you want to do? You can't just give up halfway because you're too scared." Penny's face flushed, her hands collapsing in on themselves. "No, I won't back out. I want to see," she muttered, her voice a candle's flame compared to the forest fire that was Max's. It looked like she was regretting her choice, but didn't want to prove Max right by getting cold feet all of a sudden. Sarah, eyebrows furrowed, opened her mouth to question Penny's decision, only to be cut off by a thunderous clap. "All right, well, you heard the boss," Max scoffed, rummaging in the car and producing 2 hunting rifles, one of which he passed to me. Even after how many times I've used it, I still couldn't get over how heavy it was. Its weight dragged me down with it, and I just barely caught myself before it could escape my grasp. "Just so you're aware," I began, propping the firearm against a nearby tree as I grabbed my backpack. "These are pretty loud, so you're gonna want to stay back. They might damage your ears if you're not careful. Not to mention, hunting takes a really long time. With how quiet it is, I'm not even sure we're gonna see an animal. Oh, and also..." "Okay, we get it, Johnny boy," Max interjected, his tone oozing with sarcasm. "Penny's a frail, fragile flower. We'll make sure no deadly rabbit starts, I don't know, gently gnawing on her." Penny's face lit up in hot red, Sarah's giggling hiding the girl's mumble of a response. "Let the boys have this one," Sarah attempted to whisper, though her words still reached the 2 of us. "It's the only thing they're good at." I rolled my eyes, slinging the pack onto my back before following Max's steps. "That so? And I'm sure you can handle yourselves, so I'll be going without..." Before I could finish, Penny's shuffling footsteps already reached behind me, her body centimeters away from mine. I could practically hear Sarah's eyes rolling as she awkwardly jogged to catch up with us. It was weird. The woods were usually filled with noise, birds squawking, branches swaying in the wind, and the occasional scurrying of rodents. So when the only sound consisted of dry leaves crumbling beneath our feet, the grip my fingers had on the gun tightened. Sarah attempted to fill the void with snide remarks, only to be silenced by, much to our surprise, Max. Each hush left her even more flustered, clearly frustrated with having the resident joker taking her role of the responsible one. I thought that this was all in my head, that my paranoia was causing inconsequential details to appear unnatural. That wasn't until I took a look at Penny. Her eyes, the same hue as the sky above, constantly darted to every corner of the forest. Her body seemed to slouch more and more every time, wrapping her arms around herself to block off any attacker. It was hard to tell if this was just how she usually acted, or if she too felt the urge to check behind her every now and then. I slowed my pace, allowing her smaller strides to keep up with mine. "Hey Penny," I greeted, causing her to look up at me with a start. Her wide eyes seemed to have trouble focusing on anything. I know Max's comment probably made you feel a little self-conscious, but he's just like that. I promise, if you really want to go back, none of us will judge you. Well, besides Max, but again, she didn't respond, so I pressed on. "Do you want to go back? Be honest, alright?" She took a moment to mull over the offer, before shaking her head. "No. Making Max wrong is worth staying. I can handle myself." Despite uncertainty lingering in her words, stubbornness overshadowed it. "You know, not in a million years would I have expected your first choice for what you wanted to do to be hunting. I mean, no offense or whatever, but I always thought you were squeamish." She laughed, her hands fidgeting with the straps of her bag. "No, I'm, a big fan of biology. I've seen way worse things in documentaries than a dead deer. Though, I am a little afraid. To see one in person, at least. You're the expert. What should I expect?" I smiled, rubbing the back of my neck sheepishly. "Honestly, not much. Hunting's a lot of waiting around. Like I said, we're probably not going to see any..." Max's voice rang out across the barren forest and, on instinct, I readied the firearm. "There's a wolf. It's..." His voice trailed off. The fear that was once hunting his words, morphing into confusion. "What the hell? Is it dead?" I motioned for Penny to stay as I approached the carcass, keeping my gun aimed at it just in case. As I neared where Max stood, the reason for his bewilderment became apparent. The corpse, the body of a young wolf, lay just a few meters away. With how its state was almost perfect, I didn't put it past him to assume it was simply sleeping. However, once I walked around it, the chunk of flesh forced out of its throat proved that assumption was false. I winced, not because of the fact I had seen the carcass. I've witnessed animals in much worse states, some caused by my hands. No, it wasn't the sight that unsettled me. It was the fact that it was done to a wolf. If it was a deer or a rabbit, sure, I wouldn't question it. But what would take a bite out of a wolf? The potential answers to that question made me shiver, and I stood up, deciding that this wasn't safe anymore. However, before I could turn to the group and announce it, Penny brushed past me, and kneeled next to the animal, studying its wound. "Guys," she murmured, reaching her hand just close enough so that they weren't touching the matted tufts of fur jutting out of the sopping wound. "This bite, I don't know how to say it. It just looks weird. It's sloppy. The flesh is all stringy like whatever took the bite had to pull just to tear the flesh off." She pulled her hands away, wiping it on the grass next to her despite no physical contact being made. "The bite marks look too small. Too, like, a house dog or something." "A dog, Penny? Really?" Sarah's sudden aggression surprised the rest of us, and even she seemed to be taken aback by it. Her nails dug into her skin, a flash of fear overtaking her, who was always the most sound of mind. Do you realize how dumb that sounds? It's probably a wolf or something. Her explanation fell flat. Penny's analysis poking holes in her logic not but a few seconds ago. What? Why are you freaking out? Do you not think we were gonna see a dead animal? Max's attempt at reassuring her was not as successful as he'd hoped. In fact, it only caused her agitation to spike, her words coming out with uncharacteristic venom. The two's conversation barely lasted before Penny's meek voice cut through the argument. It doesn't have teeth. The statement, as if it were a sentence from a different language, was met with silence. Sarah's already light face now grew as pale as snow, lower lips barely trembling as she fought back the urge to let her fear show. They're gone. Well? Max scratched the back of his neck, dark eyes glaring through the carcass in an attempt to make sense of the situation. Maybe a native did it. We're close to some native villages, and they've got those rituals, right? Jesus Christ, Max. Sarah's form now seemed to be quivering, the lightest of touches enough to set her off. Her eyes avoided the wolf with conspicuous intent, clearly attempting to direct her sudden burst of fear toward a different emotion. You can't say stuff like that. Hey, my voice felt foreign, as it was the three who were carrying the majority of the conversation. Sarah, you're right, but let's not turn this into an argument. I'm sure all of us are on edge, so why don't we call it a day and head back? Like hell, he scoffed, arms crossing over one another. A wolf got into a fight or whatever. It gets some weird injuries and dies. The end. So what? Missing teeth, a massive chunk of its throat gone, and a bite pattern that's apparently similar to a house dog's? I shot back, puffing my chest out in an attempt to at least level the playing field out with Max's tall stature, to little success. You don't see anything wrong with that? I'm just as disappointed as you, man, but I don't want to risk getting mauled over some hunting. His eyes lit up with a fire that indicated this conversation would go nowhere, but the flame was swiftly put out as he sighed. Fine. His features softened, guilt etching itself onto his face. Hey look, I'm sorry, alright? I didn't mean to be like that. Let's just head back. I felt my shoulders sag, the potential fight draining me more than I'd care to admit. It's all good. I patted his shoulder, a gesture he physically cringed at. This was a bad spot to camp anyway. We should have just gone to a public one, where we didn't have to worry about any predators. Speak for yourselves. Sarah's usual snark finally returned, if a little forced. I actually agreed to come camping because I wanted to be mangled by a bear. Max rolled his eyes, though a subtle chuckle still escaped his lips. My attention returned to the crouching girl, her fingers still tracing the edges of the fatal wound. Penny? No response. She seemed to be completely engrossed in the carcass, teal irises practically piercing through the chunks of muscle and flesh. Only when my fingers made contact with her shoulder did she jolt her head up, narrowly missing my chin. We're gonna head out, so if you want to stop probing that dead animal, now would be great. A shade of pink splashed across her face as she rose, dusting her hands off. Before she could even finish muttering her apology, Max stopped once again, bringing forth a groan of irritation from Sarah's lips. What now? She hissed, to which Max simply raised a finger to his lips. My heart lurched, expecting to see another carcass or worse, the cause of the previous one, but as his lips stretched into that grin I knew so much, I wasn't sure if I should have been relieved or even more worried. There's a deer, right there. He pointed, and sure enough, with its back facing us, stood a young buck. Its coat was a soft brown, the occasional splotch of white speckling its hind legs. Its head was buried in the foliage, munching away at the leaves and shrubbery. As my eyes flicked between the animal and Max, I noticed him already beginning to aim. Like reading my mind, he held a hand up, stopping me from going on another tangent. It's not moving. I have a clear shot. The noise is gonna scare whatever animal or monster you guys think is out here, so let me get the shot off before you start complaining. I knew better than to attempt to wrangle the rifle out of his arms, so I instead looked toward Penny. Well, guess you got your wish, I joked, her expression immediately twisting into regret. But really, you should close your ears. It's going to be really loud. She nodded hesitantly, bringing her palms up and tightening them against her ears. Sarah, rolling her eyes at the display, opted to plug them with the tips of her fingers. She leaned in my direction, her voice barely below a shout as she tried to compensate for the soon-to-be ringing. Are you going to cover your ears, or do you want to impress her that bad? Instead of entertaining her jab, I slowly pushed my hand closer to her sides, knowing she wouldn't be able to block it without sacrificing her hearing. Hey, I'm sorry, jeez. She shuffled away, opting to shove her fingers back into her ears. Max's finger curled around the trigger, the firearm readying itself for the impending shot, before the percussion of gunfire shook the ground beneath me. A lack of panicked birds fleeing from their homes would have unnerved me, if not for the sight of the deer. Though I was sure Max got a clean shot through its skull, the animal remained standing, its only movement consisting of its jaw clamping down harder on the vegetation. Max leaned back, the rifle now aimed at the ground. Once steely eyes were now wide with confusion, dark eyebrows knitted in frustration. He muttered something under his breath, either a curse or a question. Sarah, who had been plugging her ears with a smirk, now let her arms drop to her sides. The fear I saw earlier returned in full force, her previously pale face now a ghostly white. Did you miss? She squeaked before clearing her throat and repeating the question in a more confident volume. I thought I landed the shot. He replied, voice trailing uncharacteristically low. It only became apparent just how silent it was when the eventual ringing faded, leaving nothing in its wake. Not even the sound of my breathing could fill the suffocating void. Why isn't it running? The question shared by the group only left one mouth, Penny's, as Max and Sarah remained speechless, anxiously waiting for someone to answer. I didn't have enough time to alert the others as I saw Max's shaking finger tighten around the trigger once again. This time, when the shot rang out, a burst of blood burst from the other side. The bullet tore straight through the skull of the animal, allowing me to see the greenery on the other side, and yet it still stood. No, even worse. It was moving. The deer's head lifted, rusty marionette strings forcing its mouth away from the vegetation. Mechanically and with little motor control, its body turned. One foot stumbled over another, causing it to trip over itself, and I could hear Sarah let out the breath she held since Max first pulled the trigger. Her relief was short-lived as the herbivore caught itself, the sudden halt in movement causing a chunk of something to spill from somewhere within its throat. As its face came into view, Penny gagged, hand clasping over her mouth. Its left eye, once full of life, retained not a single trace of color. A gray, lifeless orb bulged out from sunken sockets, tendrils of red snaking from the ends of its pupil. Its right eye, however, was no longer there. Viscera shot out from the hole where its eye once was, brain matter oozing out like honey. Its neck could barely keep its head up, the skull limp despite the deer's attempts to keep its eye on us. All of that would have been enough to make my legs give out and for me to run screaming, but what truly did it was the fact that instead of rows of flat, dull teeth, monstrous fangs lined its rotten gums. Like the blades of a bear trap, they gnashed together, so large and out of place that it forced its mouth to remain open in a permanent, savage gape. Tufts of black fur jutted out from between each overlapping tooth, the strands swaying in the wind ominously, the same color as the wolf's fur. Max immediately unloaded the clip into it, uncaring what the string of percussion might do to us. Each destructive explosion caused my ears further harm, my hands doing little to block out the noise. Sarah had already fled from the scene before the rifle could finish its barrage. It continued stumbling to us, each bullet taking a chunk of bone and flesh from its face, but doing nothing to slow its advancements. Feet held by nothing but sinew and tendons dragged across the dirt, the clicking of its hooves reverberating through my ears. Max, realizing the futility of his actions, tossed the firearm at the beast, barely phasing it, before finally turning tail and following Sarah. Penny, seemingly paralyzed, watched the monstrosity approach us even closer, her nails digging so far into her skin that it began to bleed. Teal eyes suddenly flicked to me once my fingers wrapped around her wrist, breaking her out of her trance. I tugged, sending her forward. Her legs attempted to keep up with mine but failed, resulting in her white tennis shoes scraping across the muddy ground. The disjointed gallop that followed our every step gradually sped up, the beast seemingly gaining stamina the longer it chased us. I spared a glance behind me, Penny's haunted face filling my vision. The deer's teeth snapped shut with an audible click, its distended neck pushing out in an attempt to reach us. Just before we managed to reach the campsite, Penny's scream rang out, and I watched as the deer slammed its teeth down onto her leg. Blood shot out of the wound like a water balloon popping. The sudden halt of speed caused my body to lurch onto my back. I watched as its mouth opened to slam its jaw shut again, the angle of the bite unable to make a clean break. Before the blades could clamp onto her flesh, I reeled the butt of the rifle back and thrust it forward, smashing it into the animal's skull. Its teeth detached from her skin, and Penny, who had already risen to her feet, began limping after Sarah and Max. Before it could recover from the blow, I once again slammed the rifle into its head, this time breaking the skin and sending bits of skull scattering. The deer crumpled to the ground, twitching violently as if attempting to force itself to get up. However, I stuck the barrel of the rifle into the soft entrance I managed to cave way into before firing once, twice, thrice, until all the firearm produced was a pathetic click. Its writhing ceased, smoke exiting the wound as various exit shows littered its body. I scrambled back, turning to see the others stopped in their tracks, staring at me with an expression that I couldn't place. Only when I joined them by their side was Max able to break the silence. "What was that?" he demanded. His voice cracked under the stress. I could barely formulate a sentence, the sentiment ringing true for the others. "We have to get her to the hospital," I breathed, dragging the base of the rifle along the dirt, attempting to clean off the bits of brain. "That thing could have been rabid. We can't risk anything. It could have already gotten in her bloodstream, or..." My words died out, causing silence to fill the air once more. I placed my hands on my knees, letting out a shaky sigh. "Can someone drive?" "Too dangerous." Sarah winced, looking up as the sun's rays, which were already muted as a result of the branches overhead, dissipated to nothingness. There's at least a mile of nothing but trees from here before we get to the main road. We'd crash before anything could happen to Penny. Okay, does anybody know first aid? Sarah gingerly raised her hand, which I nodded at. Okay, get her to the car and patch her up. Penny, if you feel anything change, and I mean anything, tell us, alright? We're gonna stay for the night, but if you so much as feel uncomfortable, we're out of here. She nodded, her eyes refusing to leave the shallow wound left by the deer. Upon arriving at the campsite, Sarah and Penny both immediately sat down, with the former grabbing the medical kit from the tent. I turned to Max, who was kneeling over the campfire and attempting, albeit failing, to light the pile of twigs. What was that? My voice trailed off as Max shook his head, refusing to meet my gaze. Don't ask. His head shot up, his glare causing me to stumble back a few steps. The less we have to think about it, the less we're gonna have a problem. We just need to get her to a hospital, and then we can forget this ever happened. Max, drop it. His shout rang out any argument I had, his voice reaching the two. Penny's wide eyes were directed at Max, making frequent stops to mine. Her expressions were akin to a patient awaiting bad news, fear interlacing her teal irises. Sarah gave Max a silent warning, to which his shoulders dropped. Just drop it, man, please. I nodded silently, turning my attention to the makeshift first aid Sarah was providing Penny. How are you? Penny's head suddenly jolted up, a movement that never failed to startle me. It didn't help that my paranoia was already at its maximum, causing my muscles to tense. As brown met a familiar shade of teal, I allowed myself to relax. How are you holding up? I continued once I realized Penny wasn't going to respond. She barely nodded her head, her eyes growing distant a few moments later. Her eyelids fluttered, attempting to concentrate on staying open. Sarah seemed to notice this, as the back of her hand lifted to touch Penny's forehead. Not that bad, all things considered. I thought you were burning up, but you just seem tired, she concluded. Penny barely acknowledging her comment, with a sigh, Sarah gently brought Penny's head down to her lap, fingers interlacing with Penny's blonde locks. We should head to bed now. I think she's had enough excitement for one day. That's probably for the best, I agreed. Noticing that the source of light was now reduced to the dying embers Max attempted to ignite. Me and Max will take turns keeping watch. We'll wake you guys up the moment there's any sun so we can get Penny to a hospital. Sarah hummed in approval, gently tapping Penny's cheek, whispering something that caused the blonde's form to rise. She was practically dragged to the tent by Sarah, who gave a small wave before disappearing behind the fabric. Max and I stood in silence, neither daring to make the first move. I'll take the first watch, he muttered, fingers digging into his pockets as he fished out a cigarette. Least I can do for losing my rifle back there, right? You can sleep now. I got this. His attempt at humor was not that great even by his standards. Right. Disappointment etched itself onto his face as my lack of reaction caused him to sigh. If anything happens, please wake me up. He nodded, fighting the cancer stick before collapsing onto a chair, his stare fixated on the tree line. I spared him a final glance before entering the tent, which was situated across the girls' tent, though the inferior of the two. I didn't pay the jutting rocks digging into my skin any mind, though the sense of dread I felt in the forest no longer loomed over the air like a thick smog. That still didn't mean I could ignore the fact that there was something wrong. I was so sure that something was lurking in those woods that upon being awoken by Max, I was half expecting to see his pale face, eyes wide with horror, shaking my shoulders and telling me something terrible had happened. But all I awoke to was his dull expression, eyelids drooping with exhaustion. "Your turn." By the end of his words, he fell onto the sleeping bag, his loud snoring already sounding off before I exited the tent. The fire, which had already been reduced to a few desperate embers, flickered in the wind as the dying flame miserably fought to keep itself alive. I tossed a few logs into it before beginning my first trek around the campfire, my body desperately screaming at me to return to my sleeping bag. However, the encroaching darkness, fought off by only the dying fire and the rare ray of moonlight, was all my brain needed to keep my legs moving and my body upright. Or I hoped it would. By the half-hour mark, the butt of my rifle, which started positioned firmly in my right hand, now dragged across the dry terrain, the imprint of a circle appearing wherever it trailed. Max's shift seemed to be eventless, but never had I expected boredom to so easily replace any remnants of fear. Eventually my wandering brought me to Sarah's seat, which sat right in front of their tent. I carefully sunk my weight into it, careful not to make too much noise and potentially wake Penny up. It was quiet, far too quiet. Yes, it may have been the dead of night on a day with little wind, but I still found myself yearning for the chirps and trills of distant insects. Irritation was a preferable emotion to isolation, I figured. Each time my head bopped down, eyes threatening to close, a howl of wind would pierce through the silence and jolt me awake. The sun was beginning to rise, making up for the dwindling flames of the campfire, when I was shaken out of my stupor once more, but this time, it wasn't the sound of leaves swaying in the wind, nor was it the snapping of twigs. It was wet. Though barely audible, the crude squelches instantly brought me to my feet as I walked to the side of the tent where Sarah slept. "I get that you're hungry, Sarah, but you really shouldn't be up right now," I ushered, my voice careful not to rise too high. "Get some sleep, all right?" However, the sloshing sound didn't cease. In fact, it only got louder, a faint smack of the lips accompanying it. My heart sank and a sudden wave of fear washed over me. "Come on, Sarah. Penny's gonna wake up." Nothing. With an agitated groan, I walked in front of the tent, fingers clamping down on the metallic zipper, giving Sarah one final chance to announce herself. I unzipped the entrance, only for a pungent odor to hit me square in the nose. The moment the scene inside was made visible, my heart lurched forward, and bile began rising from my stomach. The lack of light did nothing to hide the obscene amount of crimson splattered against every surface of the tent, the source of both the sound and the smell becoming apparent. Sarah's limp body sprawled out across the inside of the tent, chest caved in, one of her arms having been torn completely off. Tendons and ligaments hung out from the shoulder, bits of skin and muscle still clinging on to the bone. My eyes traveled up, catching sight of golden strands sticking to one another, dried blood causing ropey threads to form. Frail fingers dug into the gaping hole, bringing pieces of flesh into her gnashing maw. Eyes once mimicking the sky now glowed a vile yellow, pupils dilating irregularly. My gaze finally descended to where the gauze once sat, where an inflamed yellow wound pulsated. As the realization dawned on me, the form paused, head jolting up like an animal sensing prey, her neck twisted hard enough to tear her head off, exposing rows of crumbling teeth, not at all fit for tearing meat. My heart hammered against my chest at such velocity that I didn't hear the percussion of my rifle, nor the sound of Penny's mangled body landing on the ground, nor Max's heavy footsteps as he approached. By the time the piercing ringing blocking my ears faded, his fist had already connected with my jaw, sending me sprawling to the ground. The impact of the blow didn't hurt as much as the sudden shock, which kept me frozen in place. Max immediately got on top of me, his fingers wrapping around my neck as he continuously applied pressure. I could barely point my finger in the direction of the tent and choke out a few unintelligible syllables, but thankfully he understood what I was implying. The grip around my throat loosened, and he looked toward where my finger was pointed. He yelled, scrambling off of me. His eyes hesitated, unsure what part of the situation warranted his attention the most. "Sarah, Penny, John, what did you do?" I simply shook my head, my hand rubbing where his fingers once were. I didn't." My words barely passed through the aching in my throat, voice hoarse from Max's assault. "Penny, the deer, it made her like this, Max." I wanted to say more, but as the reality of our situation dawned on us, a sudden crushing weight forced my words to die out. It was too ridiculous. I had already imagined countless scenarios for how we would explain this to the police, and each one was less plausible than the last. A mix of a laugh and a cough escaped my lips, and absurdity of the situation taking away the realization that I had just witnessed my two closest friends die gruesome deaths. Luckily, Max was too busy checking the state of Sarah to pay attention to my hysteria. Otherwise, I wasn't sure if a punch was all I would have received. "Oh, God," I wheezed, finally managing the strength to push myself off of the ground. "What are we gonna do?" Max, who was delicately closing Sarah's eyes, ignored the question, instead directing his attention to Penny's corpse. Its limbs twitched, faint raspy breaths still being drawn despite the hole tearing straight through her skull. "We burn it," he concluded, marching over to me and forcing me on my feet. "They'll never believe anything we say, so we burn Penny, bury Sarah, and return ignorant." They ended up missing after we left them alone, and we had no idea where they went. Got it? His fingers dug into my skin, shoulder blade shifting painfully. All I could muster was a pathetic nod that could have easily been mistaken for a shiver, the merit of the plan outweighing its morals. I didn't need to look up to realize how out of his element Max was. My shoulders ached not only because of the pressure applied to them, but the constant shifting as a result of his quivering. "I'll bring the shovel," I muttered, gently prying Max's fingers off of my shoulders. Once freed, I grabbed the tool from the car, returning to the gruesome scene. "Who's dragging Sarah?" The words felt heavy on my lips, and the moment they left, a rush of guilt flooded through my veins. How could I talk about her like she was just some thing now? I stared at him expectantly, and he back at me. After a few seconds, he finally sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I'll do it." He entered the tent, giving me room to grab Penny's ankle, the one that the wound wasn't located on. Though the feeling of the flesh, soft and pliable, sent my heart racing, I refused to acknowledge it. Max finally exited, Sarah's broken figure dragging along the ground, blood pooling beneath her. The walk through the forest was silent, neither of us daring to utter a single word. A mixture of fatigue from the lack of sleep and the events that transpired caused my vision to blur. The only thing keeping me awake was the feeling of her limb in my hand. I was so caught up in the daze, I didn't notice when Penny's body began to resist, her fingers clawing at the dirt, desperate to break free. I did notice, however, when 5 bony digits wrapped around my ankle, forcing me back to reality. My hands fumbled for the shovel and slammed the sharp tip down, uncaring who or what the source of the appendage was. There was a sickening crack, and a guttural groan escaped Penny's lips. The limb, its state of rot increasing exponentially, was cleaved clean off, dark, cold blood dyeing the dirt, and the shovel an inky black. Her other hand came up without skipping a beat, but by the time the decayed fingers wrapped around my calf, Max was already aiming his rifle. The percussion caused my ears to ring, but the sudden release of weight was worth it. While the idea of burning the body may have seemed barbaric before, I was now more than willing to throw her limp figure into a blazing inferno if it meant not having to see her reanimated corpse move once again. Max, noticing my hesitance to touch Penny's body, once again grabbed her remaining leg, dragging her alongside Sarah. Once we arrived at a far enough clearing, I dug the shovel into the ground and peeled back a layer of earth. The sound of the metal digging into the earth violated the silence that seemed to so desperately cling to this forest. Each shovel took an eternity, the physical labor only heightened by the emotional toll. By the time I had made a shallow hole barely deep enough to cover Sarah, my limbs were beginning to ache. Max, noticing my exhaustion, grabbed the tool out of my hand. He pointed at the pile of dried leaves, sticks, and shrubbery covering Sarah, silently ordering me to gather more. By the time I returned, arms full of foliage, Max had already finished digging Sarah's grave. A makeshift cross made of 2 branches dug into the dirt acted as her headstone. I opened my mouth to tell him that marking her grave would only lead police directly to her body, but he must have already come to the same conclusion as his boot reeled back. The cross burst into various splinters the moment Max's foot connected, scattering across the makeshift headstone. Without a word, he dragged Sarah's corpse into the hole, the body tumbling down, leaving pieces of red mush stuck to the dirt walls. He kicked the dirt in, her form slowly but surely being obscured. Her face, initially stuck in a ghastly expression of agony, was now calm, almost peaceful. "Why?" His voice cracked once he dropped the last bit of dirt, the mound barely standing out amongst the rest of the ground. He waited, and once he realized he wouldn't get an answer, his head turned toward me. The moment our eyes met, I instinctively returned my attention to the pile, where I dropped the bundle of shrubbery I held. "I'm sorry," was all I could mutter before dousing her still convulsing body in gasoline. You didn't deserve this. Neither of you did. I'm so sorry." I threw the empty container aside, taking the box of matches from Max and lighting one. My hands held the small flame over the gas-covered pile, but I couldn't bring myself to drop it. To be the one to take her life was one thing, but this? Burning her corpse until it was nothing but ashes? The fire managed to reach my fingers by the time Max's patience ran thin. He slapped the match out of my hand, the whittled stick falling onto the tower of branches. It took a second for the fire to spread from a twig, then to a leaf, then finally to the gasoline. A blast of white enveloped my eyes as a burst of fire shot up, tongues of flame lapping at each other until all that remained of Penny was ashes. The walk back was just, if not quieter than the walk to, now that the sound of dragging corpses was absent. I stole a glance at Max, the usually tall and proud figure now bent over, shoulders sinking and his gaze permanently fixated on the dirt. Sarah. His voice cracked, the mere mention of her name threatening to tear down his walls. Sarah and Penny's families are gonna blame us, but we can't say anything. I know it sounds cruel, but we don't have any other choice. If we tell the truth, Penny's body is gonna be investigated. Sarah's grave will be found and we'll be taken in. We didn't do anything wrong, John. We didn't deserve to have our lives ruined because of that thing, okay? Though it was a question, I knew better than to respond with anything but a nod. We packed our things up as if nothing had happened until my eyes landed on the second tent. Now, with faint rays of sun illuminating our surroundings, it became apparent just how much blood Sarah had lost. Crimson speckled every fiber of the tent, bits of muscle still attached to the material, though the vile stench emanating from the tent filled the air like smog. We still had to take it with us to hide any evidence. Once I finally entered the old, beaten-down vehicle, I rested my forehead against the steering wheel, attempting to collect myself before starting the engine. Max sat down next to me, slamming the door shut. His gaze was fixated upon the mirror, his face twisted in monotony, his constant blinks undoubtedly to make sure that what happened wasn't some fever dream. "John," he mumbled. The glazed look left his eye and returned to mine. "Drive." I nodded, twisting the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life, only for the gas to sputter out and end in a chilling silence. I twisted the keys once again, and more gas was pushed through the pipes, only for the same result. Max's lips curled into a scowl, and he snatched the keys out of my hands, repeating the action. However, the outcome was much the same.